Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As we settle down for our second day, we warmly welcome you here with us at IFAD headquarters. And we're just watching to see that we have reached quorum. And as we settle down, may I just introduce to you that today, of course, we begin the day with some business items in the morning. Thereafter, we will have the governor's dialogue with Indigenous peoples, a liaison to the forum that took place on Monday and Tuesday. Thereafter, it will be the annual Governor's Roundtable with this very specific topic of looking at the complexities of design and work in the current context. And then after lunch, we will reconvene for a leaders dialogue on SSTC. You are also, of course, warmly welcome to a side event at lunchtime with regard to a very exciting report by the World Bank. With that, and as I'm watching the numbers go up, we are almost ready to be able to begin this morning's business.
I'm being told we have quorum, so we can start. Mesdames et messieurs les délégués. Second.
Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, welcome to the second day of the Governing Council. I hope you had a restful evening and are ready to resume with the business items schedule for this morning. As a start, let me reiterate the need to please keep your statements concise and within the 3-minute time limit. I would also kindly advise representatives to please take the floor only once under each agenda item to allow equal opportunity for all governors to intervene should they wish to do so. Let's move on to item 8 of the agenda, the annual joint progress report on Rome-based agency collaboration as presented in document GC 48/5. Management chose to include this item on the agenda to underscore the importance of RBA collaboration. And indeed, it is with this in mind that today we will celebrate the first annual RBA Award of Excellence for outstanding country-level collaboration. Distinguished delegates, it is now my pleasure to call upon the heads of the 3 Rome-based agencies to share some remarks. I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Dongyu, Director General of the Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, and then to Ms. Cindy McCain, Executive Director of the World Food Programme, WFP, and the President of IFAD will close with his remarks and the announcement of the winners of the RBA Award of Excellence. Without further ado, I would invite Mr. Dongyu, Director General of the Food and Agriculture Organization. The floor is yours, Mr. Ku.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my dear estimated colleagues, President of IFAD, Executive Director of the WFP, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm so pleased to join you today in celebrating the RBA's Award of Excellence. I wish to thank the IFAD for reviving this important award, which provides an opportunity to get a closer look at the collaborative efforts between our 3 agencies dealing with global issues related to food and agriculture. RBA collaboration takes many forms and takes many places at all the levels. But it is at the country level where the most tangible results are needed and achieved. Our colleagues based in Cameroon, Peru, the Pacific Island, and Turkey have shown to be excellent examples of how to effectively, efficiently, and coherently catalyzing impact on the ground. And they have successfully demonstrated what can be achieved when we work together. And the holistic design. I extend my warm congratulations to Peru and the Pacific Island for their outstanding achievement as this year's RBA awardings. In Peru, our country team have driven policy transformation by strengthening public procurement system and scaling benefits to billions and enhance national food security strategies. In the Pacific Island, our joint efforts have promoted inclusivity and sustainability with a strong focus on gender equality and climate resilience. Together, we have improved food security through our joint efforts in supporting the transformation of global agri-food system to be more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable. Together, we have promoted rural development, empowered communities, and promoted women and youth, including indigenous and local communities. Together, we have worked to ensure the four betters, started from better production, better nutrition, a better environment, a better life, leaving no one behind. This success serves as a blueprint to further strengthen our future collaboration. As we celebrate this milestone, we recognize that the solidarity, partnerships, and collaboration, together with all the political willingness and commitment, are critical to address global challenges by identifying solutions needed and ensuring their effectively implementation to achieve the transformation, a transformation that will ensure a better future for all. FAO is committed to continue work together with our sister agencies, IFAD and WFP, and also beyond, on a systematic way, and play the complementary role together. And we continue to count on the collective support of all members. Congratulations once again to the winners of RBA Award of Excellence. Thank you, IFAD, to organize this successful event. All the best. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. J'invite.
Thank you very much. I would now like to invite Mrs. Cindy McCain, Executive Director of the World Food Programme, to deliver a statement.
Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here today. As always, it's a pleasure to be here with IFAD, our friends, and to celebrate this incredibly important, strong spirit of collaboration between the three Rome-based agencies. I want to start by congratulating the RBA country teams from the Pacific region and Peru on their success in the 2024 Awards of Excellence. I'm especially happy that Peru is represented here by Sarah Lawton, our WFP country director. Very well done to everyone involved in these winning projects. Excellencies, it's no secret that we're not on track to meet our shared goal of ending hunger and food insecurity by 2030. Escalating conflicts, natural disasters such as droughts and floods, and economic instability are pushing millions of people into hunger each year. Now, more than ever, we must find new and more creative ways to fulfill the RBA's shared mission to achieve food security for all. No agency can end hunger alone, but our mandates and our activities are closely interlinked, and FAO, IFAD, and WFP each have a critical role to play. By pooling the wealth of knowledge, expertise, and the resources that exist across the RBAs, we can support governments and countries on their journey towards zero hunger. Our award winners demonstrate when the RBA Partnership for Impact with Governments, we succeed in strengthening country systems, supporting the delivery of national priorities, and powering sustainable and transformative development. Together, we are combating hunger and laying the foundation for long-term food security through country-led solutions. The achievements of our teams in the Pacific and Peru remind us of the immense power of partnerships. We still have a long road ahead before we reach our destination. But if we continue working together, as one united global team. I know we can and we will get there one day. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I would now invite the President of IFAD, Mr. Alvaro Lario, to take the floor.
Good morning, everybody. Let me start by thanking Dr. Chu and Executive Director McCain for coming to this important award ceremony. I know their busy schedule, so it's don't take it for granted, so thank you very much for coming and showing the unity of the three institutions. These awards are showing the achievements that actually, as it was pointed out, are having an impact on the ground. Our joint mission is to have these practical and high-impact solutions and to showcase the partnership that we have together. FAO, IFAD, and World Food Programme share one mission, that is achieving and ensuring food security for all. And this mission is fulfilled through different mandates, but as Executive Director McCain mentioned, they are complementary, and we are working how we can work together even more. The award is more than a recognition. It also shows what really works on the ground and how we can move from coordination to real impact, and how we can transform lives and showcase the way that we can collaborate together. That's why I'm proud to highlight the two outstanding projects that have shown the collaboration and the impact on the ground. So let me announce the joint winners of the 2024 RBA Awards of Excellence: Peru and the Pacific RBA teams. In Peru, the partnership has meant that smallholders have benefited from a structured public procurement system, which has enabled them to improve their livelihoods and also ensure more nutritious food. And in the Pacific, RBA teams are driving food security and resilience across 14 island nations, empowering rural women and addressing climate challenges together. It is my pleasure to invite Chandra Sametko, representing the Pacific team, and Sarah Lawton, representing the Peru team, as joint winners to accept the RBA Awards of Excellence. While we couldn't have everyone here in Rome today, I'm pleased to note that also Juanito from the Peru team is here, and I invite him to join us on stage for the photos. And please, if I can have also Executive Director McCain and Dr. Chu join us for the photos to provide the Awards of Excellence. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Lario.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lario. I would now like to call Mr. Chandra Sametko, Country Director for the Pacific Islands of IFAD, to deliver his remarks.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for this prize awarding ceremony, and congratulations to all. I do hope that these efforts and projects will be a source of inspiration for our colleagues worldwide. This concludes item 8 of our agenda, and I think we can now move on to item 5, the report on the 13th replenishment of IFAD's resources.
And we can proceed with agenda item 5. Distinguished delegates, we will now have on the agenda the report on the 13th replenishment of IFAD's resources as contained in document L.2. This document provides information on the status of the 13th replenishment as of the 31st of December 2024. I would like to invite Mr. Hernan Alvarado, Associate Vice President, Financial Operations Department and Chief Financial Officer, to present this item. Mr. Alvarado, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. This is to provide an update on the status of the IFAD 13 replenishment resources. At the date of the report, pledges to IFAD 13 reached $1.41 billion, which equated to 75% of the replenishment target set by member state at $1.87 billion. This level represents a 10% increase in comparison to the IFAD 12 pledging volume. The breakdown of the pledges is as follows. Core contributions, $1.34 billion, concessional partner loans, $20 million, and additional climate contributions, $51 million. In addition, we would like to highlight that 99 countries have pledged as of today, confirming shareholder support to IFAD's mandate and objectives. Instruments of contribution or direct payment received as of December 31st, 2024 amounts $908 million. Since the date of the report, additional instruments of contribution have been confirmed from Norway, India, and Morocco. We are also very pleased to inform member states that the concessional partner loan agreement with Finland was recently formalized. Consequently, instruments of contribution as of February 10, 2025 amounted to $1.05 billion, equivalent to 74% of total pledges. As of December 31st, 2024, payments from member states amounted to $122 million, and since the date of the report, additional payments have been received from Brazil, Guinea-Bissau, India, Lesotho, Madagascar, Morocco, and Sweden. As a result, total payments amounted to $190 million, equivalent to 13% of total pledges. I would also like to take this opportunity to encourage member states that have not yet announced their pledges or deposited their instrument of contribution to proceed at the earliest convenience. We will continue providing regular updates on the status of the IFAD 13 replenishment in upcoming audit committee and executive board meetings. Thank you very much. And back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarado. Distinguished governors, allow me to make a plea to those countries who have not yet contributed to IFAD 13 or have yet to deposit their instruments of contribution to please do so as soon as possible to ensure that IFAD can continue its important work. Let me now open the floor for comments. Are there any comments or interventions from the floor? I have Saudi Arabia wanting to make an intervention.
Thank you, Chairman. معالي رئيس مجلس المحافظ.
Dear Chairperson, Excellencies, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. It is a pleasure for me to express my deepest thanks and appreciation on behalf of Saudi Arabia for the President of IFAD and his colleagues in the preparation of this 48th Governing Council session, wishing them full success. I also appreciate the fund's role since approximately 50 years in investing in rural people and fighting hunger and poverty, and increasing food security, in addition to enhancing resilience and efforts aiming at investing in sustainable rural economies. Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to reiterate the importance given by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to IFAD through our full contribution and presence as a full member to help rural communities. It is within this framework and in order to help achieve food security for developing countries and in order to support the efforts of the fund for sustainable financial resilience on the long term, I have the pleasure to announce that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia will contribute $30 million to IFAD 13 in order for the fund to be able to continue achieving his mandate. On the other hand, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia gives a great deal of importance to food security and sustainable water resources in order to achieve food security and reducing food and loss waste through improving the sustainable agriculture productivity and competitiveness in accordance with the availability of natural resources. Dear Chairperson, ladies and gentlemen, investing in sustainable rural livelihoods is important for peace building and social stability in all parts of the world. This is also important in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. And this is why the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has launched a program with a budget of more than $2 billion for rural areas. In conclusion, I would like to thank the President of the Fund and all those working at the Fund for their considerable efforts in organizing this 48th session and its excellent preparation. I wish you all full success in achieving the expected outcomes. Peace of Allah be upon you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for this substantial and encouraging contribution, which will help IFAD carry out its essential work. I have Peru, followed by La France. Peru, Ambassador, the floor is yours.
May I just explain the microphone? If it's green, it is known to the technicians that you wish to speak. Once it's red, it's active.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you, Chairman. Peru would like to express its gratitude to IFAD for the report that has been submitted and for its continuous commitment to rural development and food security. We reaffirm our commitment as Peru to this replenishment of IFAD 13, and recognize the importance of moving forward towards the mobilization of resources to achieve the replenishment targets. Mr. President, Peru has committed its pledge, and this is set out in the budget law adopted recently. The Ministry of Economy and Finance is currently working on the corresponding instruments of payment and expects it to be deposited by the month of May of this year. In agreement with the report, by 31st of December,
$1.4 million have been committed. All of this shows the need to accelerate the efforts that are being made to meet the commitments that have been entered into. Our country values IFAD's role in supporting rural development and fighting against poverty, in particular in the rural areas. We appreciate IFAD 13's approach to climate resilience, to environmental sustainability, strengthening small-scale agriculture. All of these are essential elements to ensure food security, reduction of poverty of the vulnerable communities. Finally, we also express our support to IFAD 13 and reaffirm our commitment to international cooperation for sustainable rural development. Peru will continue to participate actively in global efforts to ensure that IFAD can continue to support smallholder farmers and rural communities in developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. J'ai la France. Monsieur le Gouverneur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. France would like to congratulate IFAD for its commitment in mobilizing resources for IFAD 12 and for the efforts made to mobilize resources for IFAD 13, which has enabled us to reach a historic level in terms of replenishment. France was very honored to be able to play, besides Angola, the co-champion role in this replenishment exercise. And we are very pleased with this collective mobilization of funds, which shows how supportive member countries are for IFAD. And I'm very happy to see that the pattern that we adopted last year is continuing this year with the announcement made by Saudi Arabia. So thank you very much to IFAD teams.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, members of the Governing Council, distinguished delegates. The report is fair and replenishment is paramount to wage war on poverty and malnutrition. Now, there should be better clarity and certainty in relation to criteria for defining vulnerable groups, accompanying measures subject to residence of project in total compliance of smart climate mitigation adaptation, the enhancement in relation to private public sector NGO, monitoring along the program-based budgeting, and we hope that funding agencies like EIB, AIB, Islamic Bank, will be more flexible in relation to bankable projects. Of course, we're all for resilience, sustainability, and inclusiveness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I have Sweden followed by Guinea.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, distinguished governors, Mr. President, colleagues. This is a crucial time for global development. Closing the financing gap is more urgent than ever to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. IFAD has an important role to play with its specialized mandate, its expertise, and access to rural population. As we embark on this first year of IFAD 13, I have the pleasure to announce that the Swedish government in December decided on a Swedish contribution to IFAD of $57.5 million in core support to IFAD 13. This contribution confirms our strong confidence in IFAD as an important partner to achieve the objectives of Swedish development cooperation. We welcome the IFAD 13 work program, which is strongly aligned with the Swedish priorities, especially through its increased private sector engagement and strong climate focus. IFAD 13 is the last full replenishment before 2030, and the successful implementation of the work program will be important to ensure IFAD's contributions to combating poverty and for meeting the SDG 2 on zero hunger. This record replenishment is a testament to the wide support that IFAD enjoys from its members and IFAD's continued relevance in partner countries for food security and sustainable development, including climate resilience and women's economic empowerment. It also underlines IFAD's strong track record of development effectiveness. I want to welcome the strong commitment from many member states and colleagues here today, including the very positive pledge announced today by Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Guinea followed by South Sudan.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much for having given me the floor. Mr. President of the Council of Governors, Mr. President of IFAD, ladies and gentlemen, governors, ladies and gentlemen. It is for me an immense pleasure and an honor on behalf of the government of the Republic of Guinea to take the floor to make our announcement in terms of contribution to the 13th replenishment of IFAD 13. First of all, allow me to express our thanks to IFAD for the remarkable support given to the rural sector as a whole and to the implementation of the various programs in my country. IFAD is one of our main partners for socio-economic development in Guinea, for supporting smallholder farms in order to eradicate hunger and poverty and promote sustainable agriculture. Indeed, I am very pleased to be able to announce a contribution of $300,000 to the 13th replenishment IFAD 13. That is a 50% increase compared to IFAD 12. In conclusion, allow me to reaffirm my government's determination to honor the total of this contribution. This commitment is in recognition of Guinea and its president to the immense importance of IFAD in our agro-food business and in the fight against poverty in the rural environment. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. And thank you so much for this very important contribution and your support to IFAD.
Followed by Ecuador.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. And on behalf of my country, I would also like to thank IFAD for organizing this summit, which has been very fruitful and informative for us. I would also like to thank IFAD for all the efforts that it's undertaking to help the people of South Sudan. Currently, with IFAD, the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, IFAD is undertaking 3 major projects. That one is the South Sudan Livelihoods Resilience Project, and that project, the total fund is about 20 million, and it is going to benefit about 38,000 households. The project's implementation is supposed to take 6 years, starting in 2021. However, there have been delays concerning the implementers that were chosen by both IFAD and the ministry, and these delays are now being tackled, and hopefully the project will start very soon. The second project also that IFAD is undertaking is the Rural Enterprise for Agriculture Development Project, and we call it READ. And again, it's a 7-year project, was supposed to start in 2023 and end in 29, and it's about 20 million, and is going to benefit 27,000 households. Another, and this project again has seen some delays because of issues of the implementers, especially the UNDP, but now IFAD and the ministry are working on that, and hopefully the project will start at its fullest soon. The third project that is in the pipeline, we call it Sustainable Agriculture Development Project. It's a 7-year project, and it will start in 2025, ending 2032, and is also have a funding of about 40 million, and it will impact or benefit a significant number of households in South Sudan. So overall, we are pleased by IFAD's contribution and joint efforts in improving livelihoods, especially the rural development in our country. And we really hope to benefit from experiences of other countries, whereby we as a ministry and as a country will see ourselves deeply involved in the design of the programs, as well as choosing the implementing partners, because this has been a very big setback for us, because it seems some of the partners are chosen directly by IFAD, but we have raised this concern, and hopefully as we continue to collaborate together, we will see ourselves in the driver's seat so that our priorities as a country are also implemented. But all in all, we thank you wholeheartedly for all the efforts, and we hope to continue to partner in order to see good fruits and good results for our people. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your observations. I have Ecuador next.
Muchas gracias. Thank you, Chairman. Good morning to all delegations. We would like to congratulate IFAD for its efforts in mobilizing resources and its commitment to the overall efficiency of this organization. We also welcome the focus of the new plan of work and the priorities that have been identified, in particular in the area of climate change. Ecuador is committed in the 13th replenishment and has made the transfer of resources for $210,000 as a total. We look forward to assessing the new resources of IFAD 13 to continue to support rural development. We also appreciate IFAD's commitment to the projects that are underway that aim at building capacity in the rural sectors, and also welcome the support that is being given to the innovative proposal that was made by Ecuador for the mobilization of green funds through our Ecuadorian private bank. We want to look forward to working together with the technicians to advance this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have Uzbekistan next.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the important report. I would like to congratulate IFAD for successfully holding the 48th session of the Governing Council. Uzbekistan has been enjoying the new dynamics of relations with IFAD for the recent years. For the last years, we have adopted together the new COSOP with a large portfolio, and the new projects has been launched. The last year, new IFAD country office was started with the participation of the president of IFAD in Uzbekistan. And Uzbekistan has been increasing its voluntary contribution, consequently second cycle of the IFAD 12 and IFAD 13. And Uzbekistan doubled its contribution here. And in 2025 and 2026, Uzbekistan plans to mobilize $5 billion to decrease the poverty in the country from all sources. And we look forward to closely cooperate with IFAD and invite all members to engage with this, to engage with IFAD's work more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no further comments. The Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since this is the first time our delegation is taking the floor during the session, we are happy to draw the attention of the plenary to the written general statement of the head of our delegation, Ambassador Golubovsky, posted on the GC page. We, first of all, want to thank the Secretariat and for the preparation of this report. And we note with appreciation all the plans elaborated by the fund for the 13th replenishment of resources. And we also want to draw your attention to the fact that Russia intends to provide a contribution to the IFAD activities aimed at rural development within the framework of the 13th replenishment of resources. The amount of this contribution is currently being worked out in our capital. The timeline of transferring this contribution will entirely depend on the current situation in the sphere of international settlements and banking due to the unilateral restrictions. And we once again would like to thank the Secretariat and the membership for elaborating the detailed outline for the 13th replenishment cycle. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there are no further comments, I take it that the Governing Council wishes to note the report on the 13th replenishment of IFAD's resources. Thank you. We're checking if everybody who needs to be here is here. And now everybody is. Mesdames, Messieurs les délégués.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to item 6 of our agenda, entitled Programme of Work and Budget for 2025 and Indicative Plan for 2026-2027 and the Results-Based Programme of Work and Indicative Plan for 26-27 and the assessment from the Independent Office of Evaluation of IFAD's results-based work, and HIPC and PBAS, as well as BRAM progress reports as presented in document L3. At its 143rd meeting, the Executive Board, while approving the programs of work of IFAD and the Independent Office of Evaluation for 2024, reviewed the proposed budgets for the fund and its Independent Office of Evaluation and recommended that they be presented to the Governing Council for approval. The Board also considered the progress reports on the Heavily Indebted Poor Countries Initiative, HIPC, the Performance-Based Allocation System, PBAS, and the Borrowed Resources Access Mechanism, BRAM, and endorsed their submission to the Governing Council for information. First of all, I would like to invite Mrs. Gerardine Mukeshimana, Vice President of IFAD, to introduce the proposals put forward by the fund, and immediately after, Mr. Indran Naidu, Director, Independent Office of Evaluation, to present the budget for that office. Now I give the floor to Ms. Mukeshimana. Madam, you have the floor.
Your Excellencies, distinguished governors, I am pleased to introduce IFAD's 2025 budget program of work, regular and capital budget proposals, and the medium-term projection for 2026 and 2027. This budget aligns with the IFAD's 13 ambitions to deliver a $10 billion US program of work over the next 3 years. The objective is to improve the incomes and livelihoods of over 100 million rural people, with a sharpened focus on fragile context, climate resilience and biodiversity management, while leveraging partnerships with the private sector. This budget proposal, aligned with these priorities, proposes a 2025 net regular budget of 190.51 million and a capital budget envelope of $5.48 million US. The proposal includes 1.18% real increase, balancing the need for additional investments in the three IFAD 13 priority areas with a financial prudence. It also provides a net price increase of 2.69%, reflecting detailed assessment of inflation trends and exchange rate adjustments. The document provides detailed granularity of cost drivers, and trade-offs have been made to offset any cost increases outside of IFAD 13 priority areas. Management has also introduced several enhancements to promote greater transparency and accountability. These include a preliminary linkage of resource allocations to deliverables, 2 additional efficiency indicators, and a budget trajectory for the medium term, forecasting a real increase of 0.85% in 2026 and a zero real growth in 2027. Based on feedback received from the Executive Board, management will revisit these assumptions during 2026 budget. In relation to decentralization, the 2024 budget baseline includes the cost of establishing new regional hubs in Asia and Pacific and Latin America and the Caribbean regions, both which shall be operational this year. The 2025 budget excludes the setup of country offices that have been deferred due to security concerns. The proposed capital budget of $5.48 million will address critical cyclical and business continuity expenditures while supporting key strategic initiatives. 70% of these investments will focus on ensuring uninterrupted business operations, while the remainder will target cross-cutting initiatives and new strategic priorities. As we navigate an increasingly complex global landscape, the proposed 2025 budget positions IFAD to lead with ambitions, act with responsibility, and deliver with a purpose. We look forward to your engagement as we collectively work toward a future where rural communities can thrive. Thank you, Chair.
Merci, Madame la Vice.
Thank you, Mrs. Mukishimana. Mr. Naidu, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished governors, ladies and gentlemen. IOE's proposed work program and budget for 2025 took into account the discussions held with and the supportive feedback received from the Evaluation Committee, the Audit Committee, and the Executive Board in 2024. The new budget brings IOE closer to the IOE budget cap, which has lagged historically and resulted in inadequate coverage of IFAD portfolio. The new budget will result in a better alignment between completion of prior country strategy and program evaluations, the CSPE, to inform the new COSOPs. It now moves from a 44% coverage rate to 57%, resulting in more accountability and learning from independent evaluations. The number of countries being reviewed by CSPE moved from a moving 3-year average of 15 to 30, a 100% increase. Significantly, it means that the portfolio now covered rises 48% from $2.3 billion for 23-24 to $3.4 billion for 25-26, giving assurance to this Governing Council that IFAD invested resources are rigorously assessed by IOE. The work program and budget of IOE for 2025 is in line with IOE's multi-year strategy for 2022 to 2027. In 2025, IOE will produce 3 major evaluation products: the corporate level evaluation of IFAD 11 and IFAD 12, the thematic evaluation of IFAD support for human nutrition, and the evaluation of IFAD's engagement in the small island developing states. IOE will also launch an independent corporate-level rapid review of IFAD's human resource policy framework and prepare the 2024 annual report on independent evaluation. Moreover, in 2025, IOE will emphasize country-level work as stated, working directly in 14 countries. It will complete the country strategy and program evaluations in Egypt and in the People's Democratic Republic of Laos, and conduct new ones in Bolivia, Chad, Cote d'Ivoire, Djibouti, Honduras, Mexico, Mozambique, Paraguay, Senegal, Vietnam, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. More than half of these 7 countries will benefit from a COSUP for the first time in 2025. Additionally, IOE will carry out project performance evaluations in 4 countries, Cambodia, Malawi, Nigeria, Tajikistan, and validate all newly available project completion reports as in the past. The office reorganization and process reform will reduce the time and cost of evaluations, allowing greater coverage of countries, which now goes up to over 20, presenting a more country evaluative evidence for corporate studies. Finally, in 2025, IOE plans to engage in evaluation capacity support and evaluation knowledge exchange, and will continue to play active roles in the international evaluation networks. IOE will chair the professional network of the Evaluation Cooperation Group, which is made up of 11 independent officers of the IFIs, hosting 2 meetings of same in Rome. IOE will continue the successful initiative for quality assurance for IOE, the Evaluation Advisory Panel, now in its 4th year of operation. This will include strong engagement with management and evaluation committee to provide real-time feedback to IFAD to enhance its evaluation coverage. IOE will also organize a workshop with the Evaluation Advisory Panel. As per the 21 policy review, IFAD is obliged to conduct a policy review starting in 2025 and completing in 26, with an emphasis on self-evaluation that was added into the 21 policy. In coordination with IFAD management, IOE will conduct the preparatory work for the peer review of IFAD's evaluation function planned for 2026. The total budget for 25 is at US $7.25 million, reflecting a shift from 0.55% to 0.6% of the program of loans and grants for IFAD 13. This is below the established cap of 0.9 and means IOE requested 66% of the potential budget allocation. Greater evaluation coverage ensures enhanced accountability, transparency, and learning for IFAD and its partners. It will also ensure that findings, conclusions, and recommendations are fed into new COSOPs in all these countries. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Chair.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Naidu. The floor is now open to the distinguished delegates. Are there any comments or questions?
Angola, please.
Excellencies, Angola appreciates the consultative approach taken to produce this budget and program of work through high-level previews and consultancies. We congratulate management on the extensive prioritization process, resulting in an output-oriented budget and ambitious program of work and loans. While we welcome the proposed budget increases for IFAD and IOE, we emphasize the need for a clear path to achieve zero real growth in the budget before 2027. We welcome IFAD's unique role as an agency that provides support to food systems, resilience issues, and best practices into climate adaptation projects in rural areas and for small farmers. Allow me to congratulate management on the delivery of the IFAD 12 program of loans and grants, and the continuing efforts to ensure an efficient and effective delivery of the whole pipeline despite global factors outside IFAD's control. We recognize the importance of the work of the Independent Evaluation Office, as well as the quality of its reports and analysis, which are indispensable to our evaluation of IFAD's work, as well as projects we jointly implemented. Auditing and supervision also play a crucial role in ensuring transparency and efficiency. They help to maintain trust between all parties, identify areas of improvement, and promote good governance. In addition, audit and oversight mechanisms contribute to the long-term sustainability of IFAD and its projects by reducing risks and promoting the continued adoption of good practices. We continue to witness the dynamism and speed that local teams bring to the project implementation process, as well as to its continuous monitoring. Training and capacity building of local talent is another positive impact of opening local and regional offices. We support IFAD's decentralization process, and once again, we urge management to invest in stronger partnerships with local teams. We thank you.
Thank you, Mr. State Secretary, for your observations. I have Italy next, Italia.
Thank you very much. Italy supports IFAD's 2025 budget proposal, recognizing its alignment with IFAD 13 priorities, including climate resilience and biodiversity, private sector engagement, and a focus on fragile context. At the same time, we appreciate that with decentralization also nearly completed, management is planning to achieve zero real growth by 2027. Now, IFAD is called to increase its efforts to identify efficiency gains to offset inflation-related adjustments and low-priority budget lines in order to contribute to the future budget process with a greater focus on development effectiveness and results, as well as on efficiency in the use of funding. So resources should be channeled towards IFAD's core value added to pursue the achievement of the SDGs, aligning with country context and national priorities, addressing fragility and ensuring inclusiveness. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Italy. I have no other requests for the floor. Sorry, Brazil and Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brazil expresses its support for IFAD's proposed 2025 results-based program of work and the associated budgets. The program's alignment with the priorities set under IFAD 13 is recognized, particularly in advancing climate resilience, promote biodiversity management, and fostering private sector engagement to enhance rural development, as well as continued decentralization. We appreciate IFAD's effort to strike a balance between financial discipline and programmatic ambition. The adoption of recalibration measures, including trade-offs and cost-saving initiatives, reflects a strong commitment to fiscal responsibility while ensuring strategic investments in key initiatives such as South-South and triangular cooperation. These efforts are particularly significant for promoting innovation and knowledge exchange among member countries, ultimately contributing to shared progress and sustainable development. We value the productive collaboration with IFAD under IFAD 12 through the BRAM mechanism, which has played a crucial role in advancing rural development and addressing key challenges in the agricultural sector. The approved Brazilian projects highlight the continued commitment to fostering sustainable and inclusive growth, particularly in rural communities in the Northeast region. Looking ahead to IFAD 13, we reaffirm our commitment to strengthening this partnership with a focus on leveraging the opportunities provided by BRAM. This mechanism serves as an important tool for South-South cooperation, not only supporting national rural development efforts, but also positioning Brazil as a contributor to knowledge sharing among IFAD member states. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Vice-Ministre.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Russia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We thank the Secretariat for preparing the financial proposal for 2025 and the outlook for 2026-2027. Russia supports the proposed budget. At the same time, we would like to suggest a few improvements for the IFAD's future activities. We are convinced that the fund needs to improve mechanisms for diversifying sources of funding and ensuring greater independence from a limited circle of donors. Russia believes that it is timely for IFAD to expand the practice of using currencies that are alternative to the US dollars and euro. This would minimize the risks of currency fluctuations and unilateral coercive measures and improve access to resources for farmers from countries that also face restrictions in the international payment system. We believe that this is in line with the fund's course, with the fund's policy to ensure flexibility and sustainability in the implementation of its projects on the ground. We support IFAD's aspirations to provide assistance to countries in crisis and post-crisis situations, but it is necessary to carefully calculate the risks. We hope that due diligence and effective risk management, risk assessment, and evaluation would allow IFAD to avoid any imbalances while investing in projects with fragile context. We also call on IFAD to more decisively use South-South cooperation and strengthen cooperation with regional structures that have the necessary institutional, scientific, and technical potential and expertise. Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, BRICS, New Development Bank of BRICS, and the Eurasian Economic Commission could become IFAD's partners for the implementation of a number of projects in different regions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Merci.
Thank you very much. I have no further requests for the floor. And if there are no further comments, may I take it that the Council wishes to adopt the draft resolution as contained in document L3 for the total budget amounts indicated for IFAD and for its independent office of evaluation. The Council also approves that unobligated appropriations at the close of the financial year 2025 may be carried forward until the 2026 financial year up to an amount not exceeding 3% of the corresponding appropriations. If there are no objections, it is thus decided, and the Governing Council report shall duly record that the Council has adopted the draft resolution as contained in GC 48L3 by consensus and without objection.
All right, we now move to agenda item 7, amendments to IFAD's basic legal texts as contained in document L.4. The amendments to IFAD's basic legal text contain proposed revisions to section 6 of the bylaws for the conduct of the business of IFAD to amend the internal legal framework and to render effective the policy on handling allegations of misconduct against the president of IFAD as approved by the Executive Board in December 2024. In accordance with the recommendation of the Executive Board at its 143rd session in December 2024, the Governing Council is invited to consider and adopt the draft resolution contained in Annex 1 of document L.4. I now invite Ms. Catherine Megan, General Counsel and Chief Legal and Governance Officer, to present this item. Ms. Megan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. We present today for the Governing Council's approval the proposed amendments to the bylaws for the conduct of business at IFAD as endorsed by the Executive Board at its 143rd session. The proposed amendments are intended to regulate the respective roles and powers of the Governing Council and the Executive Board with respect to the policy on handling allegations of misconduct against the IFAD President. Following the 2022 review of the Office of Audit and Oversight's adherence to UN and international financial institution best practices, the IFAD Executive Board, through the Audit Committee, mandated IFAD management to develop procedures for handling such matters. the Executive Board reviewed and approved the policy at its 143rd session in December 2024. The entry into force of the policy requires an amendment to the bylaws for the conduct of business at IFAD, namely the addition of a paragraph to Section 6 as presented in the attached draft resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your introductory remarks, and I open the floor for questions and/or comments. I see no comments. I take Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Legal Counsel, for the summary on the agenda. There is no doubt that we agree on the importance of the need to have the policy of handling allegations of misconduct, and it's very important. And there's always a need to review and reform the basic legal text to adjust to the needs of the organization. During the last EB meeting, several countries, including Indonesia, had raised concerns regarding the overall process, including the clarity and independency of the bodies in which will oversee the process, the source of the mandate to develop such a policy, and emphasize the need for more transparency process that is accessible to all members. However, Indonesia will not block the consensus on this item, but rather request the procedures developed to support the policy, including those for the selection of the external investigative body and the development of the roster of the independent investigators be done transparently, inclusively, and open to all members. Once approved by the August committee, and if it's approved today, in the future this policy should be periodically reviewed and revised as necessary. We further request that this statement be part of the meeting records. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, and we note the attention that you've drawn and underlines of the importance of transparency and of periodical review, and your comments will be duly reflected in the Governing Council report. I have Italy next.
Thank you very much. I actually need, first of all, to make a very brief statement to respond to what we have heard in the previous session. I just need to condemn again Russia's illegal, unprovoked, and unjustified war of aggression against Ukraine, and we reject any narrative that attributes to us the consequences of this war. On the subject of this session, I just want to say that by approving this policy today, IFAD will fill an important gap in its accountability framework. We will put in place a structured and transparent process to handle allegations against the President for his possible misconduct. This will allow IFAD to be prepared in such an event while respecting the proper checks and balances and while being able to preserve its reputation and its standing as a strongly rated institution. The policy aligns with best practices, with the recommendations of the Joint Inspection Unit of the United Nations, and with that performed by an independent external review specifically addressed to IFAD. Finally, the adoption of this policy comes at the end of a due process which has been articulated, inclusive, and transparent. For this, we would like to thank both the Executive Board and the Audit Committee for the outcome. A review clause allows IFAD to revisit the policy in due time, also on the basis of the experience. However, we are confident that there will be no need to activate the policy over the course of the next year. So, to conclude, we fully support the adoption of this policy. Thanks.
I have Canada next, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, General Counsel.
For the record, Canada endorses this resolution as the policy has been duly reviewed and approved by the Executive Board at its 143rd session following a thorough due diligence process. The policy on handling allegations of misconduct against the IFAD president fills a gap in the normative framework to ensure that the right accountability and oversight processes are in place. As an international financial institution, a strong governance system and clear roles and responsibilities when allegations arise are critical to maintain member states and other stakeholders' confidence in IFAD and its mandate. I thank you.
Thank you. I have no further requests for the floor. The Russian Federation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be brief, although Russia is not a member of the Executive Board, we closely followed the deliberations within the last session of the Executive Board on this topic. On the topic of developing policy on investigations against the allegations against the president. Having said that, we want to flag our support to the position expressed by a number of countries, including Indonesia. We are convinced that the procedure of considering the draft policy was far from being transparent. The Secretariat referred to the best practices in the UN system and the relevant JIU recommendations. However, we have to remind that the establishment of relevant procedures in other UN sister agencies outside of Rome took several rounds of insightful discussions open to all member states before the final decision was actually taken. So the member states had a clear understanding how the elements of the policy worked and what was the role of the membership. We haven't witnessed anything like that here. For this reason, we would like to kindly ask the Secretariat to reflect our position on this agenda item in the records of the meeting. And also replying to the statement, to the beginning of the statement of Italy, we would like to remind the distinguished delegation of Italy that we are here in the Governing Council of IFAD discussing rural development and other issues related to the core mandate of IFAD. And if some delegations would like to talk politics, we can do this outside of this room during the lunch break or after the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the intervention. I see no other requests from the floor. Against the background and taking into account the comments that have made that will be reflected in the meeting records, I take it that the Governing Council wishes to adopt the resolution in Annex 1 of document GC 48/L4, thus amending the bylaws for the conduct of the business of IFAD and rendering effective the policy on handling allegations of misconduct against the President of IFAD and the related changes to the terms of reference of the Audit Committee of the Executive Board with immediate effect. Thus, this is done by consensus and without objection. It is so decided. With this, we have concluded the deliberations on the business item for this morning, and I pass the floor to the Secretariat.
Thank you very much for the rapid conclusion of these business items. We will now transition to the next segment, and as you know, it will be a governance dialogue with Indigenous peoples. And as our colleagues get ready for that transition, we would like to use this timing as an opportunity to pause and celebrate indeed the two projects that were recognized earlier in the RBA Award ceremony, and that is the project on Peru and also the Pacific Islands. So we will have two short videos and as we get prepared for the next session. I hope you shall enjoy them as much as they have been enjoyed producing them for you. I would also like to indicate that tomorrow we actually convene in the same room for the 8th joint meeting of the governing bodies of FAO, IFAD, and WFP. That is the Council of FAO, the Executive Board of WFP, and the Executive Board of IFAD. And in that setting too, these two projects and their colleagues, the respective colleagues, will also have more time to share on their work. But for now, please join me on these videos.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed representatives of Indigenous peoples, it is today my great honor and my privilege to stand before you today at this important dialogue. For almost 50 years, IFAD has been working very closely with Indigenous peoples around the globe. Currently, IFAD projects are set to reach 5.6 million Indigenous peoples in over 44 countries globally. And today, IFAD is delighted to have our stage host this very important and first unique dialogue among Indigenous peoples with you, our governors of our 180 member states. This meeting, we hope, will serve as a vital conduit. It will bring voices from mountains, valleys, islands, and plains. These are unique voices with individual recommendations that I am convinced together will form a tapestry of recommendations and diverse insights from Indigenous peoples around the globe. We stand today united in our mission to uphold the rights, the heritage, and the wisdom of Indigenous communities, driving forward towards a future of equity, sustainability, and continued mutual respect. With this in mind, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker, Dr. Albert K. Baroum, who is the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Please, let me welcome you to the podium, Dr. Baroum.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and representative of Indigenous peoples, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to speak at this high-level Governing Council meeting, and I commend IFAD for being a pioneer within the UN system for institutionalizing dialogue and partnership with Indigenous peoples. I was asked to speak about human rights and the right to self-determination of Indigenous people in relation to food security and sovereignty. But allow me first to make a general comment on human rights. Human rights are not luxury that only the few or powerful should enjoy. They were not devised either to make certain individuals enjoy special status or special treatments. Human rights were construed to correct social wrong and injustices and to guide humanity through a path of empathy and kindness towards the most disadvantaged. The aim was to make the world a fairer place for all, regardless of our respective level of power and influence. This was the thinking behind the conceptualization of human rights 77 years ago, after the two World Wars revealed how tyrant political regime and ideology and prejudice ideology could go in committing serious crime, including their own citizens. Similarly, Indigenous people's rights were construed to undo racial theories and doctrine developed over decades and considered Indigenous people as subhuman, racially inferior, savage, and incapable of governing themselves. These are the injustices that led to the adoption of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People in 2007. This declaration, or the declaration, doesn't provide for new or special rights. It simply reformulates general human rights principles with a view to addressing the uniqueness of what Indigenous people suffer from. And the right to self-determination is one of those. Allow me to just reflect on a few aspects of such rights. The right to self-determination was conceptualized in the early 60s as part of the United Nations decolonization legal framework, so that subjected nations and peoples could regain their dignity and control over their destiny, resources, and well-being. The right to self-determination is a key substantive right, which is enshrined by the Common Article 1 of the two major human rights components. The right to self-determination is also a pillar right, or better, a fountain right from which flows many other rights, such as the right to a culture, right to a language, right to self-governance, to land, territory, and resources. Without the recognition of the right to self-determination, indigenous people are unable to enjoy these many other rights. Likewise, if states do not guarantee the right to self-determination, they will be unable to deliver on so many of other indigenous people's rights. The right to self-determination for nations, people, is what the right to life is for individuals. A nation or a people cannot exist without the right to self-determination, just like a human being will not exist without enjoying the right to life. A nation or a people cease to exist as such if it no longer enjoys the right to self-determination, just like a human being ceases to exist if he or she can no longer enjoy the right to self-determination. Food production systems are and will always be a constituting element of the right to self-determination because food is central to culture. Food is not just something we fill our stomach with. It shapes our physical and spiritual being. It connects generations, and mealtimes are opportunity for passing on culture, ancestral knowledge, belief, and sense of belonging. Indigenous people were dispossessed of their land, and their food was denigrated, labeled as backward, uncivilized, and improper for consumption. Indigenous people were pushed into losing pride in their own food. Indigenous children and youth suffered mostly from these very pernicious human rights violations. In closing, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to make two very humble recommendations. First, when addressing social inequality, I call upon you to look beneath the obvious general poverty in order to capture the specificity of the plight indigenous people suffer from. They suffer more than what we see as poverty. Second, when investing in food security and sovereignty for indigenous people, bear in mind these have been decade-long result of land dispossession and structural discrimination and barriers aimed at discrediting, denigrating, and demeaning indigenous people's food. These are invisible enemies in our mind, perceptions, and common belief that need to be rooted out. I thank you all.
Thank you very much. With these wise words, looking really at self-determination as a pathway to food security, and knowing that the importance of the right to food as a fundamental human right is really intricate to unlocking all other human rights. As we heard yesterday from the Nigerian minister, a hungry man is an angry man. Food is critical to unlocking all rights, education, resilience, prosperity, peace, security. And this is critical, I think, as we reflect on this dialogue of self-determination as a path to food security. So IFAD has been privileged to host the 7th Global Forum of the Indigenous Peoples at our home headquarters on Monday and Tuesday this week. And what we wanted to do is show you a very quick summary of the very important work and discussion that happened over those days, which is really the culmination of regional meetings across the world to have this forum, which we are honored to host every 2 years. So I'd like to show you a short video to give you an overview of what has happened, and then I'll turn to Dr. Myrna Cunningham afterwards. Please enjoy the video.
Our main theme of this year's forum will be Indigenous people's right to self-determination, a pathway for food security and sovereignty.
We have been working with Indigenous peoples for almost 50 years, and we continue to learn from you. Indigenous peoples are the best stewards of nature on the front lines of defending Mother Earth. Your mission is also IFAD's mission. We will keep working with you and your organizations to achieve self-determination, food sovereignty, and food security. And so that your knowledge and your wisdom informs all of our work around the world.
Food sovereignty is life, and it's identity, it's who we are.
Our connections to land is spiritual. It's more than just a livelihood, but a way of life. The most resilient communities in this globe are Indigenous people who have been able to create internal mechanisms using their indigenous knowledge to manage the biodiversity within the ecosystem we live in, of which all living organisms depends on.
On a personal note, I'd just like to emphasize to me how much I've learned from engaging in these dialogues, how enriching it has been for me, how I've learned to be more understanding, more humble, and understand the world better.
En esta oportunidad tenemos caras nuevas, porque lo que queremos es realmente garantizar que esto que hemos venido construyendo en conjunto se mantenga en los próximos años, y creemos que la transmisión intergeneracional es fundamental.
Y para cerrar, quiero citar lo que ayer decía el relator Albert, que para seguir salvaguardando los sistemas alimentarios de los pueblos indígenas, primero también nosotros tenemos que dignificarlos.
Mi vida, el camino andado y el por recorrer. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. And then without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Myrna Cunningham to the stage. She's, of course, an Indigenous leader from the Miskito community in Nicaragua and the chair of the Steering Committee of Indigenous Peoples, and she'll share the highlights and synthesis of these discussions. Please, Dr. Cunningham.
Thank you very much. Naksa al sutra lamkulatara maikisna. I greet you in the language of my people, the Miskito indigenous peoples of Nicaragua. 450 participants from over 70 countries worked very hard during the last year to prepare for this 7th global meeting. In this year, that is almost 15 years since we began this process at IFAD, where IFAD committed to implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We have learned a lot of lessons that are included in the recommendation. The first one is the commitment to continue respecting and implementing the rights of indigenous peoples. understanding that self-determination means respect of our land, territory, our resources, but at the same time, recognizing that our traditional values, our traditional systems, our traditional knowledges, practices, and technologies are very important to ensure food security and food sovereignty. So our first recommendation to IFAD is that we really ask you to invest in long-term programs that can ensure food sovereignty, food security for indigenous peoples, that address issues like market, technical assistance, and financing. I will switch to Spanish. El otro aprendizaje.
The other lesson is that we recognize the opportunities and the challenges that the decentralization process underway in IFAD is creating, so that the indigenous peoples have greater opportunities in seeing that the global dialogue is transferred to the regional and national levels. And from this point of view, we have worked together with IFAD's teams in our regions, and we've worked on plans of action over the next 2 years, which define our opportunities, our chances to participate in the strategies at the design stages, in the implementation, as well as the monitoring and evaluation of the operations that are being carried out by IFAD in our various countries. And the third great lesson is linked to access to resources. IFAD has supported what is known as the facility, IPAF facility, and this has enabled direct access to resources for the indigenous peoples. We need to see more resources being allocated to IPAF so that we truly can have a better response to the needs of the indigenous peoples. And we recommend that IPAF establish relationships based more on coordination with the funds that are led by indigenous peoples and that have been set up in the last few years, and that have very creative mechanisms in place to ensure that the indigenous peoples are receiving these resources. We recognize that in this dialogue, many countries in different regions have made real progress in recognizing the rights of the indigenous peoples. And therefore we invite each and every one of you here representing your governments to work together with us, the indigenous peoples, in programs to ensure food sovereignty and security, programs that really respond to our values and our cultures and that can ensure that we have access to healthy and affordable diets. We urge you to respect our traditional knowledge and apply our practices and our technology to improve these programs. And that you work together with the indigenous peoples to finance your initiatives in terms of seed banks, in handling different techniques, making use of our approaches. All of this can be achieved working together peacefully in a context in which there is no violence and criminalization of the indigenous peoples. And the indigenous peoples here reaffirm our commitment to continue to work together with you to ensure that all of us really can enjoy the rights that we are entitled to. These are our main recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cunningham. I'm going to turn rapid fire to our wonderful panel here, because one thing we've been talking with the Indigenous peoples representatives about is that they really want this time to have a dialogue with you, our governors, and that's what's really unique about this. So I'm going to ask perhaps each of you a very rapid fire 1-minute question, and then we'll open to dialogue with our governors, which I know is what you're looking for. So first, I'm going to start with you, His Excellency Miguel Jorge Winder, Mexico's Perm Rep to the UN RBAs. Of the synthesis you've just heard, what's the one most important recommendation you've heard?
Good morning to everyone. Okay, let me start by saying something. I mean, this room looks very intimidating from here than from there. I mean, I see all the governors over there, so it's kind of scary to talk about.
I know you can do it.
And then the second thing is sharing the panel with 5 wonderful women. So I apologize if I screw up the recommendation, but remember, I'm a man. Okay, I'm a man, so you have that. I think it's very difficult to say which one is the one recommendation, because if you look at this recommendation, they are basically addressing a process. And so all of them should be put into a context as a process for IFAD. And I will say the main recommendation is that IFAD in its work has to look at an integrated approach of Indigenous people. And in doing that, we have to erase the message that it has to do some sort of charity work. We have to change the message to say integrating Indigenous people in IFAD process is a matter of development and progress. I think that's a speech that we need to change. Indigenous issues is not a charity issue, it's an issue of development. And I think we need to do that. And then also for the governments, it's very important that governments, when they prepare the COSOPs, they prepare the plans and the projects, they put and be sure that the Indigenous people issues are included in there. Without that, nothing is going to work. Since I've been working with Indigenous people for the last 5 years, I had to say to the governors, please join the coalition of Indigenous people food systems. That's the place where all the efforts can come together to advance the knowledge, the progress, the incorporation of Indigenous issues in national policies. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So I'll call out, it's not charity work, it's development, and it can be a business. And Hindu Umaru, I'd like to go to you also as the chair of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues and a member of the Mabororo Pastoralist community in Chad. What do you see as the critical issue from this synthesis?
Thank you very much, and Jamwali, bonjour, sabah al khair, as I'm coming from Chad. I think as Ambassador said, you cannot choose one. Okay. You cannot pick from those recommendations. We have to implement them as a package. It is holistic way, holistic vision. And it's so important when Myrna was presenting from the self-determination to the right, to the knowledge, to the direct access finance. At the end of the day, you cannot choose one. If they ask you to choose water or food for your survival, I think you cannot live longer. You have to choose both of them. You need eating, you need drinking in order to survive. So it is the same with those recommendations. However, coming back again to what Ambassador said here, it is so important that Indigenous peoples are playing a role as partners. We are not beneficiaries, we are partners. So how we can partner with the government, how we can partner with the private sector, how we can partner with all the rest of the stakeholders with the UN, and then co-design the project together, co-develop it together, co-implementing it together. Listen, when we have COVID, what's happened? When they closed all the borders, then everyone understood that food sovereignty is so important. Even the food security is important. So we need to build the food sovereignty, as Indigenous people said, and access to the market. So we need all that holistically. But most importantly, we need a direct access finance to Indigenous peoples. We cannot do that without finance. You cannot ask your best players that you are going to pay him 1% of his salary and expect that he's going to be the best It's not possible. You have to pay him the full salary. And that's what indigenous peoples play, to protect the nature, to ensure the food, to ensure the land, to ensure the sustainability of our planet. So we need to give them a full direct access finance in order to play the role properly. And my final comment is, also coming back to you, Ambassador, we have the Indigenous Peoples Food Coalition. We have so few member states who are members. So if we wanted to be partners, we want to have the member states from developing country, those who are living on the island, those who are living in the mainland. We wanted to have all the partners that can come together, sit with indigenous peoples, discuss, and then we can have a sustainable food security and food sovereignty. So we need this partnership together, and I saw that we are ready to build it with all of you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I mean, we're thinking about partnerships and about also making this actionable agri-businesses, working with the private sector, market access, and finance. So, Tunda Lapuri, Indigenous Maasai youth leader and member of the IP Forum at IFAD Steering Committee, I want to turn to you, going from these kind of actionable recommendations and the wisdom that we've just heard, what do you see as an actionable solution on the ground, or an example you could give us of that?
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, and all the members present, and Asuba Bogin. I just said, how are you all in Maasai? Once upon a time, growing up in a Maasai village, the Maasai village is normally around, and we have the cows and in the middle of the village. And every evening we'd move from my mom's place to my grandmother's place, and sometimes to my grand aunt, and all the children will gather there for storytelling. I just want to tell you a story my grand aunt told us one evening about the Morans. The Morans are warriors in the Maasai, and after some time, they will go to the bushes to rejuvenate, and they would eat and drink soup that was also had indigenous medicine in it, just to rejuvenate and to be able to protect the community and also to protect our animals. And while they are there, our grand aunt said that Olowaru came. Olowaru is an animal, and it ate the warriors one by one. And what happened during because they will move in the afternoon to get to the pool, the Olowaru would watch and see how big is the feast, and then it will come pick one by one. Then eventually one Moran survived, and he went back to the village to report that all the other warriors were eaten by the Olowaru. So the warriors decided they will all come back and kill the Olowaru that ate the warriors. Why am I sharing this story? I wanted to ask ourselves, take a reflection and ask ourselves, who is protecting our neglected species? Who is protecting our resilient seeds? Who is protecting our resilient indigenous breeds? And it should be our efforts, all of us here. Indigenous people already are protecting this. And what we can do is to support them in this effort of restoration, preservation of our indigenous seeds and our indigenous breeds. And it's a call for all of us. What is one actionable? As Hindu and the speakers ahead mentioned, that it is a collective effort. It requires comprehensive, culturally appropriate effort or approach for us to make sure that we preserve. And part of how we can action this is by making sure that we do knowledge transfer so that our children and the youth can learn from the knowledge and the wealth that indigenous people have. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing. I think this beautiful story and this kind of traditional storytelling, I think, is really a very powerful call to action for all of us, that it's our collective action that is really required. So I'm just about to open up to member states because we really want to have this as a dialogue, but I'm going to turn very quickly to the wonderful Joan Carling, Chairperson of the Indigenous Peoples Asia Solidarity Forum. We've heard a lot during the discussions during the forum about the importance of climate change and the important role that Indigenous people play also as shepherd of our globe and our environment. Perhaps you could give us a few reflections on that.
Thank you. I think it's Indigenous peoples have the least carbon footprint, but are disproportionately impacted by climate change, yet we are not getting the necessary support, including resources, technical and financial support for us to enable to cope, mitigate, and strengthen our resilience. I come from the mountains in the Philippines, and we're suffering very much from landslides, typhoons, and all these disasters, and are now causing hunger because our ecosystems for food production are already destroyed. And that is one of the serious impacts of climate change, yet we are not getting the support that we need. This is happening in different parts of the world where Indigenous peoples are. And since many of us are in the remote areas, it's even worse because of the lack of support. When these kinds of devastation due to climate change happens in our territories, we are left to fend for ourselves. The digital divide is even making it worse because nobody's coming to provide the support simply because we are in remote areas. And that's why we're saying that in the discussion for loss and damages, Indigenous peoples is at the heart of those that are devastated. Damages are happening in our territories. We need to rehabilitate our ecosystems because of the impacts of climate change, yet nobody is coming to help us do that. So that's one. The second that I want to mention is that while Indigenous peoples are supporting that transition from fossil fuel to renewable energy, we need to make sure that that transition is equitable, sustainable, and respects the rights of Indigenous peoples, including our participation in decision-making. Because what's happening now is that a lot of renewable energy are being imposed on us. And it's destroying biodiversity, these big windmill farms, solar farms, without any consultation for us and knowing, asking what we really want, is displacing a lot of our livelihoods, destroying our livelihoods, and even biodiversity. And so we're saying that we need to do the just transition or the energy transition in the right way. We need to do it in partnership with Indigenous peoples. And we also see now, which is a big threat for Indigenous peoples, if we are to do the mining for transition minerals again without respecting our rights. If that, more than half, 50% of transition minerals are in Indigenous territories. And if we are not going to participate in the decision-making, that will cause not only our displacements, but also social inequity will worsen. But there is a way out. We can handle this if we are treated, as Hindu has mentioned, as equal partners, because we have a lot of knowledge and solutions that can address this problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those very wise words, partnership, learning from the knowledge and solutions. I'd now like to turn to really have the dialogue and welcome in the member states for their comments. I'd ask you to please keep your comment or question very short, 1 to 2 minutes max, so we can have as many of you. I know there's a lot of you who have asked for the floor. First up, I have Canada, followed by Guatemala. So let me take those two. Canada, please, you have the floor.
C'est le Congo, apparemment.
Canada, you have the floor.
Merci de me donner la...
Thank you for giving me the floor. I'm going to make my statement in French and English. First of all, allow me to thank the panelists for their very enriching contributions and the various speakers for their opening remarks. I find it particularly interesting that the summary of deliberations calls upon governments to recognize and protect knowledge and traditional practices of indigenous people, and that these indigenous people will respect the principles of participation for an inclusive approach to their decision-making processes. This dialogue, I think, is the theme of the Indigenous Peoples Forums this year on the right to self-determination, and I think it's very important for Canada in particular because it is the road to truth and reconciliation with the First Nations. And over the last few years, Canada has changed its approach to committing itself to Indigenous peoples on their rights by focusing on a number of flexible solutions drafted together according to their needs and self-defined priorities. This includes the support and the protection of the inherent rights of these people to self-determination on all aspects of their lives, including those linked to food. In this regard, the adoption last June, on the 21st of June, of the law on the Declaration of the UN on the Right of Indigenous Peoples marks an important step in our collective path to reconciliation in Canada with First Nation peoples.
We commend IFAD for its continued engagement with Indigenous peoples, including through the Indigenous Peoples Forum. It's a great example of how Indigenous peoples, IFAD, and governors can engage in dialogues to address rural development and poverty reduction in a way that aligns with Indigenous peoples' priorities and relies deeply on Indigenous knowledge. I'd also like to take this opportunity to highlight IFAD's toolbox on sustainable and resilient Indigenous peoples' food systems for improved nutrition, a really excellent initiative released in 2022 that can help advance food security through self-determination. Canada was pleased to financially support this initiative as we believe it can help elaborate better Indigenous-led pathways and methodologies on sustainable and resilient Indigenous peoples' food systems for improved nutrition. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Canada, for those wise words. I'd like to turn now to Guatemala. And then I will go to Congo. I will have a quick break, then Norway and Brazil are next up. Guatemala. If we could have the microphone, please, for Guatemala.
Gracias. Thank you. I would like to say that on the agenda of this council, there has been space dedicated to dialogue to the Indigenous peoples, and we appreciate that. We also appreciate the important contribution of the Forum of Indigenous Peoples working to achieve more sustainable food systems. And I would like to share with you the fact that in Guatemala we have important examples of economic empowerment of Indigenous women through projects that are supported by IFAD. The government of Guatemala is committed to reaching the most remote areas of the countries. And one of the main programs is the school meals program. In our country, it's a good example of joint work among the Rome-based agencies. One of the objectives is promoting family farming. According to the law, at least 50% of the food procured must be homegrown, locally produced, which also addresses the challenge of informality. I would like to ask the panelists to give recommendations to the state on how to promote the organization of indigenous peoples to ensure that they can have access to financing and development opportunities. For instance, access to the programs for the supply of food. Sustainability of producers is a real opportunity for the development of negotiation capacities, entrepreneurship, developing commercial models, and the development of strategic partnerships that can make it possible for them to improve access to new local markets, as well as regional and national markets, and compete on the export markets with added value products in terms also of scale. Also reducing the cost of production through economies of scale. This can be another additional benefit. Once again, thank you for your very important contributions.
Guatemala, and I'm going to turn in just a moment to the panelists about how states can facilitate indigenous peoples' further access to finance. But first, let me turn to Congo, requesting that the intervention be kept very precise. Thank you to Congo. And after that, we'll have Norway, Brazil, and the list will be closed after that. Please, Congo.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Republic of Congo welcomes the efforts made by IFAD to improve the conditions of the many rural families that exist throughout the world. With regards to this specific theme, we recognize the essential role as the guardian of biodiversity played by these rural people. We are very happy to see that from an international standpoint, headway has been made into taking into account the rights of indigenous people. In Central Africa, the wealth of their knowledge of nature ensures not only ecosystemic services, but also services to humanity through pharmacopoeia and healthy eating habits. With regards to inclusion and the participation of indigenous peoples to the various forums organized both by IFAD and FAO, we believe that there is the possibility of getting humanity to benefit from the knowledge and experience of indigenous peoples from Central Africa. For these people are the guardians and the managers of the Congo Basin area, and this has been the case for millions of years. The Republic of Congo, which has an important part of indigenous peoples on this territory, has a ministerial department which is dedicated to these people. And it has promoted the rights of indigenous peoples and has made this one of the levers in its inclusion, social inclusion policies. We would be very happy to see our indigenous people to participate in the future fora of IFAD's Indigenous Peoples Fora. Thank you.
I'd like to turn now to Norway, please.
Thank you. And thank you for the possibility to take part in this very important dialogue, and we welcome all the very valuable recommendations. I would like to focus on the right to self-determination and the right to participate, and the right of indigenous people to participate, and the duty of states to consult is a core element both in the ILO Convention and the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It is of fundamental importance to take part in decision-making processes, and this is a precondition for realizing the rights of a vast number of indigenous peoples. It also creates better development effects. Social dialogue that encourages participation, co-determination, as well as business and regulatory practices beneficial to small-scale producers is very important, and active efforts should be made to ensure this. IFAD has decentralized its organization and has strengthened its already close contact with local stakeholders and indigenous peoples in the fight for food security, something that is very positive. Resources is also something that has been mentioned in this dialogue, and the IPAF, the Indigenous Peoples Assistance Facility,
is an important and innovative funding instrument and central in providing direct funding to Indigenous peoples' organizations. This funding stream is vital to protect and build on Indigenous peoples' culture, identity, and knowledge to preserve biodiversity, ecosystems, and improve climate adaptation. And I'm proud to say that that Norway is a substantial donor to IPAF with $9 million in the period of 2024 to 28, and we would encourage other members to contribute as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Norway, and this very generous donation to the IPAF is very much appreciated because this is really the fund run by Indigenous people for Indigenous people's investments. Really critical, and we of course welcome more member states to come in with contributions following this strong lead. I would like to go to Brazil, please.
Thank you, Chair. And first let me thank you and commend you for the organization of this panel, and thank all the panelists. I must say that we crafted a very short comment together with our Ministry of Indigenous Peoples, who would have liked to be here. So, Indigenous peoples of Brazil safeguard diverse ecosystems, uphold rich cultural traditions and ancestral knowledge of the land. They are part of our national DNA. At the same time, there remain challenges in safeguarding their rights and livelihoods, while they are often the most vulnerable to poverty, hunger, and the impact of climate change, as we have heard here. IFAD has taken a leading role in bringing Indigenous peoples not only into the conversation, but also into its programming and operations, implementing the provisions of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Free, prior, informed consent of Indigenous peoples is one key provision. In this sense, promote the right to self-determination, which enables them to collectively govern their land, territories, water, and resources, that strengthens their food systems by preserving their food practices, biocultural values, and holistic development approaches. In Brazil, with the first ever Ministry of Indigenous Peoples, the policies to promote these rights are at the center of national priorities, and IFAD is an important partner. Finally, Brazil supports all the recommendations made by the 7th Global Meeting of the Indigenous Peoples Forum to IFAD and to governments, and suggests that we continue dialoguing how to implement them in the next period. Also, in the upcoming COP30 in Belém, Brazil, next November, could be a very good moment to advance on some of those issues. Brazil, through the Ministry of Indigenous People, can help to organize a meeting about these recommendations. Thank you.
Wow, well that is a really wonderful, thank you, a really wonderful proposal from Brazil to have the Brazil, and Brazil has a Minister of Indigenous Peoples, so we salute Brazil for that leadership, but then to offer the minister's support in organizing a meeting of the Indigenous peoples to discuss this synthesis. Thank you very much for that. I would like to just see maybe, Joan, if you want to give a 30-second rapid-fire response to this wonderful proposal.
Yes, we definitely welcome that proposal, and we look forward to working with Sonia Guajajara and, of course, the government of Brazil. We believe that working with the ministry will also give more concrete solutions to the problems and highlight the solutions and initiatives that Indigenous peoples are advancing to address climate change, pursue sustainable development, and protect biodiversity. Thank you.
Well, this is a wonderful way to close with the final remarks, and I'd invite her immediately to the stage, of our Managing Director, Pete Bogart, from the Office of Technical Delivery at IFAD. And I want to really thank all the members for the wonderful comments, the support, and we look forward to continuing this dialogue in the road leading up to Belém in November. Over to you, Peter, now.
Yes, I think it's on. Thank you, Katie, again. And a heartfelt thanks to all distinguished panelists and participants for your contribution. Earlier this week, as Katie mentioned, we hosted the IP Forum, the Indigenous People Forum, and I met with a lot of beautiful, inspiring, real people sharing their traditions and worldviews with us. But not only did I learn that, I also learned that Indigenous people account for 6% of our global population, but unfortunately also represent 20% of those living in poverty. At the same time, Indigenous people protect 80%, 80, of our global biodiversity. We can therefore be much more effective by integrating the knowledge and practices of Indigenous peoples in our decisions and actions. And today we've also been reminded of the critical importance of self-determination. At IFAD, our policy on engagement with Indigenous people underscores that true meaningful partnerships must be built on mutual respect, inclusivity, and a deep commitment to supporting Indigenous people in safeguarding their land, cultures, knowledge, and our biodiversity. In that context, I would also like to highlight what IFAD is doing through the Indigenous Peoples Assistance Facility, to whom Norway and Sweden are already contributing, and we welcome the additional contribution. We encourage other member states to support this important financing instrument as well. Finally, we believe that by recognizing the strength of diverse worldviews and including local perspectives, we enrich our approach and can provide solutions that are more inclusive and long-lasting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I'd like all the representatives to please rise and have a round of thanks from this wonderful dialogue. And we end with the words of the Brazilian Minister of Indigenous Peoples, which I think represents what's happened today. When we come together, we leave stronger. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you all. Could we stay for a picture?
Thank you, Katie. And while the esteemed and interesting panel is having its photo taken, let me slowly take you on the transition to the next event, which will indeed be taking place in the Italian conference room. So we will be transitioning now to the Governor's Round Table, the one entitled Designing and Delivering for Impact in an Increasingly Complex Context. And for this, we would like to invite all governors and heads of delegation to join us in the Italian conference room, which is on -1 in our main building. So if we could invite you to join us there. It is a much smaller room, and therefore only the head of delegation or governor is able to join us in the room. But please be assured there's also going to be transmission by video here into this room. So for those that are not head of delegation or governor, please feel free to follow the proceedings here. So let me just explain. There are a number of messengers that will help you and guide you to -1 conference area. And this is where the yellow lanyard that many of you have will be very important, because that is your indication of entry into the Italian conference room. So if you have one of those yellow ones, we look forward to having you on the other side. You may also have a pin that looks blue that as well indicates, of course, your status as head of delegation, governor. So with that, we invite you to join us there, and we shall try to pick up as soon as possible for a very interesting dialogue. Thank you very much.
Sì.
Sì, ok, va bene? Vai, vai, vai.
Do we know how many minutes this
Sorry?
is? Do we know how many
Prova
minutes this
regia,
is supposed to take?
prova regia, Stefano, dammi
Okay, I'll read it from the slides then.
dammi un
That's much
confronto su
easier.
WhatsApp, grazie.
Where
Prova
are they?
1, 2,
What
3,
are the
prova da
slides?
Matteo.
That's far away from me. I wish we had one here.
Yeah, good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I think we should probably start. So if you can encourage anyone outside to come in who's meant to be in here and then shut the doors to get rid of the noise would be much appreciated. So welcome to the Governor's Roundtable this morning. Designing and delivering for impact in an increasingly complex context. So we're very much looking forward to your contributions this morning, and I will be your moderator. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Donald Brown. I'm the Associate Vice President for Country Operations. So basically, I oversee our delivery at country level. We're very pleased to be able to hold this session and particularly to talk about this topic because it is becoming increasingly more challenging to deliver our mission in this complex environment. And so having a discussion with you all and getting your thoughts and insights today is going to be invaluable for us. We would very much like to keep it as a discussion. It's not quite a round table. In fact, it looks very far from being a round table, even if that's what it's named. But we really do want to have an interactive discussion today, so please bear that in mind. And as everyone is now, I think, quite focused, I would like to take the opportunity to ask the President of IFAD, Dr. Lario, to come up and formally open the session. Please, Mr. President.
Well, not good afternoon yet. Good morning, governors, member state representatives. For us, this is a special session. Yesterday we had a lot of high-level events and speakers, but for us it's important also to hear from yourselves in a more intimate or closer meeting without big statements, without necessarily the member states' statements, but also your genuine and views in terms of how we can deliver better. That means how can we design more impactful programs. A lot of the change that happened during this year was meant to see how we can create and use the knowledge that we have, which is a lot of it, and exchange experiences within the House and bring it back into operations. For the IFAD 13 themes, as you know, one of the important matters was how can we be more agile, less reactive, more proactive, especially in fragile, affected countries, in situations of vulnerability, and how can we make sure that under the current world we can deliver better. So this is for us an opportunity to hear from yourself in terms of the next steps more at the, I would say, institutional level. We will be presenting a strategic framework of 2025 to 2031 for IFAD with a number of themes. We will also start to exchange with many of the executive board members and the members in terms of the preparation of IFAD 14, what are the key topics. So it would be great today to hear from yourselves, from borrowing countries, from donors, from participants, what are the key areas, how can we make sure that we are more agile. We have put on the table I think the ability of IFAD also connecting with many of your local institutions, with public development banks, with agriculture development banks, also with some of the biggest development financial institutions, the MDBs, the climate funds, but beyond that, what areas should we be? We know that investing in agriculture goes beyond production, goes beyond productivity. There's an entire value chain. We're talking about building storage, distribution, marketing, exporting, certification. You saw it in some of the, I would say, graphic design, but it goes beyond that. The IFAD is not an institution that provides just technical assistance. There's other institutions which do so. I think we're trying to broker, to assemble, to bring additional money, but making sure that we're in the areas. How can, yesterday you saw, for example, the president of AIB, with whom we are already co-financing together, how to trickle the big infrastructure into the rural areas. So just it's an opportunity for us to hear from yourselves and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for those opening remarks. We've got plenty of time for a good discussion this morning. As the President said, we're very much looking for getting beyond formal statements and really having a really good conversation. I think, as many of you know, we're facing a global landscape that is shifting faster than ever, whether it's climate shocks, conflict, the economic pressures which are deepening inequalities, placing unprecedented strains on rural communities and disrupting food systems. And at the same time, the fiscal constraints and the rising debt distress are making it much harder for governments to invest in rural transformation, even as the need for these investments become even greater than ever. So in this context, IFAD is adapting. We are working to become more agile, more innovative, more responsive, but also ensuring that our impact remains transformative and scalable requires strong partnerships, bold thinking, and ability to navigate complexity. That's why today's discussion, we feel, is really important. And to ensure that we can continue with you to invest in small farmers, in rural entrepreneurs and food security while ensuring financial sustainability. How do we enhance crisis preparedness without compromising long-term development efforts? How can IFAD remain a trusted and effective partner of governments navigating severe fiscal constraints? So to help us reflect on these challenges, we're fortunate today to be joined by Ms. Sarah Pantuliano, a distinguished expert in fragility, resilience and development finance, and to help us think about the intersection between crisis, governance and investment better. Her expertise will help us frame today's discussion and will offer some insights into the challenges and the opportunities ahead. Following Sarah's intervention, the IFAD Vice President, Ms. Geraldine Mukushima, will deliver a presentation on IFAD's work in this context, drawing on many of the lessons we have learned from IFAD 12. Then we will open the floor for your interventions, which I very much look forward to moderating. So now, turning back to our keynote speaker, Sarah is the Chief Executive of ODI Global, one of the world's leading think tanks on international development and global affairs. Sarah has dedicated her career to addressing some of the most pressing challenges of our time: conflict, fragility, humanitarian finance, global governance, and worked extensively with the United Nations international finance institutions to shape policies that can drive sustainable solutions in this area. Sarah chairs the 7th Advisory Group of the UN Secretary General Peacebuilding Fund, ensuring that these critical resources reach some of the most vulnerable communities in conflict-affected regions. Sarah is also a member of the high-level group on humanitarian and resilience investing at the World Economic Forum, where she is advancing innovative financial solutions for development in fragile contexts. But beyond policy making, Sarah brings hands-on field experience, having led UN peacebuilding efforts in Sudan's Nuba Mountains, advised on UN development, system development reform, and contributed extensively to humanitarian policy as editor-in-chief of the Disasters Journal and a trustee of the board of Muslim Aid. Sarah's leadership contributions to international development have been widely recognized, and in 2024, she was appointed a Companion of the Order of St. Michael and George for her distinguished service. Sarah, thank you for being with us today, and please, the floor is yours.
Done. It is a pleasure and a privilege to be here, and as you say, at a moment where I think the efforts, the skills, the reflections of everyone are really needed. I'm going to focus my remarks on where I see the challenge to development cooperation today and where our efforts should really come together, to help stimulate the discussion. I don't think it's much of an exaggeration to say that developmentalism, development cooperation, however you want to call it, however woolly and contingent that concept might be, is under siege at the moment. I think its underpinning values and institutions, its values and points are being challenged from all sides. They're being challenged by the rise of populism and nativism in Western democracy. They're being challenged by an increasingly assertive neocolonial critique in countries in the global south. And they're being challenged by the increasing complexity, but by actually the seeming intractability of problems of poverty, of inequality, of conflict, and of course the climate crisis. The abrupt abolition of USAID, or at least the freeze, shutdown, whatever you want to call it, the end of US funding to UNRWA, to UNHCR, to UNESCO, I think is the most obvious symptom today of the populist turn that we're seeing. But we also see this in very hostile rhetoric around refugees and asylum seekers writ large, in the erosion of norms of international conduct, in the growing weakness of the international system more broadly. And this is not a trend of today. This has been going on for some time. It's also evident in growing authoritarian challenge to democracy. According to Freedom House, in 2021, 8 out of 10 people lived in countries where either partly or not free. Gains made over decades in the rights of women, in the rights of queer people, are being systematically rolled back. And we know that there is international pressure to remove the language of sexual and reproductive rights, even the word gender, from international agreements. My team does a lot of work on norm spoiling, and we see how this is taking place in a number of contexts in the normative spaces at the UN. Second, the legacy of colonialism, of inequality, still hangs heavy and unresolved around Western donorship. So we're facing a lot of calls for a fairer and a more effective alternative, for a move away from this top-heavy, top-down system of international development, of philanthropy, towards a flatter and more equitable paradigm that is centered on people's-based development. Basically, it's a call for new behaviors, new mindsets, new ways of working. But the consensus around the new aid model, a model that is more inclusive, that is more locally led, that listens more and bosses less, it's actually yet to be matched by substantial changes on the ground. If even a fundamental, monumental disruptor like COVID-19 has not managed to galvanize and produce the change that we needed and we thought would come with the pandemic, it's really hard to see what will. And in the meantime, players that are less encumbered by the historical baggage of colonialism are pursuing their own developmental offers in countries in the global south. And of course, there is a lot of momentum around reform of the international financial system. We've seen a number of initiatives over the past few years, Mia Mottley's Bridgetown initiative, the Summit for a New Global Financial Pact in Paris, the Africa Climate Summit in Nairobi, the Accra Marrakesh Agenda, you name it. So the demand is there to rebalance what are really huge discrepancies in voice and influence within the main international finance institutions, and hence their long-term legitimacy as genuinely global organizations. This push to increase the finance flowing into the system to address in an ever-growing range and a scale of needs. But it's neither easy or straightforward in a very difficult geopolitical environment, and of course in the context of very high borrowing costs, of fiscal pressures in donor states, and the significant debt burden that we've already heard mention of over $100 trillion in 2024. We know that that burden is acutely felt by states that can afford to bear it the least. According to the IMF, 60% of low-income countries are either in high risk of debt distress or they are in debt distress. There are about 3.3 billion people, that is more than 40% of the world population, who live in countries where governments spend more on debt interest payments than they do on health and education. And the debt crisis is compounded by the impact of the climate crisis. There is a study that suggests that over the next decade, so-called developing countries could face additional interest payments of about $170 billion attributed just to climate risk. This enormous debt burden is weighing on low-income states, and it means that a great deal of policy attention is focused on increasing the supply of concessional lending by multilateral development banks. The World Bank in particular is under pressure to loosen a fairly conservative approach, I'd say, to risk, in line with the recommendations of the independent review of MDB's capital adequacy frameworks that took place in 2022. We've heard calls from the G20 independent expert group on strengthening the MDBs for tripling annual lending from the MDBs by 2030 to about 390 billion a year, including 90 billion a year of concessional financing. And these calls for more and better finance for development, together with the pressure for change in the culture, in the power structures of the international system, are in many ways both a response to, I think, what has really been a failure of the Western-led efforts over decades to address these intertwined challenges of poverty, of conflict, of the climate crisis in the global south. Let's take a look at the SDGs. It's the framing around which we all operate, and we're trying, of course, to promote. Well, if you look at UN data, half of the 140 targets that can be measured are evaluated to be off course. A third of those have made no progress at all, or actually in a worse place than they were when the SDGs were agreed 10 years ago. I think that should give us all pause. On current trends, there are 575 million people that will still be living in extreme poverty, and only 1/3 of countries that would have halved poverty levels by 2030. There are a lot of estimates about how much it's going to take us to plug the SDG financing gap. But, on average, the estimate is around 4 trillion a year. Money that is not available given, the fiscal pressures a lot of donor countries are under. And these trends are being driven and amplified by widespread conflict and displacement. World Bank data tell us that by 2030, about 60% of the world's extreme poor will be in states that are affected by fragility, conflict, and violence. We know that at the end of last year, 170 million people worldwide were forcibly displaced. We have around 31 million refugees and 78 million internally displaced people in the world, and an estimated 300 million people needing humanitarian assistance. And of course, funding in 2024 has failed to match the requirements. But equally worryingly, the norms, the structures, the institutions that are in place to prevent conflict and to mitigate effects on civilians have been routinely ignored, sidelined, weakened. There's been no legitimacy or authority to sanction belligerents, to control their behavior, basically letting impunity prevail and allowing these needs to continue to escalate. I think there is a word for all of this that we're using a lot at ODI Global, and is the polycrisis. This sense that crises that may seem discrete, may seem diverse in global health, in energy, in the world economy, public finance, conflict, trade, refugee flows, climate, gender rights, you name it. But they're actually interacting with each other, and they are creating a cascading pattern of systemic risks that seem to have a propagating power of their own. And so in a world that is globalized, is interconnected, is in this just-in-time age, events in one domain or in one part of the world, COVID, for instance, or geopolitical tensions between US and China, wars in Ukraine, Gaza, they can have rippling effects that extend way beyond the immediate shock. And if we accept the premise of the polycrisis proposition, so that we are, perhaps for the first time, perhaps not, but definitely acutely, facing a series of amplifying crises, the impact of which, taken together, is much larger than the sum of the parts, then our antidote has to be equally polyvalent. The challenge of the poly-crisis can be addressed effectively in siloed ways, in departmental way. They're not a gender problem or a climate problem or a conflict problem or a development problem. The poly-crisis is all of these things at once. And that's why the challenge is so complex and so difficult, and why finding solutions to meet these overlapping problems is really urgent and necessary. One answer, of course, is to encourage more policy connections and more synergies within governments. And I think this requires confronting some ancient taboos, starting with the taboo around the sanctity of aid and its relation to other parts of policy making. And alongside that, we need a more realistic appraisal of the role and influence of aid as a tool of policy. Dependence on ODA has fallen dramatically in most low and middle income countries. In 2010, public finance represented 64% of total financial flows to developing countries, while by 2019, public and private flows were almost equal. We had the debate yesterday where the emphasis on bringing in private sector and leveraging investment was at the center of the conversation. But we're still not doing enough, and these flows are moving independently of the synergy with the public. But we also need to think a lot more about other levers of influence for change. And that includes engaging labor associations, engaging trade unions, human rights organizations, local civil society to help change the framing about how we engage around issues of inequality and justice. How we create the pressure that is needed to achieve the transformation that we need globally. And of course, we need to listen a lot more to what countries want, to what their priorities are. I think donor countries have been quick to assume that, we know what is good for poorer countries. And so what we see a lot of efforts, focused on is perhaps projecting what some of these donors would like to see at home. Clean air, impartial judiciary, access to comprehensive medical services. And these are all, of course, necessary ambition, and is really right to support them. But they may not matter a great deal if someone is struggling to support a family on $2 a day. But the idea of these multi-stakeholder coalitions gives me energy and gives me hope. If you look at the climate space, there are a lot of examples of local adaptation action. There is a lot of research from the Climate and Development Knowledge Network that shows how people are doing whatever they can with whatever they have at hand, with their own hard work, ideas, innovation, to protect their assets, their livelihoods, by regenerating hillsides, coasts, degraded farmlands, urban green space, recycling waste, planting more resilient and sustainable crops, and changing their agricultural practices. And much of this work is driven by women, is done by women. But notwithstanding the Paris Agreement's commitment to climate action that respects gender equality and empowers women, women continue to be stereotyped in climate policy either as vulnerable victims or as environmental carers. And climate problems continue to be approached in technocratic and patriarchal ways. And this needs to be changed. If you want to tackle the poly-crisis, we need a revitalization, perhaps a resuscitation, certainly a repurposing or a retooling of multilateralism. And so in an era where major powers are retreating from their post-war commitments, I do think that global cooperation needs reshaping from the ground up. We need to form coalitions of like-minded actors, especially bringing in the not-so-usual suspects that can coalesce around a common goal and make that the basis of a new multilateralism. And I think we can see this coalition-based multilateralism already prominently in action around climate change, where cities, subnational governments, private sector, civil society activists are often in the lead. And of course, as we've been saying all day yesterday, the multilateral development finance system requires urgent rethinking to allow more access to low-cost capital to deliver public goods, to use instruments like blended finance to crowd in private investment. We need this patient long-term capital to fund sustainable investments, particularly in technology, as we discussed yesterday, to help secure a more sustainable future. Let me conclude. I think we are at a key juncture in which the geopolitical landscape that is surrounding us is really undergoing a seismic shift. The polycrisis needs multi-stakeholder efforts on a global scale to stimulate change. And I think for those of us that work on international cooperation, this needs to be centered in fairer and wider development outcomes. They are more locally rooted in an authentic way, without paying lip service to it. So I think it's really time to reboot the international system through a solidarity lens that can really enable a deeper transformation of economies and societies, and not just in low and middle income countries. Equity is eluding us for too long, and we need to put it back at the center of what we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for those insightful remarks. So after that, we'd like to try and deepen this discussion now and ground it in IFAD's operational realities. So I'd like to invite the Vice President, Dr. Geraldine Mukashimana, to reflect on some of our lessons, but also to present how IFAD is trying to navigate these complex challenges, but at the same time while trying to take advantage of the opportunities that also come through to deliver impact. Please.
Thank you, Donna. Good morning again, and thank you, Sarah, for these opening remarks. So this is your time, governors, so I will take only a few minutes so that we can be able to domesticate how the issues that Sarah has mentioned are affecting us in the work that we are doing together. So I'll be quickly showing what it is, and then I'll close so that we can open the discussion. I know this is your time. I don't think that I need to spend a lot of time on these numbers. Sarah has mentioned them, but what it is that food insecurity is growing, extreme poverty is growing, many communities are living in a fragile context. Climate changing is affecting the mostly needing support, and debt sustainability and the debt crisis is really growing. And what is alarming is that most of the poor countries are spending more money in paying interest. So the capital, in a way, is remaining now so much attached, but so much money is being spent into interest repayment. Next. So to respond to the crisis and the investments that are needed, IFAD has been trying to step up, and we grew our portfolio from 2016 from 14.5 billion to 23.5 billion now. And we did that by playing a role as a development finance assembler, where we used 8.2 billion of IFAD financing, and we have been able to work with your countries to leverage 7.7 billion, and also to leverage 7.6 billion into from international financing. And all of that, what is also alarming is that we have been seeing fragility increasing, and 7.5 billion, which is 32% of our program of work, is invested into the fragile context. Next. So last year we had a year of record breakings, and one of the record breaking was to be able to allocate 2 billion program of delivery. So we have been able to achieve IFAD 12 financing, which was in total 3.3 billion, but we did that with a lot of challenges. So I want to go through a few of these challenges, but they are not really new to you. But what is important is that the fiscal space is very much shrinking very rapidly. And the countries are asking for more concessional resources, and the priorities that they are willing to borrow for are changing. And that is really affecting the demand for the nutrition issues that we have been discussing yesterday, the climate borrowing that is, again, hitting most of our rural communities, and especially the social inclusion that is so badly needed. Conflict, Sarah, I don't think that I can say it as eloquently as Sarah has mentioned. Conflict, crisis, and fragility are affecting our operations in the countries that we are operating. What we have been saying from our Office of Independent Evaluation, IFAD work is highly relevant. But when we dig deep, we see that our performance is generally reducing in countries that are affected by fragility. And as I have mentioned before, we have corporate commitments, but they are fundamental for development anyway, so they are not as demanding for these commitments. And also, we have to be balancing with the demands from the governments. And as I have mentioned before, we see the demand from these building blocks of development being reduced, and that is also affecting the effectiveness on the ground. So probably the most critical is this platform where we wanted to discuss the government ownership and how do we continue to cement our working together to make sure that we are achieving relevant effectiveness and efficiency that is needed. And also, how do we make impacts that are sustainable for the future generations? So I think you have seen these numbers on the flyers that we have distributed before, but I wanted also to call attention on commitments of IFAD 13 that we have been discussing for the last 2 days. And we have mentioned before, we are committing to spend $10 billion into the rural development for the next 3 years. And we are spending 60%, we are to spend 60% of those into the African continent, 30% of it into the fragile context, again, as we have, again, sharpened our involvement into the fragile context. We are looking at spending 45% of this commitment into low-income countries, and also 45% commitment to climate financing. And these are the impacts that we are looking for: 66 million for food security, 101 million communities that are going to be improving their income, 5 million nutrition target, building resilience for 50 million people, and supporting 82 million for production, and supporting 84 million for having access to the markets, and empowering 61 million women in empowering them. So how we are going to be doing that, I'm trying to be brief because this is your time. We are going to be bundling IFAD resources to make from different resources to make sure that we are adding that to the policy engagement within the countries, building the knowledge, building partnership. Many of you have mentioned the South-South triangular cooperation and the private sector engagement. And the management has committed to have an adaptive management. Donna has just mentioned that. We have been working internally, making sure that we are increasing our flexibility and that we are being proactive. And through the decentralization, we have been trying to get closer to the communities that we are serving. And we are hoping to achieve sustainable and scalable investments because we have been seeing that those are issues that we are getting less response as we go, as we implement. So as I close, let me probably point to the questions that we wanted to discuss. Again, as our governors working from the countries, how can IFAD be more an attractive, we are, but how do we continue to be an attractive partner for governments that are facing fiscal constraints? The second is where should IFAD focus its efforts between crisis preparedness, as we know they are growing, and crisis recovery? And also how can we balance the country needs, portfolio performance, and also replenishment commitments that we have made to our member states when we were mobilizing resources so that we can be able to deploy this 10 billion into the community, but most importantly, have an impact to the communities that we are serving. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President, for outlining some of the issues and the ways IFAD is trying to adapt to navigate through this increasing complex environment and still deliver impact. I think just a few points from your presentation that underscored a few key realities. So IFAD's work has expanded significantly over the past decade, reaching over 20 billion of ongoing investments with a strong focus on fragile and conflict-affected settings. The demand for concessional resources continues to rise, reflecting the severe debt distress that many countries are facing. At the same time, IFAD remains committed to innovation, to mobilizing, co-financing, integrating climate resilience into its projects, and tailoring our approach to country-specific challenges. But we also heard that there are trade-offs here. Delivering impact in fragile contexts is complex, costly, and uncertain. Balancing resources across different levels of needs is not straightforward. And as crises multiply and financing constraints grow, how can we best ensure IFAD remains a strong and responsive partner? So, Madam Vice President, put up the 3 questions at the end that we'd like you to focus on and help us think through. So this brings us to today's discussion. And just before opening the floor, let me just recall briefly how we intend to proceed. So you have the 3 broad questions. To ensure broad participation, please try and limit your interventions to 2 to 3 minutes. One of my colleagues has the sign, which I'm sure you're now familiar with, which they will be holding up to limit the time. Please, when you speak, raise your country nameplates. Claudia, who I'm sure you all are very familiar with now, is going to help me trying to manage the desire for speaking here, and we will call upon you as soon as possible. There is interpretation in the 4 languages, and you should all have headsets in front of you. So please, if you could speak clearly and at a reasonable pace so our interpreters can interpret properly. And finally, you may have seen, as the Vice President said, that on the invitation we published with this, there was a flyer with some information and an infographic which you may find useful while you're thinking about the event and in preparing for it. The flyer contains a number of guiding reflections, and by scanning the QR code, which is up on the screen there, you'll be able to easily follow it in your own language. So with that, I think we will open the floor and I think we've got some contributions from our GC Bureau to start with. So if I may, I would like to welcome some remarks from His Excellency Abu Bakr Kyari, the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security for the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and also Her Excellency Tatiana Rosito, the Ambassador and Deputy Minister for Finance for International Affairs of the Federative Republic of Brazil. And as members of the Governing Council Bureau, they will share a few perspectives on the themes presented to kick off the discussion, and then we will open the floor for all the other contributions. So with that, if I may ask Nigeria and then Brazil to start us off, and then I will hand over Claudia to manage the time. Please, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Vice President, and Associate Vice President, Secretary, my colleagues, the governors, and members of the Bureau. First, I would like to express mine and my country's appreciation for being the Vice Chair, one of the Vice Chair of the Bureau of the Board of Governors. And also thank the long-standing relationship between Nigeria and IFAD. Also, as Vice Chairman, I want to express my pledge to work collaboratively with our esteemed Chairperson, my fellow Vice Chairman, and other Bureau members, and the fellow governors and IFAD executives to advance IFAD's mandates and sustainable policies and initiatives that will bring tangible benefits to smallholder farmers, including women and youths, agripreneurs, and rural dwellers across the globe. Like I said, we've had long-standing relationship with IFAD, and under our partnership with IFAD, Nigeria is implementing the Value Chain Development Program, the Livelihood Improvement Family Enterprise in the Niger Delta, and the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zone, SAPZ. These programs align with the National Food System Transformation Pathways and the Renewed Hope Agenda of His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, whose vision is to attract financial institutions to funding agriculture for productivity, enhancement, increase in value addition, and livelihood improvement. The federal government will leverage on best practices of the LifeND empowering women and youth. The VCTB enhances productivity and market access over 700,000 smallholders farmers in rice and cassava value chains, and the SAPZ offering more market outlets to smallholder farmers, and to implement the Value Chain Program, which is a new program in northern Nigeria. And I would like to express my thanks to Mr. Donald Brown and his visit last year to Nigeria, and when these discussions were made. This will benefit over 3 million smallholder farmers in fragile communities and boost food security, climate resilience, and agribusinesses. At this moment, I would like to inform the gathering here that the President, in line with the direction of IFAD, has recently, just last week, has ordered the recapitalization of the Bank of Agriculture to the tune of $1 billion, and also the Bank of Industry to the tune of about $300 million. This is additional capitalization. And this is to improve access to finance for farmers, including women and youth, at a single-digit interest rate under the Renewed Hope Agenda. In addition as well, there's a new agency that's called the National Agricultural Development Fund that was established just a little less than 2 years. That also is to catalyze investment and also support the smallholder farmers. We've made several discussions with the President and also the Vice President on the need to have a homegrown priorities set out think, priorities do change because we have challenging issues. We have food security issues. We have climate issues. We have population growth. And I think we need to sit down and look at both our immediate priorities, in terms of short term, medium term, and long term, and see how we can leverage with what IFAD has to provide so as to work out a homegrown solution to most of our country's problems. So I would, with these few remarks, express still our appreciation and gratitude on behalf of my president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who has done so much in the less than 2 years in terms of food security, that we have seen the gigantic steps in trying to reduce food prices and also make food available. I was actually impressed with some of the wordings that I've heard within the last couple of days here in IFAD. His Majesty, the King of Lesotho, yesterday gave us a new wording that he said food security is now the availability, the accessibility, the affordability, and consumption of diverse and nutritious food. And that is really something that has stuck to my mind, because we know as Africans, we have very diverse diets, and we need to tie the nutrition aspect to the diets. And we're the worst affected in that regard. Another key word that has actually caught my attention was from the indigenous people, when he said that the land does not belong to us, but it belongs to our grandchildren that they gave us on loan. So we have to take care of it, and so that we can pass good agricultural land back to the owners, which are our grandchildren. I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Now, if I may, I'd like to pass the word over to Brazil, please, Tatiana.
Thank you, Don, and thank you, the VPs, and also sorry, the panelists for this, for setting the ground for this roundtable. I think it really fits nicely to what we have heard, yesterday, to the whole momentum from the first day, all that, and even before with the Indigenous Peoples Forum. So it all goes nicely that we were, I think, in a higher, ground yesterday, and now we are trying to really land on operations. It's perfect. I thank you for also this opportunity. I'm not going to read my speech. I'm just going to make, and I don't want to be too long, but I just want to make some reflections on, I'm trying to find okay. I just want to make some reflections now to contribute to this bridge and to our landing. I think the picture that Sarah posted is really is quite convergent to everything that we pretty much hear in multilateral organizations and in our bilateral interactions in G20. I can say that for sure with my experience from last year. And I think what Brazil proposed to our partners was actually something that was doubling down, facing all these challenges. We are saying we double down on multilateralism, right? We double down on dialogue. We double down on consensus. So, and we do it in focusing really on equality. We double down on solidarity, on sustainability. I guess this is just the slogan for South Africa G20, so which means it's very much in our hearts. And this was some of the initiatives that we discussed yesterday, like the G20 MDB roadmap, which is innovative and really based on everything, on previous experience. Of course, you mentioned some the CAF, the independent expert group, and this was the first time that we really had a consensus of the G20. So the largest economies and also, of course, largest donors, emerging markets there, on this MDB agenda. But this is just a piece, as you mentioned, but it's an important piece. Although in terms of resources, it really dwarfs in terms of what we have to do on domestic resource mobilization and on private sector. But when it really brings together knowledge and it really catalyzes, those resources. So this is really the important part. This is crucial. Also, I think one thing that came out very clearly, recently, is the idea, and that is also embodied in I think what IFAD has been doing, the idea of de-risking and the importance of concessionality of resources. And it's no wonder, right? Because we know what is the path for new technologies, for innovations. We always had some sort, usually, of concessional resources coupled with entrepreneurship, of course, with education, with skills. But concessional resources were there. Otherwise, we wouldn't have renewable sources, the ones we have today. But not everybody has this, the access to those resources. But I think it's clear that this is crucial for the de-risking. And as much as we talk about innovative mechanisms and de-risking, guarantees, impact investing, I think we still lack a lot of structured lessons from the ground. So I think it's very valuable what IFAD can do in being an actor that is more and more, I think, cognizant and of its own role as a catalyzer in the area of food security and nutrition. That, but not, of course, not every success case can be applicable to others. But I think it's very important, and IFAD being also a lean institution, what you can bring in terms of, the effectiveness and what can be replicated, mutatis mutandis, in terms of structures. I think this is very valuable, and it shouldn't be, cannot be overemphasized. We just give some. So, and for those funds, I mean, I think the idea that we should have, flexibility, the idea of flexibility, connectivity, and country ownership, those three are very important. Ourselves in Brazil, we have set up a platform for investments in ecological transformation, which is our social and environmental development plan, a whole strategy for development. It's, we have developed this platform for ecological and climate transformation, where we try to bring these three elements together. Those are for very strategic and structuring projects, usually, large tickets, but it still, the idea of concessionality is there. I wanted just to finish with some examples, domestic ones, but I think that are also linked to the international market and can just emphasize what I have mentioned. I think the idea of resistance and the blowdown is very important. The idea that even though it seems that we have all the diagnoses and the solutions, sometimes it pays off to explore. For example, the idea of investing more in ideas and implementation of foreign exchange risk mitigation. This is usually, for sure for Brazil, for many emerging markets, the first or second usually concern for investors. And we'll need these investors, including for the climate transition, the private investments. We know over half of the investments will come from that. And so we embarked upon a journey with the IDB, with the World Bank, to create EcoInvest. So this is a platform for mitigating foreign exchange risk. And it uses market actually signals
finance institutions, actually they bid for resources. And those resources, they are subsidized depending on the activity, right? In different levels. So now, but it's sustainable, and it's also, it's a market also friendly initiative. Now, a second thing is the climate fund. So using sovereign, green sovereign bonds, we have funded our climate fund, which had been unfunded for a long time, and now it has about over $4 or $5 billion. And these climate funds go to the National Development Bank, to BNDES, which also gives concessional money to some sort of activities. So the lowest one, the most benefited is forests, for example, right? So I think just to highlight the importance of concessional, but also blending and not really losing sight of, the importance of markets, because it has to be sustainable. So, and I think to conclude that IFAD, has a very important role in bringing us lessons in continue on these avenues of also de-risking new instruments, and bringing in, of course, your knowledge and new technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil, for your thoughts. And I'm making a note, Nigeria, Brazil, everyone, some of the really interesting issues coming up that we can reflect on. So I now have a list of speakers in the order that Claudia managed to see your flags going up. So I will follow the list as I've got them here. And the first flag to go up, so you get the prize Bangladesh for being the quickest, is Bangladesh.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bangladesh, land size is very small, hardly 144 square kilometers, but 170 million people. The challenges are formidable challenges. And we have done well, quite well, but not too well. We have challenges, especially rural poverty. But our hardcore poverty figure has gone down, but basically the poverty is still at 25% level. The most important thing is the rural, though the contribution of rural agriculture to GDP is very low, but the involvement of the people, about 40 to 50 to 55% are involved with the rural sector. The challenges are there. And I'm glad that as we are navigating through a very complex situation in the world, the climate changes, and especially in Bangladesh, sea level is rising, and a sizable portion of people live in the marginal land, where hardly in other countries people will live over there. So this is a challenge. But the agriculture sector, we have with 170 million people to provide food to them. Nobody's dying out of hunger. So we are providing food, so agriculture has done well, and I usually give credit to the agriculture scientists in Bangladesh, the crop scientists, livestock fisheries, they have done excellently well. But yet we need support from IFAD for research, especially climate, to mitigate the climate, especially the flood resistant varieties of crops and other things. I'll give 3 key lessons, and I'll be very brief about it. First, the most important in a country like Bangladesh is climate resilience must lead development. That is the most important thing for us. And you've seen recently about 7 or 8 districts were flooded, and we lost a lot of crop. And that now we are going to import rice and other things from other countries. Our precious foreign exchange is now depleting day by day. That is important. And IFAD has done quite well. So we urge upon IFAD to reduce the vulnerability of the people on the climate. And then the transforming impact. Now, in fact, what happened is when you go for the financing development, I'm in the finance ministry right now. I've been working in the rural area. The financing for rural development is not very easy to come by. Now, usually I've been talking to the World Bank people, they will go for the private sector and private sector initiative. That is okay. But for the rural sector, to make the rural sector more attractive, we need more investment. And that's what I remember T.W. Schultz, the Nobel Prize winner, And he told that make the rural sector more attractive, put more capital, more investment for the rural people, not from the agriculture oriented, but non-farming activities. So that is very important. And for our country, a significant youth population is there. You know, that is very, very important. We cannot ignore that. And youth, they are vibrant, and we have seen the recent change the government was brought about by the youth first, then the people join. So we must give them credit. So that is very important, and that's another thing, technology. And I believe technology not for the business, not for the industry, for the rural sector also. That is very, very important, because the linkage between the producers and the consumers can be done through technology like things. So, you know, there are a whole lot of middlemen people in Bangladesh who exploit. We don't give the price to the farmers, and the consumers we also get. We have to buy at a higher price. And now, right now, I'm fighting for the inflation in my country. I have to reduce that one. So I learned that, but I must appreciate IFAD's interventions, and for the last 40 years, IFAD has been very good to me. But finance is a problem, and there are a lot of proposals to me come. Orange bond for the women, green bond. I remember in World Bank there was a proposal made to me, but I have to consider the risk, tenor, rate of interest, and other things. So financial burden on the part of the government and the people is to be considered. So floating bond is not the only solution, but the usage of the fund is the most important thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bangladesh, for those insights. So moving swiftly onwards, the next person to put their flag up was the Gambia. So, Minister, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleague governors. I thank IFAD for the forum and the great panelists that just concluded their deliberations. We cherish our relationship, which is over 40 years, and it's really life-changing. This round table today is very apt. It's come at a time when works are expanding, resources are dwindling. So it is a very timely round table. I must also take this opportunity to thank the international financial institutions, IFAD, and the G7 and G20 for the initiatives discussed yesterday, and also the Global Alliance Against Hunger that is being led by Brazil, and also the reform of international financial architecture and the financing for development. First, I must totally agree with my brothers and colleagues from Nigeria and Tanzania yesterday when they defined the smallholder farmer as rural enterprises. And this definition, I think, must stick to view these smallholder farmers as businesses instead of just reduced to a smallholder farmer. Developing countries, in most cases, have similar problems. And for us, they range from the climate change issues, which is the rising sea level for Gambia, and of course, salinity with all the rice fields being inundated. But again, we also have droughts and floods. And this now brings me to the topic of climate funds. Climate funding is a challenge for most developing countries. It is very complicated to access, and this is where IFAD should lead the way. Yes, developing countries may have similar problems. However, their solutions are not one size fits all. In the case of Gambia, population growth and urbanization is a major issue. Over nearly 60% of our population is getting in the urban centers now. And being the smallest mainland country in Africa, the population growth is eating into our traditional areas of production. But the main issue with Gambia and most developing countries is being a debt-distressed country. This is hampering our investment in agriculture, health, and education. And I think this is the case in most countries too. Limited access to finance, and of course, limited access to technology, it's also a hindrance. But of course, most countries, including the Gambia, have mechanization plans and also the development of agricultural banks. I think this will lead the way. The take home from here, I think, is the rethinking of international financial institutions. And the transformation of IFAD into an international financial institution is highly welcome. However, we want you to take note that LDCs, which are mostly also debt-distressed countries, wouldn't be well served if there is no rethinking regarding grants and loans. 70% of our Gambian population are into agriculture, 90% in fact for the rural population. So the issue of fight against hunger and poverty and financing for development is fully in line with our NDP, that's the National Development Plan. In the Gambia, we endeavor to do this by supporting the smallholder farmers, or we call them the small rural enterprises, and by subsidizing seed, fertilizer, plowing services, and other inputs. Supporting cooperative societies and also embarking on land development to increase access, both for women especially, who constitute majority of our farmer folks, and also the youth. We're also working on the National Grain Reserve, which is at its infant stage and need funding. But of course, we are also morphing our SDF, that's the Social Development Fund, into a development bank. Overall, I think financing for smallholder farmers or rural enterprises remains a major impediment, but this is being compounded by most countries being debt distressed, and I think this is a major challenge, not only to agriculture, but to all the social sectors like health, education, and of course, agriculture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gambia. I have a growing list in front of me, so if I may respectfully just ask if we can try and keep to the 2 minutes or so. The timer is up there. We're going to put it on some other screens because we want to give enough time for everyone to make their contributions because we're very keen to hear your advice and your wisdom. So if we can just keep an eye on the time, please. So with that, I move on to Congo. Congo, you have the floor, please.
Merci.
Thank you, Chair. I was really struck by Sarah's report there. She ended asking the question, how can we launch an international cooperation system? I think that the analysis shows that we should be more open. The North and the South should dialogue more and listen more. That's the only way that we're going to come up with solutions to these multiple challenges. After several years of financing, we're still at this stage. How can we move on? It's important for us to ask these questions, and I think we need to welcome IFAD's work here. It shows that it can dialogue and shows that the North and South should dialogue and really takes this positive approach. And it enables us to come together to address these major problems, but also used in current terminology, its holistic approach really enables solutions here in this room, but also with studies and other groups that come both from the South and the North. So these questions really affect the rural world, and I welcome IFAD's approach to financing. It isn't just looking into food security, but also rural development, because given the fragility of the rural world in Africa, we can't just focus on production, allowing smallholders to earn a living. We need also to look at the environment they live in and the livelihoods that are offered to those people, young people, where there isn't much hope, there isn't much leisure activities. Young people are drawn to the big lights of the big city. So The rural development approach entails improving people's livelihoods and living conditions with electricity, providing programs to support rural development in the community. And I think the way that IFAD tackles this, uniting food security and rural development, answers part of the problem for countries in the south. But all of the issues that Sarah broached are really very important and affect us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Congo, for your insightful but brief intervention. So I would now like to move to Cameroon. Minister, you have the floor, please.
Merci.
Thank you. Cameroon is honoured to take part in this round table, particularly this topic of rural development, which does respond to the issue of agriculture in my country, where a high percentage of farmers are family farmers. Now, on this matter of the round table and the concept note, what really drew our attention is the following. In the future, where IFAD should stress its work in the continuum from preparation to response to crises. What are the main innovations on the institutional level, and what should IFAD do and adopt to be better prepared to address crises? Now here, the working environment of international organizations like IFAD with regard to these recurrent crises that we all know about is increasingly tested. Indeed, it requires our attention. This increasing rise of agricultural prices, as we've seen. As a result, crises are having a multiplied effect on the well-being of rural populations and are continuing to exacerbate their vulnerability. In this context, use of mobilized resources in IFAD 13 should be used to develop projects and programs that reduce the dependence of smallholder farmers on the world markets and supporting domestic production or transforming agri-food systems. We need to develop programs that help smallholders access markets and combat the price volatility. That should be part of the strategic guidelines of IFAD. Galvanizing partnerships with the private sector will help us to mobilize resources to invest in innovation and research to push forward real transformation of agri-food systems for smallholder farmers. With regard to Cameroon, we have set up a program that allows for larger and medium-sized companies to address challenges in terms of population, demographic growth, and concentration of populations in cities. We have invested in 400,000 hectares to create an attractive environment for the private sector where they can boost production through priority sectors that we've identified. And this aims not just at modernizing agriculture, but also it allows us to respond to greater crises. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cameroon, for those thoughts, and also again for keeping it brief. I have, I think, 17 more speakers who at the moment would like to speak. So now moving onwards to Somalia, please, Minister.
Thank you so much, Excellence. Distinguished Governors, Head of Delegates, esteemed colleagues, good afternoon. It is both an honor and privilege for me to attend this 48th session of IFAD Governing Council with the theme of Catalysing Investment at a Fast Meal. and participating in this governors roundtable on designing and delivering for impact in increasingly complex contexts. On behalf of the Somali people and the government, I extend our gratitude to IFAD and IFAD leadership for your remarkable support to the Somali rural communities, smallholder farmers, women and youth on climate change resiliency and fight against poverty and hunger. As presented, world is facing a lot of challenges, but on my view, today, world is confronting two serious challenges, which is climate change and conflict. World has experienced how to deal with conflicts. Conflicts often occur in small or specific areas or regions, but the most devastating and complex challenges that we are facing today is climate change and its adverse effect. Unless we reach global consensus of unified actions to address this threat, the consequences of climate change on agriculture, food security, human life, and livelihoods in our communities, particularly the developing countries, is boundless and will come some areas unmanageable. As a result of this severe effect of climate change, our small farmers and rural communities in Somalia are damaged. Recurrent droughts and floods, high temperature, soil degradation, and increasing pest and disease, and other extreme weather conditions are endangering the recovery and development of our productive sector. In order to mitigate the consequences of the climate change, it is imperative to ensure global responsibility, response, and justice, as those who make the least contribution to the issue frequently endure the most. Finally, on behalf of the Somali subsistence farmers and rural communities, we once again extend our appreciation to IFAD for its assistance to the Somali people and farmers and rural communities, women and youth. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And greetings to our distinguished governors and representatives. Also, greetings and thanks to the top table for the excellent analysis and particularly the data. Peru welcomes, as other members have stated, the support given by IFAD to Peru for its rural development, which is shown in the prize that we received thanks to IFAD's team for that. We, together with IFAD, are developing this environment in which this work is so important. But as our Vice President said, the fragility will affect the performance, but not only the performance, also the targets of certain projects really linked to climate change. We welcome and are grateful for this space in which we can discuss the operational part. I'm going to give you two specific examples of what's happening in Peru and what we think should be pushed forward. Being able to implement financial instruments for credit, but also infrastructure. As you know, Peru wasn't able to respond to fiscal limitations because credits are given to smallholder farmers for them to sow. But then with climate change and flooding, they lost all of their crops, and how are they going to pay for that? So the IMF, again, with a debt donation, gave credit. And this, again, fell into that same static model. And that's why we believe it's important to generate financing models that are dynamic and innovative, because this is what's happening. We're continuing to grant credit, the debt is being forgiven, and because of climate change. Now, that's one matter. Also, Peru has a very different, big diversity of land and climate. What we've seen with climate change is that rural paths are affected, centres for storage are affected, and that's not covered under budgets, neither in the agricultural sector nor the Ministry of Finance, because of the amount of loans that we have to give for other matters. So we think it's important that we have land insurance guarantee credits so that we can ensure first-line infrastructure for rural paths and roads, storage and other types of infrastructure. And I'll be brief, but I would just like to share a mechanism that we've developed, which has been quite difficult, but is really working for traceability. We've identified where the smallholder farmers are, what they're going to sow, where they're going to sow it, but we're still struggling to implement and come up with a good crop plan which is interactive and efficient so that we can avoid overproduction, which is affecting potato production in one particular region. We're just now trying to gather all the data on this, but we would like to be able to push forward these digital platforms. Peru would like to see greater exploration of credit guarantees as an innovative way to help smallholder farmers, but not just the farmers themselves, but also livestock breeders, because we focus sometimes on crops, but we need to think also about the animals that we breed. And I'd lastly just like to reiterate my thanks to IFAD for this space.
Muchas gracias, Peru. I will now move on to Comoros, please.
Merci. Je tiens quand même à répondre par rapport.
Thank you. And I would like to answer one of the questions, but also along with my colleagues. I'm the Minister of Agriculture for Fisheries and Small-Scale Agriculture, and you've just given us the answer to some of the questions. The Vice President talked about authentic actions in the rural world, and that's what we need to see in our interventions. The President has already talked about this, as have others. You've talked about innovation, the value chain, public-private partnerships, and women's empowerment. We do want to do all of this, but you've also stressed that we need to act before, during and after crises. The issue in the rural world today isn't just about these issues. We talk about youth and women empowerment, smallholder farmers. These people can't buy agricultural machinery. They aren't able to build rural roads. So we're talking about aging of the workforce. Women can't transport what they've produced to the markets. If they can produce more, they aren't able to market it. Most often, it's lost along the wayside. So we need to implement cold chains as well. These are factors that will allow them to access markets. We need to speak in specific terms, and these are the issues we governments, with you, our partners, know very well, that they can ask the questions and we can make commitments to come up with specific solutions. But these solutions don't necessarily arrive on time. Whether it be the World Bank, IFAD, FAO, all of our partners use these models with implementation timelines, and sometimes it means that the project is launched a year later. It's not just the next day. Then we have time for selection procedures, then another month of waiting. And then even if the smallholder farmers have already prepared the field, then they need to redo it all. So we need to really speed up our action, and that comes from both us governments and you partners. We must respond to problems in a timely fast fashion, otherwise they will continue. I don't want to take up too much speaking time, but I do want to make a couple of further points. Firstly, solutions come often from other countries, and today at the FAO, we have many countries here. We need a banana seed to plant from Burundi or anywhere. We have a project already existing from FAO on this. I might need corn to sell, and I'm sure that there's a country around the table that already has such an existing project. So we need to pool all of this and set up a platform so we can go to other countries and look at the products and projects that they already have existing. Instead of saying, I need to plant bananas, it's not just us or one farmer who has to work on this, but there are others who can help us in that. So I really want to stress this, which will help us move forward. Lastly, on procedure, very sincerely, I must say that we're talking about projects here, mechanisms, and we've looked at all of these together. Today, in our country, there are cyclones affecting us, which devastate most of our crops, and we can't repair them directly. We have to wait until next year to replant. Also, with droughts, we need to be able to rectify these problems immediately. There are other areas where we can plant because there is a cyclone that's devastated crops over 1 or 2 days, and we need to solve that. I apologize if I've taken up too much time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comoros. I'm looking at my list and I'm looking at the clock. We're almost going to finish on time if everyone keeps to 2 minutes, but if not, it will be lunch that suffers. So I've just put that on the table looking at my list. I also realise I've not been very fair, and I'm taking people off the list without any forewarning. So I will, at the risk of making you switch off because you know when you're coming up, I will just say the next speakers are Mexico, Netherlands and Guinea-Bissau. So Mexico, please, you have the floor.
Buenas tardes, gobernadores.
Good afternoon, all protocol respected.
English, because I like really to make the interpreters suffer. So, Donald, you allow me to call you Donald. I was planning to start saying I will be brief, but I'd be lying. Okay. So with this, your indulgence, I think the 3 questions that you pose us today are very important questions for the new multilateral agreement that we are in IFAD. And it's not about what Mexico does or doesn't do, but how we as governors can provide you guidance on these 3 questions. And so allow me to see if I can make an inroad on them. With regard to the question of what should be IFAD focus, I think we are at a crossroad where agriculture is not the same as it was when IFAD was created. When IFAD was created, we have a lot of concerns about productivity, crops and so on. But today, agriculture is a much complex field. I'm very sad when I hear people say that the contribution of agriculture to GDP is very low. That's a lie. The contribution of agriculture, considering the linkages forwards and backwards, are extremely important for development and so on. So my view is that IFAD needs to start switching the way it works away from these traditional projects of putting a hatchery or a pig nursery to look at the rural development in general, because that's where the community takes place, and that will include looking projects and financing on infrastructure, on education, on other things that are required in the rural environment to thrive, because that's the challenge, is how do we make the rural development to thrive. And I think we are also at a very important juncture, and allow me to put this on the discussion, for IFAD to move away from these very traditional old projects into working with governments to strengthen rural financial institutions. That's where the impact is going to be. That's where, when the projects are gone, the rural financial institutions should remain in the country, and those are the ones that can move forward. So that's to the first question. To the other 2 questions, I think that on the under the current crisis, as was very well presented, there is an untapped and forgotten reservoir of resources and knowledge. And that's called the middle-income countries, either low or high middle-income countries. And in this conversation, I think in order to IFAD to be relevant, it needs to highlight the role of the middle-income countries. Middle-income countries are the engine for the future. We have the largest amount of rural poors in the world, and we are forgotten. So I think it is time to open a dialogue between the donor countries and the middle-income countries to see how can we move the agenda. It's not about the fragile states. That's very important. We need to solve the fragile states. But the middle-income countries need to be included in this conversation. And I don't see IFAD, much less FAO, other organizations, having a strategy to work with us. And if we don't do that, and I'm going to be very honest, and I don't see the appetite of donor countries to sit down with us to discuss these issues. And this is very important for IFAD 14. Cannot be driven by donors. It cannot be, it has to be driven by the entire membership where the middle-income countries go. So those are my takes. Move away from traditional projects into more financing projects and get the middle-income countries in place to work with us. Thank you. By the way, the governor from Chile allowed me to, ask me to express that he had to leave, so he will not be making an intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Mexico, and you've done a very good job of advertising the lunchtime session in the other room, which is on the middle income country trap, and the WDR, the World Development Report, which focuses on that, which will be starting after this. So now, moving on, please, the Netherlands.
Thank you very much. I'm Wilma van Es. I'm from Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the Netherlands. And now, as mentioned in various of the presentations and people speaking before me, in complex and unpredictable environments, the design and delivery of impact is extremely challenging. And under such conditions, the planning and the scaling of ready-made solutions has serious limitations. I think that was also mentioned already. I think strengthening the local ability to adapt to changing circumstances is required. And in the same line, rather than innovations per se, agricultural innovation systems are key for more resilience. And to get there, a demand-driven, multi-stakeholder approach to rural innovation is needed. It is that same approach which has led to growth in the Netherlands, in the Dutch agriculture. We had an innovation system in which farmers, scientists, companies, NGOs and governments cooperate. We call it the Dutch Diamond, focusing on the binding constraints and designing and implementing solutions. And with regard to impact, the Netherlands very much appreciates IFAD's measurement and attribution of results, making use of indicators on productivity, income, market access, resilience, women empowerment, and food and nutrition security. But more could be learned from that exercise. Geographical differentiations of the impact assessment could, for instance, deepen our insights on IFAD effectiveness in different contexts, like in relatively stable areas as compared to more unstable areas. Netherlands also looks forward to an additional impact indicator in IFAD's results framework, an indicator that measures changes in ecological sustainability, for example, changes in soil health. We also encourage IFAD to further explore the strategic partnerships in fragile situations, I think also was mentioned by Sarah, and cooperating with and supplementing the other Rome-based agencies and UN organizations under the oversight of the resident coordinators and with international financial institutions working as a system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Netherlands. I have Guinea-Bissau, then Dominican Republic, Rwanda, and Eswatini. So, Guinea-Bissau, you have the floor, please.
Merci. Est-ce que je peux parler en portugais? Allô?
Hello, can I speak Portuguese?
En português. Ok, donc j'espère.
Well, I'll start by greeting everyone, all of the colleagues here, the governors of IFAD, and through the chair, I'd like to congratulate the IFAD team and say thank you for everything you're doing to my country, ongoing for around 40 years. Now, my time is limited, I realise, and so I would just like to echo what's already been said by Congo and Comores. With the support of IFAD, we are working almost throughout the entire country on projects. We already have experience with IFAD projects between 2018 and now, and we've increased our production because we've expanded the agricultural land. Traditionally, we only produce 1.5 tons of rice per hectare. Now that figure amounts to even 5 tons per hectare. So we've been able to increase production. As has already been said, we can't imagine increasing production if we're just only doing manual labour. We need to mechanise agriculture as well to help further improve farmers' production. We're also facing climate change. Last year, as you know, we had floods which destroyed many of our crops, and therefore if we could have support to help us to make best use of the fresh water resources, the rivers we have for irrigation purposes, for rice, which supports our population, that would be really helpful. We are, through the projects, further empowering women, looking at product preservation as well. But when you open a road, it's not only a road you're opening a path towards improving livelihood. Women have better access to health, also to markets, amongst others, where they can go and sell their products. But in particular, we need to invest in processing to provide added value at national level to our products. In our country, as elsewhere in the world, we have a lot of organisations, particularly under the UN system, which support us here and there. But basically, it's IFAD who is coordinating all of this right now between the various different groups. I think you could better tap into that to create a broader coordination system which can continue to give responses. We've been in the same situation for the past 40 years and we need change. So particularly on that coordination front, we've got these individual small-scale projects here and there. If they could all be pulled together, it would help. Procedures very often are tricky, disbursement. If those procedures could be facilitated, it would really help us make headway instead of the back and forth, the waiting for the authorization, which takes a lot of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guinea-Bissau. I now have Dominican Republic, Rwanda, and then Eswatini. So Dominican Republic, please.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank IFAD for all of the support it extends to us in pushing rural agricultural policy. Well, I think that to have agriculture, you need farmers. And there are still structural gaps, structural issues that need to be addressed to ensure that agriculture stops being something done by poor people for poor people. Then the whole question of insurance, that was touched on to some extent today. I don't know how IFAD could help build an international agricultural insurance system. This is one of the major issues which makes farmers in our countries most vulnerable. So I'd like to draw your attention to the possibility of working better together with the other financial organizations, with projects, programs which already exist and which have been developed over the last few years, to see if they could be brought in to work together with IFAD's projects as well, to work on this and have more resilient infrastructures, so that we can provide for greater sustainability within the infrastructures established in rural areas, roads and this type of thing, which are affected by climate change and by meteorological events. Thank you.
República Dominicana, Rwanda, please.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to address a few points in line with the discussion that we got from Sarah and from the VP IFAD. Designing and delivering agricultural projects for impact in an increasingly complex context requires a strategic, adaptive, and evidence-based approach. We must remain committed to developing the agricultural sector despite growing global challenges such as climate change, political and economic instability, and natural disasters that disrupt value chains, as we've been hearing for the past 2 days. Allow me to share from Rwanda's experience some of the key principles and strategies for effective agricultural project design and implementation that have helped us to create impact, which is the subject of our discussion. The question that I was asked, how can IFAD be an attractive partner for governments facing financial challenges? I want to emphasize that IFAD has been a major contributor to this impact. There are examples of projects that IFAD has implemented in Rwanda. There is one for livestock, irrigation and watershed that is in fruit exports, small stock that has benefited so many families, and then export promotion in horticulture and coffee. All these have been impactful. And I want to reiterate that since 1981, IFAD has supported more than 21 projects, totaling about $700 million. So that's a sign of relevance to us. I would like to emphasize, I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank IFAD for the increased financial allocation to Rwanda and the 13th replenishment of resources of IFAD 13 cycle, and therefore reaffirm Rwanda's commitment to fully utilize the allocated resources to support agriculture investments that align with both IFAD's mandate and our national priorities. This will help us to expand existing and undertake new projects. For instance, during the September to December 2021 season, erratic rains led to about 50% loss of planted maize, beans, and other crops. This underscores the critical need for drought-resistant crop varieties and effective water management practices. Livestock was equally affected. It is in this regard that it has become more imperative for our government to promote and prioritize projects that incorporate climate change, climate-smart agriculture, techniques such as improved drought-tolerant varieties such as maize. In livestock, we responded by promoting drought-tolerant forage seeds. As per now, there are more than 440 forage seed multipliers involved in seed multiplication across 364 hectares. This is a sign of response to a complex situation. We, in collaboration with partners, we have invested in water-efficient irrigation systems, small and large-scale irrigation technologies. We are now moving from about 71,000 hectares to 132,000 hectares of irrigated land by 2029, in line with our strategic plan and 5. So there are a number of interventions. I can see time is not on my side. I'm not going through them, but we have conservation, agriculture, and productivity, early warning and weather prediction using AI-based weather forecasting to help farmers plan and mitigate climate-related risks. Using ICT to help farmers access markets, public-private partnerships, where we have got projects between government and private sector. Then cold chain and post-harvest management, and some of these sites supported by IFAD. And then the issue of de-risking agriculture by providing insurance to crops and animals, and then access to finance through matching grants. So there are a number of initiatives. Basically, time is not on my side, but I can share my thoughts for others to access them at a later point. So let me conclude by thanking IFAD for being a partner in this complex situation where we have to mitigate climate change, and therefore encourage continue to invest in climate resilience, inclusivity, and policy innovations to drive a sustainable impact to our people. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Rwanda. Looking at my list and looking at the time, we're currently going to finish about 10 to 2, so I'm just giving everyone a warning. So if you would like to be as brief as possible, we'll be able to finish a bit before that side of things. So if you could distill your wisdom down to 1 or 2 nuggets to share with us all would be very appreciated. So on my list, I've got Eswatini, Costa Rica, and then Estonia, please. So Eswatini.
Thank you, Chairperson. Allow me to write on the protocols already established. Firstly, I would like to thank IFAD as the Kingdom of Eswatini for the contribution IFAD has made to the country in its development. We also would like to declare our support for IFAD's programs going forward. Just to comment on the issues at hand, the first issue is the one that relates to high interest rates and the burden of those interest rates on the fiscus of middle income countries. We do believe that concessional funding would be part of the solution to this problem. But we also encourage IFAD to look at other way of structuring the loans. One of the most important problems is the denomination of the loans, because for some countries, to denominate the loans with the dollar is a serious problem. We are, for instance, as the Kingdom of Eswatini, asking IFAD to look at the ZAR, or the South African rand, for denomination in Southern Africa. We also would like to thank IFAD for a program that is starting in the country. We call it the Smallholder Agricultural Productivity Enhancement and Marketing Program. We do want to state that we appreciate it, but we need more, because we are struggling with the unemployment of the youth, and would like to reduce that from the current 58% by instituting a program that we've already planned, and we're putting it out there. We just need funding for it. We also need to improve our food sovereignty, and we've got a program for that, and we need more funding for that kind of thing. We also need to deal with climate change, because we have suffered from that phenomenon for a while, and therefore would like to build dams to go into protected farming, and also introduce new technology so that we're able to build resilience for our agriculture sector. We therefore are looking forward to the IFAD 13 funding program, and we believe that hopefully we'll get something there. Thank you very much.
Eswatini, Costa Rica, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much indeed. I'll avoid the protocol points because of the shortage of time. Costa Rica is a medium-high income country, and but we struggle to have funds for the agricultural sector. We manage for other areas, but it's very difficult for agriculture. And finally, many years on, working hard and making efforts with IFAD, we've achieved a project which fits in within IFAD's strategies, together with the World Bank the Ministry of Agriculture, and so on and so forth, in a very interesting project, actually. And IFAD is involved, as I said, with the World Bank as a co-funder. 3 different bodies, the Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry for Farming, which is viable, which is important to ensure that we have a robust financial situation, the Treasury, in other words, involved, and the Development Bank to distribute this amongst the farmers. They were all involved in Costa Rica. And the measures which are used to establish whether a country is high income or where it stands, I wouldn't fully support them. I know what my Mexican colleague was saying as well, because we have different things happening in the urban areas to what happened in the rural areas. Anyway, this project is making headway. And to conclude, I just wanted, in light of the questions we're discussing here today, to stress that fragile contracts should be taken into greater account. And also the position of small-scale farmers. We have to encourage involvement of the private sector and guarantee inclusion, particularly of marginalised groups. And all of that will help bring about rural development, particularly in terms of use of technology. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Costa Rica. So I have Estonia, Malaysia and France as the next 3. So Estonia, please.
Thank you, dear Mr. President, Excellencies and distinguished colleagues. Estonia greatly appreciates IFAD's work on helping small-scale farmers in the most vulnerable communities around the world, keeping the rural areas viable and giving hope that a better future is possible for all of us. In Estonia, we strongly believe that it is up to the people to shape the future of their own countries. Let's break this pattern when people in the rural areas have less opportunities and a less secure future. Within our country, our priority is balanced regional development, where people throughout Estonia can benefit from the achievements of the modern state, while living in the lifestyle that they choose from themselves. We believe in the advantages of the digital state. Indeed, as we now offer about almost 100% of all governmental services online, it helps a lot to reach every corner of the country and serve our citizens faster and more efficiently. I think in the previous years, only you couldn't get married online. Nevertheless, community-led local government is at the heart of the balanced regional development. Empowering rural communities and supporting social inclusion is a key process, together with the support of entrepreneurship and correction of market failure. The European Union's Leader Network is a good example of a local development method which has been used for 30 years to engage local actors in the design and delivery of strategies, decision-making and resource allocation for the development of the rural areas. But in addition to this, we are also building digital advisory services to foster knowledge exchange and productivity for local farmers. Things like farm books, soil health management, fertilizer advice, crop circling advice, and so on. These assist small farmers the most. These are digital technologies that small farmers need to have the knowledge that they don't have in their companies, their entrepreneurship themselves. I think these are the tools that the big farmers can manage on their own. I also have to say that today we are delighted to greet the new IFAD members, Ukraine, Lithuania, and Serbia, our good partners. It is crucial that Ukraine can now get the much needed support for the rural areas disrupted by Russia's war of aggression. We are honored that a seconded Estonian Special Program Officer is contributing to the drafting of the Ukraine country strategic note. Mr. President, we applaud IFAD for its work in every region, in every country. All rural people deserve to live in dignity and enjoy the fruit of their hard work. Even though we have several past years of budgetary cuts, I am also glad to announce that in the end of last year, Estonia made its first replacement pledge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Estonia. So Malaysia, France, then Panama, please. Malaysia.
Thank you, moderator. Much has been said in this GC about the various contexts of the various challenges that are being faced, the public crisis, as Ms. Pantaleano mentioned earlier in her presentation. So we would add that in addition to all the different challenges that have been put forward, there includes the potential disruptions to global trade that are creating or will create uncertainty for overall global growth. And this may impact funding, both donor funding as well as mobilizing domestic funding. But despite these challenges, Malaysia is of the view that multilateralism, global cooperation, and the role and various forms of assistance provided by IFAD remains crucial. So in this continuum that we're talking about of crisis preparedness to crisis response, IFAD has the policy space and the institutional mechanism and mandate to focus its attention on longer-term goals of enhancing productivity, facilitating access to resources, and building resilience. This indeed requires close coordination and synergy with all stakeholders to ensure that available resources are managed, utilized, and targeted. And as seen in the presentation earlier by Ms. Mukashimana, efficiency and effectiveness is important, especially more so in the face of the challenges that are being faced. So for Malaysia, our Madani economic framework, introduced in July of 2023, seeks to restructure our economy towards becoming a high-income economy within the next 10 years and ensure that the enlarged wealth is benefited equitably by our people. We continue our work towards self-sufficiency of food production, increasing financing and budget allocations for agriculture and rural development, and local organizations in Malaysia pioneering sustainable agricultural practices. We are also making strides in modernizing agri-food systems. Digital agriculture technologies, for example, present a transformative opportunity for enhancements in productivity, efficiency, and sustainability. In discussions of innovation and renewal, we believe that technology provides opportunities to address the needs of rural economies and for building food security. Promoting innovation requires a concerted effort from all, and in the course of project delivery, ensuring efficiency, effectiveness, evaluation, transparency, and accountability need to be adhered, of course. But this is an area which we believe that IFAD could have comparative advantage to assist countries and provide finance in pursuit of medium and longer-term resilience. Thank you.
Malaysia, France, please, then Panama and Angola. France.
Un très grand merci.
I'd like to extend great gratitude for this very stimulating dialogue. I share many of the points that have been made and the conclusions drawn, particularly the need for complementary approaches to institutions and forums that we have, and this idea of a coalition, I think, is very important. On just one point, are we in a systemic debt crisis? I don't want to launch a new debate, but I think it's perhaps important to distinguish later on down the line between the risk of debt distress and debt distress. It's not the same thing. We need to have adapted treatment of debt, but when there is debt distress, but when there's a risk of debt distress, which is just a small percentage of that falls into actual debt distress. There are vulnerabilities, there are dangers of liquidity, but we need to set these apart because otherwise we might make existing financing more expensive if investors preempt systemic restructuring, then the cost of financing will go up immediately. Some points have been made on concessionality, and I think that's a hugely important debate. Each institution, particularly IFAD, has always discussed the framework to use concessionality. There's also a discussion at national level in France on the use of budget credits, and we need to explain why we're using budgetary credit sometimes for medium-income countries. It's not always that clear politically. So I think the discussion needs to focus on how we define vulnerability, and I think that would allow us to rationalize the use of concessions, and that would go hand in hand with all of the innovations that we've discussed to better use existing capital, mobilizing private financing also. Local level financing is a very salient matter. Also in other platforms, the G20 will be held this year under the South African presidency, and there's some really interesting work to be done there, I think. We don't have time to discuss this further, but IFAD's positioning on the type and size of project is very important. And we really need to bear in mind IFAD's added value vis-a-vis other institutions, and that comes back to complementarity. IFAD should also work with local agricultural banks, more broadly create a working network between multilateral banks and national banks. We strongly support that. And last but not least, the importance of working with the private sector before project definition. Thank you very much.
Merci, Laurence. I've got Panama, Angola, and then Niger, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. After listening to that somewhat complicated and long presentation, I was going to say more, but we are all perhaps a bit hungry, so I'll be very brief. Firstly, I would like to state that I fully agree with the Ambassador of Mexico, as with the Ambassador of Costa Rica. I think what's most important from both of those statements, medium income, medium high income countries feel a little bit left out. And we feel that our poor people and our agricultural producers, who face the same problems as all producers worldwide, food producers, that is, worldwide, they are being excluded. And we're concerned about this. And we would like to state that we should be included. Our poor people are also suffering. Our agricultural producers face the same problems and are also suffering. And our institutions and our countries are ready and able to contribute and co-participate in investment in this global fight against poverty and hunger. Thank you.
Yes, Panama, Angola, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, express our thanks and appreciation for bringing us to this discussion on this very relevant topic. We'd like to make 3 points, 3 short points related to the reflections that have been posted. First, to recognize the need for innovation in order to keep the partnership, IFAD and ourselves, viable, relevant, in view of the complex context and the challenges that our countries are facing. And in that respect, we would like to welcome a possible role that IFAD can play as leveraging credit ratings in order to help provide credit enhancement and access and better pricing for sovereign and national development banks, and hence amplifying financing through guarantees. The second point we would like to make is that we see that IFAD can play a major role in strengthening and linking up with national institutions, especially national funds, those that are dedicated to agriculture, to fisheries, climate resilience, and rural development. We need to recognize that local knowledge and experience is key in making sure that programs and projects are tailored to the national specific needs. We also think for that to happen, there may be a need for IFAD to adjust and be more flexible in its procedures and its administrative procedures, the traditional procedures that may need to be adjusted and be more flexible. The third and final point we would like to make is to recognize and take notice of IFAD's role in contributing to the global conversation on financial architecture reform, a call that is due, long due by African countries, and hopefully should lead to the emergence of different new approaches, new financial products, new approaches to debt management, and including an increase in allocation of grants and concessional capital. We would like to encourage management of IFAD to continue engaging in innovative financial strategies. Thank you.
Very much Angola. I've got Niger, Central African Republic, Indonesia, and last but not least, Liberia. And the list is closed. So please, Niger.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, food security is a strategic access for the government of Niger. And we are deeply grateful to IFAD for its constant commitment by our side. We have 4 major projects underway, over 6 regions covering over 4 million beneficiaries with total investment of some $722 million. Niger is the second biggest portfolio of IFAD in Western Central Africa. We also welcome IFAD's support during the sanctions period of July 2023 to 25 with additional financing of $400 million signed last September with interventions in the Agadez and Dosso regions. However, for these investments to have a long-lasting effect, we need to galvanize rigor in the execution and monitoring of projects that entails more transparent, stricter follow-up and greater coordination between stakeholders to optimize resources as well as streamlining financing so that people can rapidly benefit from our interventions. We call upon IFAD and its partners to continue and step up its commitment to Niger. The work is still to do is huge, but together we can build more resilient, sustainable agriculture. This time is very important for me, particularly it's my last participation as the representative of Niger at this council. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for your collaboration, your commitment, and the rich exchanges we have. It's been an honor to defend Niger's interests here. Thank you very much, and see you soon.
Thank you very much, Niger, and we wish you well. Thank you for your contributions. So I've got Sweden, Central African Republic, Indonesia, and Liberia, and it will probably take us to nearly 2 hours.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to make 3 points, like my Angolan colleague. First of all, I would like to start by warmly welcoming the recent memberships of into IFAD of Ukraine, Lithuania, and Serbia. As many have said here today, I think we can only do this by talking to each other, collaborating, and dialoguing. So I'm very happy about that. We feel that global food security is aggravated by compounded challenges linked to Russia's unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine, economic shocks, and climate change. And these factors all affect agriculture, migration, trade, and economic development. And we look forward to see the relationship between IFAD and Ukraine develop and the new country note, etc. Secondly, like colleagues from Bangladesh and others, I would like to state that climate change is really the main driver of hunger. And IFAD's contribution to increasing climate finance in line with the COP29 commitment will be important, not least towards closing the finance gap for adaptation. And we encourage IFAD to work in close collaboration with the MDB system on this issue. Third, I think many colleagues here today have underlined the important role of the private sector and innovation, and we want to do the same. One main objective in our development cooperation is to increase synergies between development cooperation and trade. We look forward to seeing the results of the IFAD 13 private sector focus and the new private sector strategy. We feel that this increasing private sector investment is really crucial to bridge the financing gap. And here, IFAD's capacity to assemble finance with a strong leverage is, of course, an advantage. Like others, it's important that IFAD further develops and implements innovative instruments, and we look forward to further scaling up IFAD's funding models and encourage close cooperation with the private sector. I want to mention one positive example in this regard is the issuance of IFAD's 10th sustainable bond to Swedish investors. This was a very positive start of the year, we felt. Thank you very much.
Sweden, so Central African Republic, Indonesia, then Liberia. Please, Central African Republic.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for giving me the floor. I'd like to take this opportunity first and foremost to express the gratitude of my government and people to IFAD, and also thank IFAD, which is a partner that spares no efforts for the well-being of the rural world. For the Central African Republic, IFAD is a hugely important partner because my country has faced successive crises, but IFAD has always been there, and it has helped rebuild peace in the Central African Republic between 2016 and 2023 through 3 projects rolled out in our country, which directly supported smallholder farmers, also Indigenous peoples who had a debate this morning, and helped to build their resilience. The impact of these projects is clear now to everyone and is supporting my population. Nonetheless, there are still many challenges. We have a huge agro-pastoral potential in our country, and that's why the government has adopted a new development plan to take us through to 2028, which will see us move from humanitarian resilience to a more sustainable situation. And obviously, livestock breeding, agriculture play a major role in that. The government has adopted measures supported also by the African Development Bank to ensure food security in schools based on local products. And WFP, FAO and IFAD are supporting this. The government is also stressing the importance of food security and has set up a national agency on food security for the country to respond to the needs of Indigenous peoples in particular. We know that there are many issues facing agriculture in my country, and so it's crucial also to address the question of livestock breeding and food security in the context of cross-border transhumance. With climate change and changes in livelihood, we have also become a refuge for livestock breeders coming from the Sahara. This is creating problems as well between farmers and livestock holders. And we're also seeing the degradation of ecosystems due to the grazing of many of these animals. My country is ready to work on an evolving partnership taking into account the context of a country mentioned in the 2025-2028 project, using projects which will help us to more effectively combat hunger, poverty, and face up to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Central African Republic. Indonesia, then Liberia, please. Indonesia.
Thank you, Chair. Esteemed panelists and distinguished delegates, I will be brief. I would like to address the question on how IFAD focus its attention on the continuum of entry points from crisis preparedness to crisis response. Indonesia believes IFAD has a role to play in a fragile situation caused by crisis, in line with its mandate, particularly in addressing drivers and impacts of fragility. I have listened to the opinions and thought in this room that addressing climate change, financing challenges that should be prioritized among others. While I appreciating the thoughts of those matters, I believe we couldn't ignore the issue of countries' fragility caused by conflicts, which collapse the humanitarian actions. On that note, I believe IFAD also shall work in partnership with other organizations, including the RBAs, and the role IFAD can play in the humanitarian development peace nexus by focusing on resilience and longer-term development, as strengthening resilience to future shocks in order to reduce humanitarian needs in the future. I just also like to remind all of us here the extreme conflict that's happening in the occupied Palestinian territory in Gaza. For the last 15 months, agriculture activities halted, agricultural land has been destroyed, and the population have been deprived of nutritious food. In this regard, I believe IFAD must and could help within its mandates in assessing and addressing the impact of the conflict on food security, nutrition, and agriculture in the occupied Palestinian territory, particularly in the Gaza Strip. We also, in context of strengthening a partnership between IFAD with other international organizations and the private sectors to address the critical issue of financing the first mile, especially in the most vulnerable areas around the world. I believe IFAD could work more through public-private partnership, so-called triangular cooperation, as well as new emerging donors countries. We can ensure that the world's most vulnerable can have access to the resources with less conditionality and support their need to adapt to a sustainable future for all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Indonesia. Liberia, please.
Thank you, Donna. Let me thank IFAD for the contribution to our country's rural and agricultural development. As I sat and listened to the two presentations by Sarah and our Vice President, I took interest in two areas, specifically the impact of climate change and the global debt burden. You know, Liberia is a country that is rich in forest resources. About 78% of Liberia remains covered with forest, and Liberia accounts for 44% of the remaining Upper Guinea forest. Because of our endowment, the pressure is on us to help protect the forest, even though majority of our people live in forest community and in poverty. On the other hand, we have this global debt burden on us. We have to pay back loans that we contracted in the past, and because of that burden, most of the fiscal resources that are available have to be given to international development partners in debt repayment. And recently, the EU came up with this policy, and they are still working on it, the deforestation-free agriculture, which is putting additional pressure on our people. We have smallholders who are supposed to be getting involved with agricultural activities because they live in the forest. But now EU come up with the EUDR, which is going to be putting a lot of constraint on our ability to expand agricultural activities. So I was just wondering, as I listened to Sarah, is there any possibility for IFAD to begin building our capacity in accessing some of these climate financing, especially for the debt for nature swap, so that we build our capacity, get some money out of that through our resources to be able to pay back some of the debt, reduce the debt burden, and begin to invest using our resources for smallholder agriculture development in Liberia. That's just what I wanted to see. What possibility exists there?
Liberia, for ending with a question. We may need to take that one offline, but it's a very good one. Now, as we're wrapping up, and I need to try and sum up an incredible discussion, I do notice that South Sudan, you popped your thing up after the closing, but I will give you 1 minute if you promise to be brief, please, so that we can wrap up.
Thank you so much for the generosity. And also, as a country, South Sudan, we do appreciate the partnership with IFAD and all the projects that IFAD is funding for our people and on behalf of our people. I think the major concern for us is how is IFAD separating its role from that of humanitarian agencies on the ground, because we are also one of these countries that are affected by conflict, internal conflicts, as well as all the other conflicts that are brought about by the region, as well as climate change. For example, it seems that IFAD, in implementing most of these projects, is partnering with some organizations and UN organizations that are already on the humanitarian path without considering development. And sometimes it seems that these agencies, when they partner with IFAD, it is mainly, it's like a continuation of what they do in terms of humanitarian work. And sometimes this does stop development. So what is the distinct role here? How does IFAD make sure that these projects that are implemented in places like South Sudan are sustainable after these humanitarian agencies that are implementing the projects on their behalf pull out? Thank you.
South Sudan, and thank you very much for being brief. I'm afraid the time does not allow us to come back to some of the questions, but I suggest we take them offline. My colleagues would be more than happy to answer some of the ones, like the one about the humanitarian development peace nexus from South Sudan, but also Liberia's question about how we can support to access climate finance. And of course, the Vice President is sitting right next to me and be more than happy to follow up afterwards. So maybe if I can just first of all thank Sarah, but also the Vice President for their inputs at the beginning, but also all of you for your insights. It's gone on a little bit, but actually the wealth of issues that have come through in different contexts, I think, have been well worth having and to giving everyone a chance. And I think that was one of my first conclusions, was actually the world is very different depending where you're looking at it from, and different country context, different development challenges, and that came through very, very much as we look at how IFAD can help. So there is absolutely no one size fits all, but a wealth of diverse experience and insights which have come through. Some, I've tried to sort of think about it in terms of themes or words that keep recurring in the conversation today that maybe are useful ways of trying to sum up. So there was a number of interventions around partnerships, be it about new membership to IFAD, be it about how IFAD works with other partners, be it Rome-based agencies, IFIs, humanitarian partners, and something we need to keep looking at. There was also quite a strong theme around, I heard, country ownership, homegrown solutions, which very much is, you know, how does IFAD support where countries are coming from? There was a theme very much around the international institutions, the international community, doubling down now, not walking away, that we need to do this collectively and together. There was a cluster of interventions around financial solutions, financial instruments. Issues came up about the private sector investment, credit guarantees, bonds, a lot of discussion on climate finance and how do you access climate finance in this context, not just through the climate institutions, but I think how do we access it through the market, and how can IFAD help in that context? But very much, again, around innovation of products, innovation of the offer, blending, de-risking. There was a really interesting discussion which actually for me had two sides of it. One around actually IFAD, and IFAD needs to focus its role on rural, not just agriculture, and the rural space. That in many countries, agriculture is not a major contributor to GDP, but is a very important part of people's livelihoods, but also rural livelihoods, and how do you address issues of rural poverty, youth, think outside the box beyond agriculture in that context. Quite a lot came up on digital platforms, digital solutions, something that IFAD needs to think more of, and is a theme for us as we go into IFAD 13. And that this is not just a high-tech world, but this is appropriate solutions for small farmers. I think linked to that, and more generally, there was a discussion on innovation and South-South triangular cooperation, and that many of the solutions are out there, and how does IFAD facilitate that transfer between countries? Again, something which we need to focus on. Big discussion on middle-income countries, middle-income trap. 2 minutes ago, that conversation started, of which I am one of the fireside chat people. So I encourage you to go over to address the middle-income country issue, which comes through, and what's IFAD offer very much. Rural financial institutions, rural finance, how do we get that? How does that come within the private sector? There was also a number of organizational issues we need to take away, as I say, middle-income country, what's our offer, north-south, but also IFAD needs to continue to streamline, to be more flexible, to be faster and more agile, but also to continue to focus on learning and measuring results and our impact assessment side of things in there. I think probably with that, I've covered most of the themes that came through. So thank you very much for all your contributions. Thank you very much for your patience this afternoon and for allowing the discussion to evolve as it has done. And I now will close. I'm just seeing Madam Vice President, if you would like to add anything on that context and catch you on the hoof. I'm very used to going off script, but otherwise we will close.
Yeah, I think you have captured the most of it, but I heard urgency on how to use the country systems, and that is something that we are excited to hear more, and we are willing to discuss more, and making sure that our things are local, they are not very long distance, and as the climate issues are getting worse, how do we make sure that we are capable to respond quickly? And again, the issues of humanitarian versus development coming up, and but also encouraging us on remaining on development agenda. So questions from South Sudan on how do we make sure that in the countries where the third parties are implementing agencies, how do we make sure that they are on development path, and rather than duplicating humanitarian activities that are going to be finishing when the projects are finishing? Those are very important issues that I'm gathering from the room, and they deserve more discussion so that we can fix them together. But again, what is important is, given that the dollar is becoming scarce, how do we get the maximum out of every single penny? And how do we make sure that development effectiveness and efficiency is becoming really to be a center play? And going forward, I think we are ready to, again, to continue to engage in these deliberations to make sure that we are delivering to what the countries are willing to borrow. And what is exciting is that when I was making the presentation saying as the borrowing conditions are becoming harder and harder, we see less willingness to be borrowing for things like nutrition, youth, climate change. It is exciting actually to see that most of the speakers, they mentioned that the climate change is a big threat and consistent. It's important that we invest into the climate resilience, and again, making sure that the youth are having jobs. The governor from Nigeria mentioned about, again, diversified diet. So I think we are investing in the right thing. So how do we make sure that what we are investing is generating returns on investment? I think is something that we continue to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. You reminded me of another theme that was coming through for IFAD about being an assembler and a catalyzer of finance. I think that speaks. And a number of people talked about where does IFAD sit as a co-financier? How do we use our small resources to really crowd in other resources and add value in larger projects? It wasn't just about the type of project, but the scale of project, and we need to think more about that and how IFAD interacts with it. So with that, thank you very much again. Thank you very much for all your contributions. And I see Claudia's turned up, so that means I must stop, and she's about to give us some announcements. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, Donal. Just two small announcements. The one is that lunch is available upstairs. There's lunch available upstairs in the lounge. Please do feel free to join us there, but there are two appetizing other bits happening as well. One of them is the already announced side event on escaping the middle income trap at the first mile, and this will actually be happening here on -1 in the Oval Room. Please do feel welcome there. Perhaps bring your lunch if you would like. And that event will begin in the next 10 minutes, and it will conclude just before the plenary opens. We will reconvene the plenary at 3 o'clock with the Governor's Dialogue focusing on another topic that I heard mentioned here a number of times, also South-South cooperation in this particular Governor's Dialogue at South-South and triangular cooperation. That will start at 3, and it is moderated again by Ms. Lerato Mbele, and we look forward to your active participation in that as well. So bon appetit, and thank you very much for your time and contribution. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us back in our special room, our special plenary for the GC48 session. We're getting to the end part of our program, but we are very happy that you are here for this next very important part of our afternoon's program, namely the Governors' Dialogue on South-South and Triangular Cooperation. And I won't say much because you will be in the super capable hands of Lerato Mbele and this distinguished panel. But as I see everybody settled now, let me literally just hand over to Lerato Mbele, who I'm of course already introduced yesterday, and in whose good hands will be for this leadership dialogue. Please, ma'am, over to you.
Thank you very much for your generosity, Madam Secretary Claudia ten Hav. And thank you all of you, distinguished guests, for staying with us and joining us for this plenary this afternoon. As has been said, my name is Lerato Mbele. I'm a South African broadcaster, but I think many of you know me from my recent years at BBC Global News. So today we're exploring the theme of South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation. But I think it would be important for me just to give us a brief reminder of history. A history we all know, but we'll use this as a little bit of a refresher. The term South-South cooperation was coined in 1955, 70 years ago, at the Bandung Conference that brought together countries of Asia and Africa as they explored mutual aspirations and cooperation in the world in 1955. Today, the definition has been expanded somewhat, and it now embraces countries of the emerging markets, frontier markets, and various categories of developing nations, loosely referred to as the Global South. The common factor for South-South cooperation is that all of these countries, as different as they are, have similar aspirations, which is to grow the value of their economies, to be integrated much more into the global financial system, to trade more high-value goods, and really and truly to have visibility in participating in world affairs. Where I come from, we have a saying, African solutions for African problems. And in similar vein, South-South cooperation is in pursuance of Global South solutions for Global South problems, but not exclusively, in partnership with the rest of the world where knowledge, expertise, and resources also exist. So today, we're going to be exploring why South-South and triangular cooperation could be a good model for development and how to leverage the value of global southern economies into finding solutions for the world. I think this era is actually a more ambitious era for South-South cooperation. And I'm just going to explain to you by way of examples. Through South-South cooperation, we have seen the People's Republic of China, for instance, embrace exploration and technology where they're now pursuing a lot of work in the area of space tech. But they've done that in tandem with Brazil. We've also seen India's contribution to big tech by harnessing education and human capital in their country, now contributing to the value of Silicon Valley and what big tech is doing in innovation. Through countries like my own, South Africa, and many other African countries, we've seen the soft power that comes through South-South cooperation, where we're seeing a whole lot of cultural exchanges, and through fashion, music, and film, we are starting to influence narratives of Africa in the world, and we've also seen a collaboration, for instance, between producers in Nollywood and also Bollywood. We've also seen farming economies being brought back to life by the investments of countries like Turkey and Brazil into the grain value chain of many African economies. And so these are just a few examples in which partnering together on culture, knowledge, creativity, science, tech, innovation, and agriculture starts to create so much more value in the South, and value that can be leveraged for the betterment of the world at large. And so the essence of our conversation here today is to say South-South, yes, but triangulated with the international multilateral communities, financiers, and any other development partners that want to build a legacy for the next generation. Without further ado, please may I introduce to you our first keynote speaker, just to set the tone for our conversation. You do know him. He is the Associate Vice President for the Department of Country Operations at IFAD, Donald Brown.
So, Excellencies, distinguished governors, honoured guests and colleagues, it is a real pleasure to be able to address you for this last session, and thank you for so many of you to come to the last session, because I think it is a really important one. It's also something which is very close to my heart, because I very strongly believe in all my work in development and in operations that actually South-South and triangular cooperation is a real key to help with the much-needed rural transformation that we're all working towards. And it's something where we still haven't really realized the full potential, neither globally or in IFAD. And from our discussions yesterday and today, but often in many of our board discussions, it's clear that we face many global challenges, but it's also clear that to face and to overcome these challenges, we need to work together. Resilience grows out of collaboration. When communities come together, can exchange experiences and embrace new technologies. So at IFAD, we've always believed the most effective solutions to poverty and food insecurity are holistic, are shaped by collective wisdom, local experience and ingenuity, and very often are homegrown. So over generations, farmers have passed down knowledge they have gained from working their fields. Communities have learned how to adapt to changing conditions, and obviously we see now the full impact of climate change and how we need to adapt to that. So the essence of South-South and triangular cooperation is sharing systematically, and it is that word systematically, all this knowledge and learning, building networks of practice, and ensuring solutions and innovations don't actually stay at a local level, but actually are shared through countries and across countries. So over the years, IFAD has moved from just viewing, and if you allow me to say SSTC for short, as an ad hoc approach to embedding it as an important part and a complementary pillar of our global investments. And we have seen a number of results, and let me just talk about a few. So for example, in West Africa, with the introduction of Chinese expertise in cage aquaculture, one project led to a 4-fold increase in fish production in Ghana and Nigeria. Or in Latin America, when we invested so that youth-led agribusinesses could share their innovations across the continent, and I think particularly of Geraldo, who taught others how to produce animal food supplements and fertilizers using organic waste, you can see real increases in productivity and profitability. And when I came across as we were preparing for this Governing Council, and I think many of you participated and heard the great session this morning with the Indigenous Peoples Forum, was IFAD, through our networks, through our contacts, funded and facilitated Indigenous peoples from El Salvador and Paraguay to go to Argentina and work with Argentina to share their experiences to produce a new Indigenous peoples strategy in Argentina. So I think the approach recognizes the validity and the value of all these perspectives. And for us, it's a model that's fully embedded in our country strategies. All country strategies now must look at SSTC as a core part of the country strategy. And
one of the reasons that the President of IFAD moved our work on South-South triangular cooperation to the Country Operations Department, which I head, is to ensure that it is much more embedded in our mainstream program of loans and grants and investments. And this shift, I think, reflects an important reality. If we're really to meet the scale of today's challenges, we must really harness the power of South-South and triangular cooperation. So as we embark on a new program of work under IFAD 13, we're expanding our capacity in IFAD to integrate Southern-driven partnerships into our priorities. We are strengthening our South-South and triangular cooperation unit and work, and particularly, obviously, with 3 priorities we focus on, looking at climate change and adaptation, improving rural resilience, combating fragility, but also expanding our partnerships with the private sector. I think there are real opportunities for SSTC. And obviously, we don't intend to do this alone, and we cannot do this alone. So we will continue to try and strengthen our partnerships with member states across all regions. Let me just give 2 examples. The China IFAD SSTC facility, which is now renewed with additional financial contributions from China, has already reached in the first phase 40 countries and helped more than 100,000 beneficiaries in the past 5 years. And we very much thank China for their leadership in this area. But while I'm still the Associate Vice President for Country Operations, we will not just rest with China. And I think many of you know, but I have a list, and it's not an exhaustive list at this point, but I will be coming knocking at the doors of Colombia, who have recently stepped up and provided resources and expertise. Brazil know well that I talk regularly to them on these issues. 2 weeks ago, I was in India. India are forewarned on this side of things, but Turkey, Indonesia, all have so many valuable experiences to share, to just name a few, and that we really want to expand our partnerships here. And I think the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, which we've been discussing quite a lot over the last 2 days, which was launched under Brazil's G20 presidency, has created a platform for knowledge sharing, including a joint program with FAO, IFAD, and WFP to strengthen school feeding. We need to tap in much more to these sorts of things. So I think the question is, how can we deepen and expand the cooperation amongst members to drive greater development impact? Whether this is through financial or technical contributions, participating in IFAD-led knowledge-sharing platforms, and I think this session is a great opportunity to explore all these areas. And just in conclusion, I would like to just put down one more challenge on this context. We hear so much from all our members on South-South and triangular cooperation. It's very good to have partnerships with countries like China and others providing financial resources. But actually, if it's that important, it should be an integral part of the design and the implementation of any of our projects. It should not be seen as an add-on. So I challenge all my teams, but also all our partner countries, to ensure it's properly integrated into design of our main investments, and then that the relevant resources are put aside so we can actually then undertake those activities. So thank you very much. I really look forward to this event, and hopefully that we can really move the needle on South-South triangular cooperation in IFAD 13. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Donald Brown, for the reassurances and also for just demonstrating in what ways there's a mindset shift, certainly at IFAD, in terms of integrating South-South and triangular cooperation into your strategies and perspectives, recognizing that countries of the South are the custodians of their destinies, and recognizing and respecting that might lead to more social impact. I think just by way of a visual representation of what South-South triangular cooperation looks like, how it affects lives on the ground, transforms them, and actually leads to meaningful change. We're going to be watching a video right now that really expands and explores what South-South triangular cooperation looks like and where we can all participate as partners.
IFAD's mission of empowering smallholder farmers to build stronger and sustainable livelihoods is enhanced through its engagement in South-South and triangular cooperation. Having generated a wealth of knowledge on successful development solutions, the fund works to connect communities with innovations and best practices already implemented in similar contexts.
Eradicating rural poverty and food insecurity and achieving 2030 agenda requires us all to intensify development cooperation. South-South and triangular cooperation SSCC plays a fundamental role by connecting countries in the global South so that they can share knowledge, expertise, experiences. They can really better drive innovative solutions and progress together.
Through SSDC, smallholder farmers learn directly from each other modern methods of planting, transforming, and marketing, adapting this knowledge to local conditions.
We had the opportunity to participate in a study visit to the Dominican Republic to observe their thriving cocoa sector. The innovations and best practices we witnessed have provided valuable lessons to enhance our own cocoa sector in Liberia.
This exchange creates a powerful ripple effect, extending to local farmers and laying the foundation for long-term resilience that benefits entire communities. Let's take the Starlet project, which was a collaboration between China, Kenya, and Rwanda.
Impinduka zatumye ngira ari amahugurwa yatumye mbasha kugira umushahara, mbasha kwiteza imbere, ngira n'abandi mpakazi kuko mfite abantu barenga 10 nkorana nabo buri munsi. Haba mu kazi ka buri munsi ko gutasapurayinga ingemwe, haba n'akazi ko ku bwato ngira abantu mpakazi. Ikindi nacyo gisa naho nakuye muri Starlet, support bampaga cyangwa se na salary nakoreye muri icyo gihe cyose natangije mu business, nungikanye n'inguzanyo ngo mbasha kugura ubwato na moteri yabwo.
Through South-South learnings, smallholder farmers and rural communities are empowered to be both providers and recipients of knowledge. An example is a series of knowledge exchanges between Cuba and Uruguay on sustainable livestock. Cuban farmers from the Prodigan project visited Uruguay to learn about technologies to enhance pasture quality and improve production, while Uruguayan participants received insights about the livestock sector in Cuba, creating a valuable two-way flow of ideas.
En este intercambio sur-sur, que fue en el país de Uruguay, tuvimos la oportunidad de intercambiar experiencias, de conocer cosas que no hacíamos en Cuba y hoy las estamos aplicando en nuestras fincas, de nosotros también allá exponer lo que hacemos desde Cuba, sobre todo en el tema de alimento animal, de cómo cuidar más los suelos, en temas agroecológicos. Fue un intercambio muy bueno que nos sirvió para traer experiencias que están en muchas fincas.
This form of collaboration, where neighbors work together on knowledge and skills to transform their lives, is central to IFAD's development strategy. These stories from Liberia, Rwanda, and Cuba are just a few examples of how working together through South-South cooperation, we can create real opportunities for people to build better futures for themselves and their communities.
I think that video deserves an applause. Because it's just a summation of how impactful it is, and we want to thank the government of the People's Republic of China for the support that they lend to these projects. Now we're going to have a panel discussion, after which, as you know, we will open the floor to governors in the room to just share some of your thoughts and reflections. And if the rules are the same as they were yesterday, you will see where you can book for your comment at the bottom of the screen. But by way of introducing our panel, please may I invite them all to come up. we have the Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Federative Republic of Brazil to IFAD, Her Excellency Ambassador Carla Barroso Carneiro, who will be joining us on stage. Please come up, Madam Ambassador. We also have the Vice Minister for Finance from the People's Republic of China, Mr. Liao Min. Please come up, Vice Minister. We're also joined by the Vice Minister of Agriculture and Land Reclamation in the Ministry of Agriculture and Land Reclamation for the Arab Republic of Egypt. Please come up, Vice Minister, Mr. Mustafa Ibrahim Ali Al Sayed. Joining us from India is Madam Manisha Sinha, the Additional Secretary in the Department of Economic Affairs in the Ministry of Finance for the Republic of India. And we're also joined by the Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Portuguese Republic to IFAD. Please come up, Ambassador Bernardo Luis de Carvalho Fucha. I'm absolutely sure I didn't pronounce the Portuguese correctly. Please forgive me. Thank you all, ministers and excellencies, for being with us. Let me begin by asking you, Madam Ambassador, just for a view from Brazil. In your opinion, what makes South-South cooperation an interesting and different development model? And how does Brazil leverage South-South cooperation in terms of the development work you do, and also as we are on the countdown to meet the Sustainable Development Goals?
Well, thank you very much for having me and for the opportunity to exchange some ideas and experiences with you today. So if I may, I will take on a broader lens to answer your question. What I think we would have consensus in the room if I would tell you that we are facing a very challenging landscape and that it's also moving fast. So we have to adapt to that changing landscape and also bring in new, fast ways of deciding and of working in South-South triangular cooperation. So this is the central message that I want to bring you. We must change to remain effective. And in what ways can we change? One of them is that we must bring in new actors. So this is what has been called multi-stakeholderism. We have to bring in civil society, we have to bring in universities, we have to bring in the private sector if we want to remain effective, if we want to remain giving results to people. And so this is the first thing. The second thing is that we must adapt, and we must have faster, swift ways of bringing results, because sometimes we tend to be lost in decision-making, and results tend to take a lot of time to make concrete results, and we must change that. We must have faster ways of deciding. So these are two of the messages that we want to bring. We must change. We already know how we must change. We must bring in new actors. We must decide in a faster way. And how is it that South-South perspective helps us? It is only through the lens of a country that is facing the same challenges that we are facing, that we can translate public policies that have already been tried and proved true in other contexts. So if you come from a developing country and you face the same constraints in terms of human resources, in terms of capabilities, in terms of financial resources, then you already have the tools to adapt the public policy so that they can really make a change in the end. Thank you.
Yeah. I do like that multi-stakeholder approach and a synergy in understanding what those challenges are. Let's defer to you now, Mr. Liao Min, Vice Minister of Finance for the People's Republic of China. Obviously, the story of China is well documented, right? And we always refer to this in the media, as this is one country in a generation that was able to lift 800 million people out of poverty. Remarkable strides in a generation and more in China. So incredible results. From the story of China, and what you've done to really fast-track development, social mobility, transformation. What are the insights you've garnered? What experiences can you share with us? What lessons can be learned from the story of China?
So thank you, Narita, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So first I want to thank IFA to invite me to join this important dialogue. So we are living in a time of uncertainty, and the global South countries are likely to be more hard hit. So in this context, it's highly important we have this dialogue. So regarding the China experiences, I believe that China's development experiences in the past 40 years might be the most relevant, latest experiences for other developing countries. So I would like to emphasize 3 observations. So first, the success code for China's development is reform and opening up. So which, in my opinion, can also be an alternative approach for other developing countries. In this journey, you might witness challenges such as widening income disparity or more reliance on external supply chain. For example, in China, in the early stage, if you look at the cars on China's roads, most of the cars are foreign mobiles. Right. But nowadays, over 65% of the car has been produced by the Chinese companies. So I think, so you need to take on these challenges and refrain yourself from being hijacked by protectionism and populism, or even worse, if you choose isolate yourself from the rest of the world, that's going to bring some damages to yourself. Second one, I think follow the rules and do the right things in the right sequences. Because the economic development has its own rules and principle. So for instance, China's economic development started from the countryside, and which promote over 300 million rural immigrations to the urban cities. In this process, China's economic transformation gradually shift from the agricultural and then to industrial manufacturing and then to the modern services industries. Also, in terms of infrastructure, China actually built its own infrastructure gradually. So, the hard infrastructure like transportation, communications, energies, and the soft infrastructure like enabling business environment, intellectual property protections and transparencies. All this, infrastructures, you need to build it gradually. So Rome can't build itself in a day, right? And thirdly, the partnership of the government and the private sector is very important. I take technology as an example. So nowadays, the rapid advancement of the new technologies, such as digital technology, artificial intelligence, has pros and cons for the agricultural industry. So new technology can jeopardize or help small farmers. So many technologies are very expensive for farmers and the rural companies in the global South countries. So China established a lot of partnership program between government and the private sector, which greatly help to digitalize the agricultural products and reduce the cost of the supply chain and upgrade the quality control and provisioning of the supervision of the agricultural foods. Now, I'll give you one example. Nowadays, you can order fresh vegetables online from the western areas in China's big cities in the eastern part and get them within 2 or 3 days with a very reasonable price. So these are amazing experiences. So the PPP in the early stage can help us to change these technologies more economic viable for the ordinary companies and the people in rural areas. So I stop here, and so I think China, being the largest developing countries, we are willing to share our experiences with other fellow developing countries.
Right.
Thank you for your attention. Yeah.
Thank you. Vice Minister Liao Min, be intentional and sequential is what I heard you say. And interestingly, you said it began in the rural areas so that the rural economy could feed the industrial economy, step by step. Thank you very much. Let's get a perspective from Portugal now with Ambassador Bernardo Luís de Carvalho. I want to say it right, Fuxa Pereira. Yes. Second attempt better. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your grace, Ambassador Pereira. So, obviously Portugal is a long-standing member of the Development Assistance Committee. And how do you see the role of Portugal and even other OECD members working within this framework of South-South triangular cooperation? And do you see mutual benefits in the collaboration?
Well, thank you, first of all, for the invitation to participate in this panel. I'm very honored to sit alongside representatives from China, from Brazil, India, Egypt, all friendly countries. Yeah. And you will allow me perhaps just to make a special mention of Brazil, because we recognize that you have played a leading role in developing triangular cooperation, especially when you had the presidency of the G20, and we're very grateful to have been invited to participate in that exercise. And also because we cooperate with partner countries in Africa and East Timor in this field. So triangular cooperation, we see it as transformative and future-oriented. It places emphasis on technical diplomacy by fostering trust among partners and to facilitate broader political dialogue grounded in practical interaction. For us, we see great value in joining forces with agencies, both from the Development Assistance Committee and non-development assistance committee countries, as well as with organizations such as IFAD. I think this value is undeniable, because these new collaborations allow us to, first of all, to advocate for triangular cooperation in international fora, fully aligned with our own priorities for our cooperation strategy, and also to expand our reach beyond traditional bilateral partners and complementing interventions funded or managed by Portugal and other OECD members. So our support for this, for triangular cooperation is based, we have commitment to two key funding mechanisms. Early last year, we announced the launch of a €1 million fund to be managed by the Ibero-American General Secretariat, CEGIB. So this fund is aimed at fostering triangular cooperation between Portugal, Latin America, and Portuguese-speaking African countries. So a triangle with the Atlantic in the middle.
Okay.
And a few months ago, we pledged €200,000 to the triangular cooperation window within the UN Fund for South-South cooperation. Both funding mechanisms highlight our commitment to this mechanism. Our focus on connecting institutions across Latin America and Portuguese-speaking countries underscores our role in leveraging resources to foster South-South solutions to pressing development challenges. And just one quick last mention about the role of the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, a Brazilian initiative that we have joined. We are very committed to the success of this Global Alliance, which has a particular focus on addressing intergenerational poverty. And we are glad to offer our know-how for cash transfer programs focused also on a particular issue, child support.
Yeah.
And we also stressed the importance of combating energy poverty, which is, of course, key in today's world, notably through debt for climate mechanisms in small island developing states, such as, for example, Cape Verde and São Tomé and Príncipe. We pledged to cover 10% of the costs of establishing the Secretariat of the Global Alliance, and we have made good our contribution already, and we will also serve in the Board of Champions as Vice Chair, and we've just been elected to this role last Tuesday, alongside Brazil and Spain as chairs, but also with China, with India, with Kenya, Norway, and the UK as vice chairs.
Okay.
So this is how we see our role in this great mechanism to foster development.
Thank you. And already a lot of work being done, and you build on what you know already, sort of the linguistic, cultural, the Lusophone countries, and then partnerships globally. Thank you for that view. Now, as a joint question, both to you, the representatives of Egypt and India. So the same question, but I'll let Madam Sana take it first. And the question is, both of you, Egypt and India, you represent leading hubs. What do you consider as the most pressing challenges to scaling up South-South and triangular cooperation? And what can your respective countries do? So what can India do? Not just to really amplify, elevate the work you do through South-South cooperation, but to really make sure that it transforms rural development, making it inclusive, much more transformative, and impactful. So let's start with you.
Thank you. And let me start by thanking IFAD for the opportunity to be on this panel, a very august panel. I think the most important thing when we talk about South-South and triangular cooperation, I would like to bring everyone's attention to one of the, if you look at the developed countries, Portugal is sitting with us here. If you look at the developed countries, it was not the multilateral development institutions that played a huge role in their development. There was a source of fundings, there was an enabling environment, and there was collaboration between them that helped. And what over the last multiple decades, aid that has been flowing to the Global South has not necessarily had exactly the same effect as intended. So one of the things that has been missing has been that collaborative element and the cooperation element. So India has been a long proponent of the cooperation. We have several mechanisms of the Global South cooperation in a variety of fields: capacity building, energy, renewable energy, sustainable development, digital inclusion. That's a major one that we are involved in. A number of things. One of the things that we've understood in our journey is that development is not linear. And so countries that achieve remarkably in one area may lag behind in other areas, in other fields, and often in geographical pockets within the country as well. And we are a huge country. We're a big country. We are a populous country. We're a diverse country. And we are a democratic country, which means that there is a plurality of opinions that exist and amongst which consensus has to be built. And as a result of this, historically also, there have been differences of development that are still play out today in the country as a whole. And therefore, we are uniquely placed to understand the different contexts and the issues And here I would like to point out that in some cases, the scale of the projects that we carry out, the stakeholder population is actually larger than many countries that are represented here and in the world. And so the question of building consensus, the question of handling stakeholders, the question of looking at the plurality and the diversity of approaches is something that we believe if it works in India, it'll work everywhere else. Then I also see one of the significant challenges to the SSTC. It is basically, there is a psychological effect of donor aid, which I heard over various people comment on today. And this is, the Global South still struggles to have a voice, and to obtain the support and expertise that it requires in areas that are of vital importance to their specific needs and conditions. And we are a bridge country. We are both donor and we are borrower. And we understand the imperatives of providing aid in the most transparent, inclusive, and sustainable manner. But we also understand the practicalities of implementing aid projects in difficult conditions with challenging infrastructure, with less capacity, and often in rural communities that are isolated and sometimes much more traditional in their outlook than donor countries would like them to be. So we do understand that inclusivity and equity sometimes there is a different concept between the rural traditional communities that we are dealing with and the level or the standard with which an aid organization would like to bring them up to. So through various initiatives, as I said, we have been cooperating and with multiple countries, and the focus has been on developing local empowerment programs. We have been, China talked about the fact that manufacturing, when you first started with cars, it was more of an import. And the same thing is true for us for agriculture. We had imports. And then over the succession of a few decades, we have become an agricultural powerhouse. And these are things that we believe that we can help with in a very practical way and to help incubate real-world solutions and innovations that we can transform. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that perspective, Madam Manisha Sinha. And I really, I just woke up when you said we're a bridge country. So we're both borrower and donor. So we occupy both sides of the table because we're still developing, but we want to lift others as well. View from you, please. You've been very patient with us, Vice Minister Alia Sayad from Egypt. Same question. What do you consider to be pressing challenges to scaling up SST, triangular cooperation, and what is Egypt doing through it to also create inclusivity and transformation?
Thank you very much indeed. I should like to thank IFAD for this kind invitation and for giving us this opportunity to engage within this dialogue about South-South cooperation and triangular cooperation. I believe that since yesterday we've been listening to the various challenges facing our respective countries. We have common challenges that face the majority of countries, but we have other challenges which are typical to us. Amongst these challenges, we have to deal with them in a collective way. We have to enhance cooperation with the South, and this cooperation is the way to transfer knowledge, to transfer experience, to give us the gist of the necessary technology, which would make us save money and resources. Some of the countries of the South have reached good results. They have improved the profits of small rural dwellers and other projects. If we can transfer this knowledge, if we can boost triangular cooperation and South-South cooperation, we would save time and money, and we can therefore contribute to sustainable development. Egypt indeed has faced huge challenges, and we have focused on these challenges. The most important challenge was to give small farmers the knowledge in the face of climate change and the various and successive crises. These crises have solutions. These solutions can come from research centers and other institutions. If we are capable of transfer the gist of this knowledge to the small farmers, then we shall improve their profits and improve their livelihoods. Indeed, Egypt has achieved a quantum leap in this connection. We have a number of IFAD projects in various areas of Egypt. We have land reclamation in very vulnerable conditions. We have many projects which prove to be successful. Small farmers alone cannot have sustainable activity. They have no means. Thus, we believe that what we did was to pool the farmers' resources within cooperatives, within associations. We urged investors to invest along with the farmers. We tried to improve the transfer of knowledge. We trained the farmers on the best practices. And then we resorted to prepare contracts between the farmers and the companies so that they can market their produce. Fortunately, the produce of our farmers were marketed even abroad. Maybe we were fortunate when we visited IFAD back in 2021, and we were able to see how this form of cooperation bore fruits. It improved the livelihood and the income of the farmers. We do have a number of corporations and companies within Egypt which can deal with foreign companies. In this connection, Egypt acknowledges the importance of knowledge. We wanted to transfer this knowledge locally and internationally. We have the Egyptian Center, which trains people from Africa, from Southeast Asia. We have 2,000 trainees now. We have 2-week training courses, and we have many projects. We have a center for aquaculture. We have a cooperation relation with FAO and WFP. In Luxor, we have a center that focuses on promoting knowledge and the transfer of knowledge to all southern countries.
Vice Minister, I've got one more question for all of our panelists. However, because we really want to defer to the governors in the room, may I politely request that each person answers in less than a minute. So TV rules apply now, soundbite rules. Okay, so the question really is, how can we ensure that South-South triangular cooperation is mainstreamed into global development efforts, the way in which
Donald Brown explained earlier on, that we start adopting this mindset in other development efforts? And in what way do you think IFAD can support the vision? So let's start with you, Ambassador.
Well, it's quite a challenge in less than 1 minute to answer you that, but anyway, I'll try. So how can we mainstream it? I think the financial pillar is essential for that, because we have been talking about knowledge. How can we build knowledge? But then in the end, we have to have the resources. We have to have the financial resources from that. And this is where IFAD is one of the actors that comes in a central way. But also, I would like to stress that the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty also has a financial pillar, and that is why I also want to thank Portugal for donating to establishing the support mechanism. And I really think that here are the board members of all the 10 national multilateral development banks that are part of the Global Alliance. And I really think it's important for you to bring the voice that it's very important to implement the commitments on the ground through South-South triangular cooperation. I don't think I made a minute, but anyway, try it.
This is why they say women should lead. You've just done exactly that. Madam Sinha, your answer, please.
Thank you. I'll also try to keep it within a minute. I think the conventional wisdom has been that there has been drawing lessons primarily from the developed world. But the mindset change that there is needs to be an appreciation of the traditional wisdom that exists within the within the global South. That is something that IFAD is right there. It's in hands-on development across countries, and it's something that it can play a bridge role. So IFAD has the convening power. So it isn't enough to bring together perhaps knowledge visits and study tours, which it is doing. But maybe it needs to bring together a global interactive platform where different countries can share problems, discuss things, brainstorm, and a collaborative digital environment can be created where communities where IFAD is working can also participate and have something to say on that. The other thing that IFAD needs to perhaps do is to take its discussions outside of the boardroom and conferences and down to the ground so that everyone can see for themselves where the wisdom also resides. And part I would suggest that, one of the things that IFAD may need to take a look at as it moves forward is to play the bridge role, to carry the concerns of the Global South into the private sector, to the credit rating agencies, and to be able to help work with the Global South to increase access to concessional finance across a range of priorities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ambassador Pereira.
Well, 2 quick points. I think all of us realize that we are living in a time of a crisis, multiple global crises. So the first thing is that this is no time to retreat on our efforts to foster multilateral and bilateral and triangular cooperation among countries. And also that I think that we need some innovation and forward-looking solutions. And I think triangular cooperation is a great way to tap into the incredible expertise that countries in the South have built up over the years in their own development efforts, and to partner with other countries and also perhaps with international organizations and OECD countries and so on. So I think that we have to encourage multi-stakeholder and decentralized partnerships, and also to obtain the necessary funding, because that is a very important point.
All right.
I think triangular cooperation is cost-effective. It facilitates resource flows among countries, and so we have to build on this positive dynamic.
All right, thank you for that. Vice Minister Liang Min, your views?
Okay, thank you. 3 points. So first, more SSTC facility is a way to generate more remarkable outcomes. So China is the first country established the dedicated facility for SSTC in IFA. So over past 7 years, has supported 20 small but meaningful projects across the 40 countries, benefiting 150,000 farmers. So if we have more facilities, we can do more. So in that regard, we encourage IFAD use all these facilities to help countries in need. So China actually renewed our facilities with IFA. Second, I think that China expects a greater role to be played by IFA. So as a UN specialized agencies, IFA have a unique advantages in leveraging SSTC to support poverty reduction and agriculture development in developing countries. So just now, President Naril and I just signed the agreement for the China IFAD SSTC facility phase 2. So we look forward to a bigger and stronger IFA which can enhance the quality and effectiveness of SSTC. Lastly, China encouraged broader engagement in SSTC, as Dr. Brown mentioned at the opening speech. So we hope more member states, especially developed ones, to full leverage their unique advantages, capacities to take an active part in this progress. Right. And so people, money, technologies, experiences, management know-how, and the new technologies. Right. So whatever you can bring to the IFA, IFA is going to help to create meaningful and lasting changes in global rural areas. Thank you. I stop here.
You did. I saw you breathing and thinking, ooh, 1 minute. Got it. Vice Minister El Sayed.
Shukran.
Thank you. In truth, the IFAD, after the current challenges in the field of South-South and triangular cooperation, can solve many of the issues that we face. It is extremely important for the IFAD to cooperate with other UN agencies in setting a plan for the South-South cooperation, so that all the projects present in these countries may have South-South cooperation as part of them. And the IFAD has to be able to isolate the points of weakness so that we may concentrate on them and work on them. Such information, IFAD has such information, and this can be of benefit of us in South-South cooperation.
Just before we defer to the floor, I think we often wonder, how do we measure impact? How do we know that a project has been impactful and transformative? Well, the story of Daniel and his aquatic farm is exactly that. We want to, again, thank the People's Republic of China for the very instrumental role they've played in this project. But let's just have a look at what we mean by inclusivity, impact, social impact, and transformation.
In 2017, I was unemployed, as is many youth in the Nigerian economy. So I sought to self-empower myself. I always had a passion for agriculture. Started a fish farm on a small scale, and then I was always looking for ways to expand the fish farm. The IFAD SSTC project has really helped us. Before then, we didn't have any idea of what cage culture is or even how to apply it. Due to the training in Abasa, Egypt, we discovered that local farmers had cage culture technology and they were able to do it using local wood. And when we came back to Nigeria, we did a pilot model of the cages, and to our surprise, it works and it's also sustainable. Due to the training and capacity building that we received from the IFAD SSTC project, we know how to handle cages efficiently, so that has increased our production capacity by more than 600%. It has also helped us share this knowledge with local farmers. So we have local farmers in Nigeria that now practice cage culture. We've also been able to positively affect our local communities. We've been able to employ youth, which is very key at what we do here at Orisha Farm.
I got employed to start working for Orisha Farms. It has empowered me to be financially independent, where I don't have to depend on anybody for my livelihood.
Orisha Farm currently employs 8 permanent staff and about more than 30 to 50 indirect workers. Local women from our community can occasionally see jobs at the post-cover site, and they can use it and improve their livelihood. The IFAD post-cover project under the SSCC facility has introduced a unique and innovative way to farm fish in Nigeria. We are very proud of its achievement. I'm going to be a fish farmer till I'm like 60 or 70. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life.
All right, and that's what we mean by one person's life is transformed, then the next, 8 people employed, then the community at large, farming sustainably, protecting the environment. It's a circular impact. That's the story of Daniel. Now, distinguished guests, I'd like to yield the floor to yourselves as governors to have your say. I believe that our first comment is coming from Cameroon.
Merci, Madame la.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. South-South and triangular cooperation belongs to a transformative process where the powers of southern countries is rising. It seems to me that this type of cooperation is more suited to the realities in the field and to similar experiences lived through by countries, cultures having comparable levels of development. It is with this vision that our country, Cameroon, after having looked at the state of play of this cooperation over the last few years, has, with the support of a number of partners, has developed a national strategy for the development of South-South and triangular cooperation. This strategy, whose view is to make South-South and triangular cooperation an important channel for structural transformation of the economy and development of human capital, as well as an improvement in governance. And this should lead to a development plan for piloting through this type of cooperation over the next 10 years. The sharing of this experience has enabled us to increase a sustainable agricultural production and to introduce new technologies and solutions which can be used to make progress possible. We might mention cooperation with India, which has enabled us to set up a workshop for putting together tractors used in the agricultural sector, and we've been able to produce 1,300 tractors for mechanizing agriculture in our country. With the committee that fights against drought in the Sahel, we've also been able to set up not only a strategy of fighting against the Legionnaire worm, but also against migratory locusts. And this has enabled us to be able to analyze the situation in terms of food security. With the Phosphate Office of Morocco, we've also been able to look at the fertility of soil and to fight against any disease in the soil. And with the help of South Korea, we've also been setting up seed farms for producing high-quality rice seed. Following the lessons learned from the South-South and triangular cooperation, we believe it is essential that our countries are able to benefit from a number of projects that are underway in South-South cooperation, and the private sector is also able to adopt these new solutions because this is the source of new capital which will enable us to innovate rapidly and use technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the governor from Cameroon. And now may we hear from the representative of Colombia. Let's try that again.
Aló, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. I'm going to speak Spanish. Thank you very much to the moderator for having allowed us to exchange at this time. I'd like to introduce myself. It's the first time I speak. I'm called Jennifer Mojica, and I'm the new ambassador of Colombia to FAO and the other multilateral agencies. I served as Minister of Agriculture in my country up until July of last year. And I'd like to very warmly thank the panelists who took the time to come and share with us, those of us who have shouldered this huge responsibility of furthering agricultural policies. We have actually devoted our personal lives for the general well-being of our compatriots. So thank you very much for your lessons. South-South cooperation is a great opportunity. Colombia, as a beneficiary of international development aid, has great experience in this, and it's a great partner for international actions because we have solid partnerships with countries, multilateral agencies, and IFIs. At present, for peace building, we have a strategy that forges a partnership with Latin America, the Caribbean, Asia, and Africa. And we have examples that show already the huge potential of being able to cooperate and exchange lessons and institutional strengths. The FAO Colombia partnership, for example, has enabled us to collaborate with the Arctic and Latin America in order to produce better coffee and cotton. And our partnership with IFAD has allowed us to share experiences of women in which we are enabling women to speak to each other, especially those who inhabit vulnerable areas between Senegal and the Côte d'Ivoire. In 2024, Colombia joined the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, and we're very committed to the achievement of these goals. We'd like to thank Brazil for its leadership and unconditional support. And from Colombia, we reiterate our cooperation, which we make available to one and all, especially in terms of land reform policies, the strengthening of farming economies, and agroecology. In 2026, we're going to be hosting our second International Conference on Land and Agrarian Reform. This will be a great opportunity in order to be able to strengthen our fight against hunger through the guarantee of access to land and through the link between land and food. And you are all welcome to join us. Thank you.
A generous invitation, Madam Ambassador, and all the best in your tenure here at IFAD, FAO, and other multilaterals. Next, may we hear from the Governor of the Maldives.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. The Maldives, like many small island developing states, has always been defined by the ocean. For centuries, fisheries has not just been a job for our people, but a fundamental part of our identity, our culture, and our economic backbone. As we come together under the spirit of South-South and triangular cooperation, we must acknowledge that no nation can succeed in isolation. For the Maldives, this cooperation is not just valuable, it is essential to the future of our fisheries sector. It allows us to learn from fellow island and coastal nations, to exchange best practices in sustainable fishing, market access, and technological advances, and to strengthen our resilience against climate change and economic shocks. We have taken the initial step and have been working with Kiribati to establish a learning platform already. Maldives has long been champions of sustainable, science-based fisheries management. Our people Our pole-and-line tuna fishery stands as a global model of responsible fishing. But even the best practices mean little if we are left to fight this battle alone. Strong regional cooperation is essential. We must work together to strengthen fisheries governance, ensure responsible resource use, and guarantee that benefits are shared equitably among all nations. At the same time, we need to intensify the fight against illegal, unreported, and unregulated IUU fishing. IUU fishing disproportionately harms small fishing nations like ours, threatening livelihoods and undermining our hard-won sustainability efforts.
Okay.
This is not just an economic issue, it's a justice issue. We need to rise together to ensure that sustainability is not just a privilege of the powerful, but a right for all who depend on the ocean. We must also learn from one another, especially when it comes to climate resilience, fishing practices. As ocean nations, we face similar challenges, but by sharing knowledge, technology, and best practices, we can build a fisheries sector that is not only sustainable, but also resilient in the face of an uncertain future. On the global stage, the Maldives has never been a passive player. We have been a driving force in regional and international fisheries governance, from the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission to the Southwest Indian Ocean Fisheries Commission. We have led efforts to establish precautionary approaches, implement catch limits, and develop harvest strategies that set a global benchmark for sustainability. But governance alone is not enough. This platform today is an opportunity to build on our momentum, to find ways to improve investment, readiness, to share knowledge, and to define a mechanism for long-term collaboration. I would also like to take this opportunity to highlight the importance of implementing the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, BBNJ agreement. This agreement offers an unprecedented opportunity to strengthen ocean governance in the high seas. But it only can be effective if developing nations like us have the resources, capacity, and technical support to fully engage. This is why this cooperation is so important, to ensure that the implementation is fair, inclusive, and truly beneficial for all nations, not just those with the means to lead. South-South and triangular cooperation serve as key drivers of regional cooperation and stability, contributing to enhanced trade, investment, and exchange of knowledge and technology. It can also play a vital role in advancing food security and promoting sustainable agriculture in countries like the Maldives that need to increase food production in a way that is sustainable and affordable. By facilitating knowledge, experience, and technology sharing, it can encourage farmers to adopt innovative agricultural technologies, thereby increasing their income and improve food security. So today, I ask you to leave here not just inspired, but committed. Committed to action, committed to innovation, committed to fairness, committed to a shared vision for the future of our fisheries and agriculture sectors, one where sustainability is not just a privilege, but a reality for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Governor from the Maldives, an expansive, comprehensive intervention. Our next speaker is the Governor of Kenya. However, may I just request now, in the interest of time, that we really keep our interventions succinct. And unfortunately, we're only going to have time this afternoon to take all the comments that have been booked thus far. We will not be able to add to that list. So, Honorable Governor from Kenya.
Thank you, Madam. My name is Mutahi Kagwe, Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development. From the outset, Kenya remains grateful for IFAD's continued role as an honest knowledge broker that promotes inclusive growth, economic and social revitalization and transformation of rural communities, and we remain committed to the strengthening of this institution, its prospects, and its impact on the livelihoods of rural, poor communities. But I would like to say the moderator asked us an interesting question, which was what can IFAD do within the context of South-South and triangular cooperation? But I've got a better question, is what can we do in the South to make this work, to make the South-South triangular cooperation work. And I put it to you that one of the challenges that exists between us within the South is a habit problem. We have got a habit issue where for a long time, we have always believed that good things don't come from the South. And I think that lately we have come to believe that this is not entirely true. If you look at the cooperation that is between China and, say, for example, the continent of Africa, India, the continent of Africa, within ourselves, we are assisting in training. For example, Kenya is offering training to our neighbors, the last one being 100 scholarships within our agricultural colleges for Guinea-Bissau to train their agricultural officers in Kenya. But I think that we must go beyond here and ask ourselves, once we train and once we cooperate, what is next? Within the same South-South cooperation must also extend the issue of trade. And again, habit becomes another problem because we are not used to trading with each other. For example, we export flowers. Kenya exports flowers to Amsterdam. It's easier for us to export flowers to Amsterdam than West Africa because of the sanitary and phytosanitary conditions that are put by West Africa to other nations within Africa. So we are unable to trade with each other. So I think we must be honest with ourselves and say to ourselves, yes, there is a lot we can do with honest broker being IFAD, but I think that we must also address ourselves to change the habits that we have developed over many years. I believe that within the South, the goodness is not there, and there is standards that we set for ourselves in our own minds that limit what we can do with each other. I think there is a problem there, but I think the solution is clear. South triangular cooperation can work, and we urge IFAD to be the prefect in it. I thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I'd now like to invite the governor representing Cuba.
Distinguished moderator and distinguished panelists, distinguished governors, I'd like to begin by thanking you for the presentations, which were very enriching for our work. Cuba reasserts its commitment to the principles of solidarity, complementarity, and cooperation for development, which are crucial to South-South and triangular cooperation. In a world in which hunger and food insecurity continue to affect millions of people, cooperation between southern countries is not an option, but a necessity, and a pressing one at that. For decades, Cuba has been sharing its knowledge and experience in the agriculture and food sectors with many countries. And this for the purpose of strengthening resilience of the production systems, fostering food sovereignty, and contributing to sustainable development. In this regard, we have worked in close collaboration with the International Fund for Agricultural Development and other multilateral agencies, and this in order to implement concrete initiatives to generate real impact on rural communities. One example of this is our participation in the joint initiative with IFAD and WFP within the framework of South-South and triangular cooperation, China-IFAD. Through this endeavor, Cuba not only strengthens its national food systems, but it's also been sharing its knowledge with other countries in order to improve production and the distribution of food to vulnerable communities, prioritizing access to children and vulnerable populations, providing them with healthy diets. Also, with the Agrocadenas project in collaboration with Costa Rica and UNPD, we have fostered the exchange of technologies for animal feeding by promoting climate-smart solutions for the animal raising sector. This is just an example of the positive effect of South-South cooperation in adaptation to climate change and food security. Cuba has also spearheaded initiatives in animal health, collaborating with countries to prevent illnesses that affect the production of food, which is a fundamental pillar for the stability of agri-food systems of our region. Chair, development is built through cooperation and solidarity. Cuba will continue to try to strengthen partnerships with southern countries in the belief that shared knowledge and technical cooperation can transform the reality of millions of people. We reiterate our commitment to multilateralism and to mechanisms that can reinforce food sovereignty, agricultural sustainability, and the resilience of our people vis-a-vis the challenges of today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cuba. And now the governor representing the Dominican Republic.
Okay, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. The Dominican Republic, like Cuba, would like to reassert its commitment to South-South and triangular cooperation through the recent mission to the Republic of Liberia and with IFAD aimed at reinforcing the cocoa sector. This is a visit that we paid in December 2024, and it's part of the strategy that seeks to share our good practices as well as the lessons that we have learned from international cooperation. And this is because we believe that development is a collective endeavor. During our mission, the delegation of Liberia and IFAD participated in technical meetings and visits to cocoa plants. We analyzed key traceability and certification strategies in order to adapt these experiences to the local context and therefore improve the productivity of cocoa plantations in Liberia. And we've also defined further measures. In upcoming months, an expert group from our country will go to Liberia to support the implementation of local diagnostic exercise. We will also work to strengthen governance in the sector by exchanging knowledge on successful organizational models implemented in our country. It is our aspiration that this joint effort might strengthen the capacity of the cocoa growing sector in Liberia, allowing the country to have access to high-value markets, thus improving the livelihoods of many families. In turn, our country hopes to position itself as a key actor in the global agricultural cooperation sector by promoting a model based on sustainability, inclusion, and shared growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Governor from Turkey.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to thank the panelists for their enlightening perspectives on SSTC. Excellencies, the 2030 agenda is based on the premise that sustainable development is participatory, inclusive, and non-discriminatory, so that no one is left behind. Strong ownership is a key feature for effective and timely implementation of the SDGs. Unfortunately, the pandemic has deepened the existing inequalities and as a result, rendered the achievement of the 2030 agenda even more challenging. The impacts of the climate change, escalating conflicts, and rising geopolitical tensions further endanger development prospects as well as global food security. As mentioned several times yesterday and today, achieving the SDG 2 remains out of reach today. The SDG investment gap in developing countries stands at around $4 trillion per year. With less than 5 years remaining, current progress falls far short of what is required to meet the SDGs by the 2030 deadline. And this is particularly life-threatening for vulnerable states. In the face of ever-growing challenges, international solidarity is essential. Taking into account the diverse development challenges of the Global South, the traditional North-South development cooperation model is not sufficient anymore. South-South cooperation is a manifestation of solidarity among developing countries that complements the North-South development cooperation. In fact, the sharing of best practices between developing countries is often more effective, as the relevant technology transfer among the countries with similar development challenges could lead to more sustainable results. However, development financing remains a critical component of this transaction, and IFAD is one of the key partners in that regard. Turkey's approach to these issues, alongside our bilateral cooperation mechanisms, focuses on close collaboration with relevant UN entities. Firstly, we have a strategic partnership with the UNDP, and as part of this partnership, we have worked with UNDP's regional office in Istanbul. In the second phase of our program, we have undertaken projects in 5 LDCs, namely Angola, Benin, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Laos, PDR, and Rwanda. We finance projects in these countries in different areas, including renewable energy, smart governance, gender equality, vocational training, and youth employment. UNDP's International Center for Private Sector Development is another close partner. We are also cooperating with FAO under our partnership programs to bolster South-South and triangular cooperation. And we also host the UN Technology Bank for LDCs in Gebze, Kocaeli. In short, Turkey is committed to sharing its experiences with fellow developing countries, both at bilateral and multilateral levels, including the South-South and triangular cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Indonesia, the governor from Indonesia, please.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Also, thank you for all the distinguished panelists for today's discussion that give us enlightenment on what the South-South cooperation and South-South and triangular cooperation implementation in all the Global South. As many of you know, South-South cooperation is an issue very close to our heart. Since 1955, as Madam Moderator has mentioned in the earlier time, at the ASEAN African Conference in Indonesia. With its Bandung Spirit's outcome, which highlight the solidarities among two continents, the conference outlined the footprints of South-South cooperation and solidarities. First, to gain independence and to have the chance to develop. In this spirit, since then, Indonesia's international development cooperation has helped provide knowledge sharing and capacity building with other developing countries. We, at the time, we didn't have many resources, but it was with political will we managed to contribute the global development among countries of the South. We start small but meaningful, till South-South cooperation has grown in numbers and format and thrived to what it is now. After 6 decades, when we had more fiscal capacity and encouragement of the SDGs to participate in international cooperation, Indonesia has assisting more than 90 countries and more than 4,000 participants from Global South. Many technical institutions in Indonesia are still eager to share their knowledge and skills as well as best practices that have meaningful impact. To date, Indonesia has also established agriculture training center in African countries and in the process to build a new one in Fiji. The main principle of SSTC are, may I remind everyone here, first, demand-driven, second, no consensuality, and most importantly, mutually beneficial. These principles distinguishes SSTC with other international development cooperation. Therefore, as I already mentioned in today's roundtable discussion, SSTC is offer great solution for developments in many developing countries. SSTC program that we undertake is always aligned also with our own national development. So to ensure this mutually beneficial impact. We hope that in cooperation with IFAD and the establishment of SSTC Center in China, we will be able to ensure the sustainability and scalability of SSTC projects in rural development. Through SSTC with IFAD, we hope that projects can prioritize the local ownership and actively involve communities in the design and the implementation of development intervention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for reminding us the genesis in Bandung, 1955. All right, so we have 4 more interventions. May I again ask our governors to keep your interventions succinct, and then after these 4, we will then close off the session. And so may I defer to, firstly, the Governor of Bangladesh, followed by the Governor of Senegal, then the Governor of Venezuela, and then Algeria. So Bangladesh.
Good afternoon. Bangladesh views SSTC as a vital strategy for mutual learning, scaling impactful innovations. As a country in transition from low to middle income status, we bring valuable lessons in climate resilience, microfinance, rural transformation. Equally, we remain eager to learn from other countries, particularly to take shared challenges and climate change, food insecurity, and rural inequality. I'd like to suggest 4 specific fields. Firstly, IFAD should take lead for sharing best practices. Bangladesh offers some of the best practices to other countries as well. Secondly, fostering triangular cooperation, and Bangladesh is uniquely positioned to give some kind of a triangle to the best example to the south, and we think that that will be very valuable lessons for others. Thirdly, regional platforms. That is very important. In fact, we have rather forgotten some of the good regional platforms which used to exist. And I remember, take the example Pacific Island nations. You cannot individually address them. You have to go through some regional body. How can you go Vanuatu and another 4,000 or 5,000 miles to Fiji? It's not workable. And similarly in South Asia also, we have SAARC and we have other regional bodies. Then youth and digital transformation. That is very important. We always emphasize youth and technology. That is the most important. And Bangladesh is trying to reap the demographic dividend. That is very important. Lastly, building resilience through SSTC. That is SDG and other things. So I would suggest that IFAD should take a role to motivate the member countries for investment in SSTC and propose establishing a central SSTC knowledge repository. Because there are so many examples in many countries. I have seen some of the countries over here also. We really, there's no repository for those things. So that is very important. Last but not the least, the financing of, it's a very big, I remember there was a big conference, Financing Development and SSTC, which was sponsored by SCAB. And I, in fact, wrote the keynote paper on SSTC. And there we've emphasized on regional cooperation, financing, and the donor countries. And one thing is my personal belief, the developing countries cannot be peddlers of prosperity. It will be stakeholder. That is, we must have something from developed countries, which we need and our felt needs. I think Brazil, she has aptly said that it is a multi-stakeholder who comes, not countries comes and think that we are the donor and has a kind of paternalistic attitude. This should be, it's a kind of partnership in development. That's how we can reap the benefits of all the good knowledges and best practices. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Senegal.
Thank you very much. We are very happy to hear what Kenya has said, the fact that there is the grant for Guinea-Bissau and the collaboration that there is that is happening between the two. And this is a country that I know well for 3 years, and I know that this country really needs this. Senegal very much wants to share 2 million in terms of seeds and fertilizers, but the quality of human resources available was not sufficient. So I hope that other countries can come in and support this initiative, and above all, help young people to be entrepreneurs and to receive training. And this leaves me on to the second point regarding South-South and triangular cooperation. This is the issue of sustainability. I myself am involved in many South-South projects, but with the withdrawal that we have seen recently, then we know that there are difficulties, and in some places we have seen that activities have had to stop, and that we've seen desertification in some areas. Experts have been put at the disposal of projects for one reason or another, but more work is needed on the sustainability of projects so that we can better draw benefits from South-South and triangular cooperation. My third point is conditionality. Sometimes we know what we want and we know where to find it, but when a country puts at your disposal a credit line and then you place requirements in terms of purchases, then the conditions can be constraining. Therefore, we really need to be available. We need to be ready to offer the best and to ensure that people can buy so that actors can actually buy what they really need, and without conditions. So in a rural area, you may want to buy an ambulance, but instead they are offered a car which is not suitable for, it's not an ambulance, the person needs an ambulance, and this means that after some time, maybe months can go past, but problems are not solved. Thank you.
Thank you. May I invite the Honorable Governor of Venezuela?
Thank you. On behalf of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, we'd like to thank the IFAD for organizing this dialogue session, and particularly I'd like to thank the panelists. As for our struggle against illegal measures which are imposed upon our country, we would like to reaffirm our commitment and our acknowledgement for South-South and triangular cooperation projects. These have contributed significantly to our economic recovery. For this reason, we would like to thank the countries that we have partnered up with. In this connection, we believe that these strategies, SSTC strategies, provide many opportunities for development and viable opportunities for showing solidarity among peoples and countries of the Global South. We believe that this is a pathway which offers solutions to accelerating progress towards putting an end to scourges that we see around the world, such as hunger and poverty, in line with our successful experiences, which have been key examples of South-South and triangular cooperation. We would like to put at the disposal of others good practices, such as school feeding as a key tool for empowering youth and children with healthy diets, developing community systems for food and nutrition security at local level through local platforms for supplying food. And then the transfer and exchange of knowledge and tools for innovation and technology with a scientific alliance based on food sovereignty, stressing ancestral knowledge. We would also like to share that in driving our ALBA Treaty and allies, which are working together in Latin America and the Caribbean with a heavy focus on putting an end to poverty and social exclusion. Recently, we have set up the Agro-ALBA initiative, which seeks to increase production capacity among member countries with a focus on food security. Finally, Venezuela puts out a call for this type of cooperation to contemplate actions which are designed to develop fair solidarity among peoples, strengthening the self-determination of peoples around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Venezuela. And our final intervention from Algeria.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. In the name of God, the most merciful, may peace be with the Prophet. I would like to express my gratitude for this very generous opportunity to take part in this session. I'd like to show my gratitude for taking part in this Governing Council, which seeks to address investments at the first mile. So our shared vision is to focus on global collective development, which puts at the disposal of rural communities means and resources for development. This initiative reflects not only the challenges that we face, but the fact that we're here shows that there are great opportunities for radical changes, bringing about radical changes in the lives in rural areas around the world. The topic that we are addressing at this very session is of the utmost importance and addresses the priorities that Algeria has set itself, which are very much in line with what we have been focusing on in terms of investment at the first mile, also having the right measures in place to improve the lives of those in rural areas. Algeria assigns great importance to rural areas, very much aware of the fact that economic and social development in rural areas is one of the fundamental pillars to achieve food security and to strengthen the national economy. We believe that rural areas are an integral part of sectors which deserve our attention. Algeria has an agricultural system which is based on supporting farmers by providing them with the right inputs, the right means for irrigation, the right tools for irrigation, as well as expertise, shared knowledge, training, and we have over 50 centers for specialized training, and we also have training specialized in agricultural areas across the whole country. Our policy is showing its fruits in terms of traditional agriculture, also family farming and other farming methods. Family farming provides over 60% of the products that are consumed around the country, and those in the Saharan region now, thanks to these methods, have the right means for production. They have the right means for storage of food as well, and we are also promoting aquaculture in these areas as well. These measures are a sign or an example of success which could be shared across Africa and further afield. South-South and triangular cooperation is a key tool in helping developing countries. Algeria, through its strategic role and thanks to its great experience, can play a prominent role in South-South cooperation thanks to the expertise we can share. Thank you.
I want to thank all the governors for your interventions. I think there were so many testimonials, examples of what's happening on the ground in different segments of the farming economy, hydroponics, new farming techniques, and really how with local knowledge you can transform the lives of those communities. Obviously, there's still a lot that needs to be done in terms of gathering the right data locally and then making the right financial interventions, and that requires a mindset shift. We also heard that the mindset shift is also needed within communities in the South, where we see value that each country can bring to the table in terms of the products also that come from the South moving within the Southern economies. And then ultimately, we heard that IFAD is a reliable and neutral partner. So here's to more South-South triangular cooperation and a different mindset shift in terms of development planning and policy. Let me thank our panelists for getting us really on the right path in terms of having a discussion that is fruitful and dynamic. May I thank Ambassador Carlo Barroso Carneiro, the Ambassador and Permanent Representative of the Federative Republic of Brazil to IFAD. Thank you for your time. Seated next to her is Ms. Manisha Sinha, Additional Secretary in the Department of Economic Affairs for the Ministry of Finance in the Republic of India. Thank you for your insights and the term the bridge, which many people have referred to today. I want to say thank you for your commitment to the Global Alliance, but also to bringing OECD members into the South-South Triangular Cooperation space. Ambassador Bernardo Pereira, thank you for all the work that you have done and the example you've set. People's Republic of China Vice Minister for Finance, Mr. Liao Min, and thank you for demonstrating to us what self-sufficiency, food security looks like. Homegrown solutions, Vice Minister of Agriculture and Land Reclamation in the Arab Republic of Egypt, Mr. Mustafa Ibrahim Ali El Sayed. That brings to a conclusion this plenary. I'd like to now defer to the IFAD Secretary, Madam Claudia ten Hav.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mdwele, and a round of applause for this amazing panel.
Thank you. May we take our leave? Thank you. You can go.
With that, we will move to the official closing, and I'm just awaiting the arrival of the panel podium members for this, the chair, the president, the vice president, and of course the general counsel. Just a moment until we proceed with the final session.
Mesdames et Messieurs les délégués, notre session.
Delegates, our session is now coming to its close, and we can now move to close our session. Before inviting the President of IFAD to share his final remarks, I would like to once again give the floor to the Secretary of IFAD for a brief announcement. So over to you.
Thank you very much to the Chair. Distinguished delegates, thank you for your active participation over these 2 years and this engagement, actually not only now, but also in all the weeks and months ahead of this. We truly appreciate your time, your insights, and your contributions. We hope you have found value in the discussion in the format of this GC. For those of you that have joined us for many years before, we have tried to respond to some of the comments and ideas and feedback we got from previous sessions to build them into this one. But as always, we continue to strive to improve even again on a session we've concluded and to better meet your needs for the next time. And therefore, we'd like to actively encourage you to partake in the feedback process that we establish at the end of each of these types of sessions, as they will help us to refine and enhance all our future sessions. We've prepared a short questionnaire. It should not take more than 5 minutes to complete, and your insights and comments really are valuable and will be read with great eagerness by my team. Thank you very much for your time and your thoughts, and we look forward to incorporating, of course, what you may have for the next time we meet in this setting. Thank you, and back to the Chair.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. So now I can give the floor to Alvaro Lario for him to share his final remarks.
Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, distinguished governors, ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes our chairman will close this 48th Governing Council. I would like to thank His Excellency Christoph Schiltz from Luxembourg for such an excellent job, and also a warm welcome to our new vice chairs, His Excellency Abubakar Kyari of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Her Excellency Tatiana Rosito of the Federal Republic of Brazil. I would like to also thank all of the colleagues, all of the staff who have made this happen from IFAD, who have worked hard over the last months to help this Governing Council run smoothly, and I would like to ask a round of applause for all the staff who made it happen. Thank you. I I have been pleased over the last 2 days by the deep support voiced by member states for working together and the shared commitment to build a more equitable world by creating rural jobs and opportunities, raising income in the rural areas where poverty is located. I have no doubt, as I expressed during my opening speech, that rural transformation is the antidote as to many of the world challenges that we have today, but only when it also addresses structural issues such as inequality, and when it's done through partnerships that have rural people themselves at the center. Because at the core of IFAD's mandate is the principle that development is not something that we do for the people. We only contribute to the conditions that allow communities to drive development for themselves. I'll switch now to French. Nous sommes plus...
We are stronger together, above all when we include poor rural populations in the initiatives that affect them. IFAD is unique because the beneficiaries of our projects are fully committed, investing their time and resources to guarantee success. We are particularly proud of our work with Indigenous peoples. For 40 years, we have been learning side by side with them, and I'm so pleased to see them with us here this week. We are also stronger together when we bring together the nations to share knowledge and experiences. I'm proud of the growing commitment of IFAD in favour of South-South and triangular cooperation, and at the fact that this week we have had the partners of the Global Alliance of the G20 against hunger and poverty, now in Spanish. We are stronger when we collaborate with those who are closest to us. And for IFAD, this means the UN Rome-based agencies, our sister agencies, and the public multilateral development banks. I was very pleased to see the country teams of Peru and the islands of the Pacific winning the Excellency Prize of the RBAs for their joint work, and this reflects the solid and effective collaboration among IFAD, FAO and WFP. We are stronger when we, those of us here in the room, continue collaborating, working together to build a more resilient, safe and stable future. This includes redesigning new models of financing, dialogue and solutions to make this reality a vision, as we've done at this GC.
As we prepare to part ways for another year, I want to reaffirm IFAD's commitment to the agility, adaptability and responsiveness needed to address the need of poorer rural communities in many of your countries. And we ask the same of all of you here. Strong governance ownership of projects in the participating countries is crucial. Our work is at its most impactful when it aligns to the national priorities in service of our common goals. The ongoing financial support of 100 countries as donors is also critical. The increasing needs call for even greater investment to increase income, food security, and resilience of rural communities. Let me express my thanks to the 100 member states that have now announced their support to IFAD 13, and particularly thank those who announced or highlighted their contributions today, such as Ecuador, Guinea, Peru, Saudi Arabia, South Sudan, Sweden, or Uzbekistan. Your pledges enable us to get closer to our common goal of improving the lives of more than 100 million people during the next 3 years. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all of us here today are working to eradicate hunger and poverty. Your support enables IFAD to have the tools and also the financial means to do so. Let me thank all of you, our governors, our supporters, for another successful council, and for all of those who travel from their capitals, I wish you a safe journey home. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Merci beaucoup. Wa shukran.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your remarks. On behalf of the Council, I'd like to thank you and also management and IFAD staff for organizing, as you rightly said, such a successful session. Distinguished governors, I would now like to present my closing statement.
Monsieur le Président.
President, distinguished governors and delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as the 48th session of the Governing Council of IFAD draws to a close, I'd like to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to each of you. Your active engagement in discussions, coupled with the insights and ideas you've shared, have been invaluable. The theme of this session, Catalysing Investment at the First Mile, has served as the foundation of our dialogue for the past 2 days. As the proverb says, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And the first step is key. With its focus on creating opportunities and fostering resilience in marginalized and vulnerable rural people or communities, IFAD is uniquely placed to make a real impact at the first mile or kilometer. Small-scale farmers are key agents of change. They produce nearly 1/3 of the global food supply. They support families and communities, and yet they're faced with a myriad of challenges. Climate change, natural disasters, rising production costs, limited access to markets, to finance, to land and resources, and limited opportunities. It is vital that we prioritize their needs and support them in realizing their potential.
We were privileged to hear from 3 African leaders, His Majesty King Letsie III of the Kingdom of Lesotho, His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, and Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of the United Republic of Tanzania, whose message was delivered by His Excellency Hussein Bashe, Minister for Agriculture. Their personal commitment to bettering the lives of their people is inspiring. Each brought a message of hope. Each called for immediate and decisive action to build a better future, a sustainable and secure future. I thank them once again for their unique insights and for sharing powerful messages of determination. It is true, the challenges are many, but they are not insurmountable, particularly if we work in partnership. We must pool our expertise, and in the words of His Highness, the Amir of the State of Kuwait, Sheikh Meshal Al-Ahmad Al-Jaber Al-Sabah, in his message delivered by Her Excellency Noura Sulaiman Salem Al-Fassam, Minister for Finance and Minister of State for Economic Affairs and Investment, we must act boldly and invest wisely. The importance of partnership was a common thread in the statements of His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Yunus, Chief Advisor of the Interim Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. His Excellency, sorry, I need some water. His Excellency Giancarlo Giorgetti, Minister for Economy and Finance of the Italian Republic. Thank you very much. His Excellency Dr. Muhammad Al-Jasser, President of the Islamic Development Bank, and Her Excellency Janja Lula da Silva, First Lady of the Federative Republic of Brazil. We must work together with a shared purpose to realize the objectives of the 2030 Agenda and ensure that no one is left behind. I'm switching to French.
Distinguished governors, while we deliberated on several business items central to IFAD's mission, the Council also had a unique opportunity to actively contribute to shaping the discourse around several key global initiatives, such as the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty, the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, and the Nutrition for Growth Summit, and to consider achievements and future goals of the G7 and G20. Developing innovative financing mechanisms, pooling our resources, making strategic investments in future generations, and bringing impact to scale is key. Collaboration at the country level can make this a reality, as demonstrated by the Peru and Pacific country teams who received the Rome-based agency's Award of Excellence. we had the opportunity to engage with indigenous peoples to gain insights into their precious contributions to the preservation of biodiversity and advancement of traditional knowledge. We gained a better understanding of the power of knowledge and partnerships through South-South and triangular cooperation, as we've just heard. The solutions are there for us, and we have to share them for the benefit of others and for a brighter future. The annual Governance Roundtable provided us a space to delve deeper into IFAD's efforts in an increasingly complex global context, highlighting the challenges as well as the opportunities this presents for the organization's ability to implement transformative country programs.
Distinguished governors, it was both a pleasure and an honor for me to chair this session of IFAD's Governing Council. I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for your support to each of you and also to my colleagues on the Bureau, His Excellency Abubakar Kyari, Minister for Agriculture and Food Security of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and Governor of Nigeria, and Her Excellency Tatiana Ozitu, Ambassador and Deputy Minister of Finance for International Affairs of the Federative Republic of Brazil and Governor for Brazil. Additionally, I wish to extend our sincere appreciation to President Lario for his dedication and committed leadership to the fund and of the fund. Very special thanks goes to all the staff at IFAD, including the Secretariat team, the messengers, the interpreters, the technicians, and everybody working behind the scenes to make this session a success. Just like the President said, let us show again our appreciation with a well-deserved round of applause for them all. Je conclus en français, mesdames et messieurs.
I'll continue in French. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, while this session of the Council comes to an end, our work is far from over. As IFAD embarks on the first year of IFAD 13, the Fund's commitment remains steadfast to invest at the first mile, to forge strategic partnerships and support rural livelihoods and prosperity, and to enhance resilience against the root causes of fragility. With only 5 years to go until 2030, we stand at a pivotal juncture. We've seen how IFAD's investments in rural populations are making a tangible and enduring impact in advancing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Now, therefore, is the time for us to unite as champions of IFAD. Now is the time for us to advocate for the fund, to highlight its essential role in the fight against poverty and hunger. Together we can amplify our efforts and drive meaningful change. Allow me to end with a proverb. If you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And on that note, I hereby declare the 48th session of the Governing Council closed. Thank you.